PMITV Audiobook Chapter 1 A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover Chapter 1 Sane, the leader of the heroes group, walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry, but from now on, you're out of the group." "Why?" "I've been with you for a long time. We've been friends since childhood, we've been together since we left our hometown, and we've been supporting each other all these years. And it's not only with him, but also with the other 3 members. Nei, the warrior, Sora, a priest, and Lisa, the witch. The 5 of us together form this group of white fangs. It is true that lately I have felt like a burden, and that my abilities have not continued to increase compared to my companions. But still, this is all very sudden. You know why, Toru? I still have time to improve. You are about to be chosen as the hero. You will go on many adventures. Take me with you as a warrior too. That's exactly why. My debut as a hero is crucial. Getting good results is necessary. It would not be right if my best friend dies in our first battle. Please understand me." Why do I notice little empathy in his words? I want to know. These words that are coming from my best friend. Someone I have loved so much, they sound so empty. I turn my attention to my girlfriend Lisa. I am sure she will support me in this. I think Sane is right. Toru can't be in this group anymore. I'm sure he'll die soon. He's not someone who's on our level anymore. Lisa. I never imagined that she would say something like that. And what was most worrying is that for some reason, she couldn't look at me. Suddenly, my eyes fell on her right hand. There was a ring on his ring finger that I didn't recognize. It's funny, that's supposed to be the ring I gave her. Lisa notices my glance and quickly hides her right hand. I look at the other 3. And all 4 were wearing the same ring. My eyes turned glassy, and deep inside I thought, is that the reason? Was I getting in their way? My girlfriend cheated on me with my best friend. But when did it happen? How could I not have realized that all this time? I don't know. Maybe this is my paranoia talking and I'm just imagining things. Anyway, there was no place for me here anymore. Now that everything is clear, return to the village in silence, and support our future triumphs from a distance. Son of a bitch. In a fit of anger, I punched Sane in the face. I knew that nothing would be solved if I hit him, but I couldn't stand it. This guy knew that Lisa and I were engaged, and he still did it. More than anything, I was disgusted with myself for being so soft. I couldn't see the true nature of the man I thought was my best friend. As Sane stood up, he made a notch in his face. He was making fun of me for being so gullible. He was good no matter what I did. He was handsome, he was strong, and he was chosen as the hero. Should have hit him more, but I am devastated by all that happened. Stop. You're disgusting. You're not worth it, Toru. You're scum. Our 3 childhood friends are all defending him at the same time. While Lisa stared at me. It was enough to make my wounded heart bleed. Here, I'll give it back to you. Now get out of here. Lisa had thrown me the ring I gave her. It hit my chest and rolled on the table. All the customers in the tavern turned their eyes towards us. Forgive him, Lisa. It's normal for Toru to be confused by all this. It's true, I acted inappropriately. I'm sorry, Toru. I was speechless. In front of everyone, I was the one who was acting wrong. And Lisa didn't feel any guilt about betraying me. The days we had spent together began to fade quickly. I'm tired of this. I don't want to have anything to do with the lot of you anymore. I'm getting out of this place, and out of this disgusting group. The 4 of you have been good to me. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye. It's good that you accept it. Yeah, good luck out there. See you. I grabbed the ring and left the tavern. Goodbye, ex-comrades and lover. Stop. You're disgusting. I left the city, and continued on my way through the meadow. I didn't decide where I would go, I just wanted to get away from all of them as soon as possible. I'm a complete loser. I opened my right hand and stared at the ring. When I gave her this, she was really happy. She even accepted my proposal. I gritted my teeth and started to cry. From now on, I will take a new path. There is no need for this. I stopped, took a deep breath, and threw the ring far out into the meadow. I am so frustrated that I feel like I'm going to die. I really want to kill Sane right now. But I'm not going to do that. He is my ex-best friend, even if he is a piece of shit. And killing him won't bring Lisa back to me. Shit, 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 shit. I sat down and punched my fist in the dream. Unprocessed emotions swirled around me, interrupting my thoughts. Normally I wouldn't do something like that, but even for a man of manners like me, this pain was unbearable. My heart screams in pain as it tears my body apart from within. What was wrong with me? And what was good about him? What was I to her? What did she think when she slept with him? How can she betray me and not care? There is no one to answer the questions that arise in me. I didn't stop punching until my knuckles bled and I could finally calm down. I hope this helps clear my mind at least a little. Although, I still feel sad. Let's think about the future. For now, let's go to a neighboring country and start over. I'm not sure what to do yet. And I don't know if I can do things right either. Skills? I am aware that I do not have the best stats. I have many skills, but they are all useless. At best, they can be used to reduce damage, strengthen the body, and increase the effectiveness of the skills. This mysterious saving skill, which I have named after myself, is useless as a whole. The use of the skill is unknown. Even if I ask an expert to examine the stats, they cannot give me an answer. It is an unknown skill, and it is also unknown whether or not it is an automatic activation skill. Unknown, unknown, all unknown skills. If only I had an ability as strong as Sane's, I wouldn't be in this situation. Not that I'm a hero, but compared to him, my stats are crap. It's a shame, but it's an undeniable truth that I'm a burden. I'm not sure what I can do with this. I don't even know how to use it to my advantage. It's very common for people to treat me as a burden when I'm 20 years old, and I have these skills. ARF. ARF. A black demon dog just appeared in front of me. I drew the sword I had on my back, and I held it tightly. Here I go. Pained whimper. In the blink of an eye, the demon was lying on the ground. It's the kind of monsters I had a hard time with when I left town, and now it's not a problem for me. Crack, crack, crack. There was a sound like glass breaking inside me. Notice, since the experience value savings LVL has reached the upper limit, it will pay 100 times more. Notice, the payment has been multiplied by 10 due to the effect of the skill effect up. Notice, LVL became 300. Notice, the current race cannot maintain its body. Beginning physical reconstruction. Notice, completion of physical reconstruction. The race has become a dragonoot. The messages appear in front of me. Am I no longer human? Chapter 2. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 2. I remain stunned as I hold my sword. The suddenness of this situation makes it difficult for me to understand what is happening. Level 300. You've got to be kidding me. From what I know, being level 100 is practically being a hero. I can't even imagine what would qualify as level 300. Notice, the savings of experience has been corrupted. It will take some time to repair. The texts that appear in front of me are starting to bother me a little. Better check my stats now. Skills? I'm really moving up a level. My head is starting to hurt. It's the first time I've seen these numbers. I have to calm down a bit. Even a fool like me should be able to understand all this. Saving. This word is used to store something. Does it mean that this ability has been limiting my experience all this time? All the experience that I had accumulated all this time has been released. Plus a bonus for everything you've accumulated. So, this means that most of my level and experience had been retained by this skill. I had always been a level 40, like my ex-friends. Damn, this skill is a parasite. When you understand it, every point makes sense. I, in particular, had tried harder than anyone else in the group, fighting to the bitter end. However, I found it strange that my level had stagnated. I have done nothing but break my back more than anyone else in the group to try to catch up to them. And now, was it because of this that my rise in level and experience had been hindered? Ah. Now, I don't mind having broken off my friendship with them. In fact, I'm glad I found out about it now. Well, I have decided. I am going to travel the world. Having a level of 300, I have nothing to fear. I can go wherever I want. From now on, I'm going to do whatever I want and live however I want. Maybe I'll find something that can fill the huge hole in my chest. But first, I must visit the neighboring countries to prepare. If I am going to make such a long trip, I will need supplies. I put my sword on my back, and started walking quietly along the road. I left the country of Balsile, and arrived in the neighboring country of Armand. To be more specific, to the border town of Livio. As expected, Armand is a very busy place even when you are in such a remote area. I was taken aback by the number of people who passed through here. There were also food stands, and delicious aromas that stimulated my stomach. Suddenly, there was a sign in a store that caught my attention. Livio's slave store. Slave stores are not very common. In fact, I even hate them. It's the kind of place I would normally ignore. But, I had just been betrayed, and I was drawn to it. A slave would never betray their master because of the contract. They are not even capable of telling a lie, even if ordered to do so. They will always be there for me. The faces of my former companions came to mind. Just thinking about them, I could feel my blood start to boil. I clenched my fists and held back my anger. I need a partner I can trust. It would be a good idea to have a right-hand man who could keep this unusual status a secret and never betray me. If I don't, my distrust of people is likely to increase. After being betrayed by my best friend, my lover, and my childhood friends, I have nothing left to lose. To maintain my peace of mind, I need a trustworthy friend who will always support me. I don't care how strong they are. I just want to feel safe. I just want to know deep down that there is still something in this world that I can trust. I walked to the door, and without hesitation, I opened it. The doorbell rang, and I walked to the counter. Behind the counter, there was an old man with a very distinguished look. He seemed to be the owner of the store. He kept smiling at me. Welcome. What can I do for you today? I need a slave I can take with me to battle. Any specific race? Do you have other uses in mind? Nothing specific. The old man nodded, and guided me to the back of the tent. In a dimly lit place, we were surrounded by countless cages. There are probably strong men and women in there, and even elves or lizardmen, even races you can't see around here. I recommend this lizard man for combat. His hard skin is capable of repelling blades, and his character is that of someone loyal. He is the perfect slave if you want to have someone watching your back on the battlefield. How much? 30 million, sir. I want to see the others. I only have a budget of 1.5 million. It's not a huge amount, and I can't afford it. He placed his hand in the cage, and raised the face of an elf by placing his finger on her chin. This elf has no combat experience yet, but I'm sure she'll be good company at night. She has an enormous amount of magic, so if you raise her as a magician, she should be able to serve you very well in the long run. And what's the price? 25 million. It's still very expensive, I think I came to this place at a bad time. I should have asked about the slaves' cost at the market before I came here. The old man turns to see me squinting. May I ask what your budget is? 1.5 million. That would make the quality of the slave much lower, but I can introduce you to someone in that price range. Thank you. We walk a little further back until we reach a curtain. Ugh. A very strong stench invades my nose. It is an odor produced by feces, urine, and sweat. In that place there were countless small cages. Inside were beasts of all sizes, and even human children. Most of the slaves here are worth less than 1 million. Why are they so cheap? They are weak, ugly, sick, have no training whatsoever, and are unreliable. They are useless at the moment, but there is a great possibility that they are good for something else. I am disgusted by slaveholders who talk about people as if they were property. However, that also includes me, since I'm trying to buy one. I kept looking around for a slave to capture my interest. And there, in a small cage located in a corner of this space, there was a very dirty little girl with white hair. I approached her for a closer look. The girl was very thin, and out of breath. Her long bangs covered her eyes, so I couldn't see her face very well. Her clothes were so worn out that I hesitated to look at her directly. I could feel that girl looking at me, with dead eyes through her hair hiding her face. Hey, 300. The girl fled to the corner of the cage. I have no doubt that this girl was able to see my stats. Could this girl have the appraisal ability? She is very rare. It's just something I'm guessing. And it's not like people can tell my level just by looking at me. How much for that girl? 110,000, sir. Isn't that too low a price? No, sir. It's a fair price. After all, she is very ill and weak and is a poor slave who cannot be used, unless she is boiled or roasted. The girl coughed violently. He was right. Her physical condition was quite bad. No matter how rare the skills, if they are too weak, it may be inevitable that they will come at too low a price. Or do they not realize that slavers are appraisers? I'm not sure that's true. But if I think about it properly, I could get a doctor to examine you. What is your name? Hey. Answer the customer. The slaveholder hit the cage with his cane. Ked. Ked. I like her name. And there was something about this girl that caught my attention. I guess you could call it intuition. I can't explain what attracted me to her, but in a way, I thought she was good. I'll buy this girl. Thank you for your purchase. The slaveholder bowed, while having a big smile on his face. After the transaction, the customer must make a master-slave contract. One question, do I have to reveal my status? No, 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 no. All you have to do is shed a little blood. All right then. I was reassured when he told me I didn't have to reveal my status. He seems to be a very discreet man, but anyway, I didn't want anyone to know. Kaed was looking at me with anxious eyes. Chapter 3. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 3. The master-slave contract took about 30 minutes to complete. All I had to do was place the tip of a special needle in a dye containing my blood and use it to lightly prick the area where Kaed's heart is meant to be. Then a black pattern emerged and the contract was completed. When Kaed became my property, she was so weak that she couldn't even walk. Standing on her own was impossible. I carried her on my back and left the store. Before leaving, the slave driver gave me a little advice. If you plan to go to a drugstore to get her medicine, she may be able to recover a little. However, her illness is quite serious. In order for her to be completely cured, she will need a potion made from the heart of a dragon. Will a wyvern heart work? No, I'm talking about a real dragon. I'm not sure a subspecies will work. Well, thanks for the information. The slave driver smiled and said, No, no. Please don't hesitate to visit us again. On the way to the inn, I felt uncomfortable because of the lightness of the girl on my back. I guess it's good that I bought her, but still, I don't know how to handle this. Why did I choose a girl? If my plan is to have a slave to bring along on an adventure, I should have chosen a boy. But I couldn't leave this girl alone. Probably because in a way, I empathize with her. Her weak, downcast, and lonely appearance was how I felt at this moment. That's why I wanted to help her. I want to show her that there are still people in this world that she can trust. It may be ridiculous, but there is no other reason than that. And it's true that I was intuitively drawn to her. I found it strange just by looking at her. Gaho gaho. Are you okay? Yes. Should I go to the pharmacy before I go to the inn? I looked for a pharmacy while asking people for directions. It's a pretty rare disease that affects beastkin. The doctor looks into the girl's mouth and mutters. That word created a question mark in my head. Are you telling me she's not human? It's hard to understand because she doesn't have ears or a tail, but this child is of the beastkin race. You see, the pupils are vertically long. There is also a slight bump around her waist, as if she has a tail. If what you say is true, then will the basic physical ability be high? This is quite unexpected news. What can I do to cure your disease? As the slave master mentioned, you'll need a potion made from a dragon's heart. But it's ridiculously expensive to buy, and you'd have to be a hero to kill a dragon. Can I make a potion out of a dragon's heart? Yes, it's possible to do so. The doctor seemed to want to say something else, but quickly closed his mouth. He must have realized that it was useless to stop me. Once I set out to do something, I will not rest until I have accomplished it. Fortunately, I now have the power. I have no reason not to. Gaho gaho. I stroked her head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon, and I'll cure you." She was looking at me through the gap in her bangs as she breathed heavily. I'm sure she was worried. She doesn't know what kind of person the master who bought her ID and what purpose he has in helping her. For us to reach good results, you must first be cured, or do you find it strange that a master would take care of his slave? Kaed shook her head as she shook herself. She is a good and honest child. I have to build a proper relationship of trust to make us friends. I'll give you some cough and fever pills. You can come back when you run out of medicine. Thank you. Old man. Who are you calling old? I'm not even 30 years old. The doctor hit me on the head. I heard that in a forest near the city, a real dragon has been living there for a while. It's been 3 hours since I started walking in the forest. I'm not tired yet, but I'm mentally exhausted by the same scenario. They told me I could find it if I walked to the mountain, but where? I advanced through the foliage. Occasionally I see goblins and orcs, but when I look at them, they slip away. I wonder if they use their wild intuition to detect danger. It still feels odd. Kiwoo-woo-woo-woo. A roar so loud that it shook the forest. It's definitely from a dragon. This is where I finally got nervous. A thoroughbred dragon is a monster that I've never seen or fought before. The usual way to defeat them is with a carefully planned military campaign. Or it's a feat that a group of heroes can accomplish. I really wonder if I can defeat it on my own. The image of Kaed crossed my mind. I'm sure she's waiting for me. I'm not like those guys. I won't easily abandon my friends. I will never betray their feelings. The forest was cut down and I went out into the open. In a hole in the rock face of a steep mountain, a bright red dragon lies prostrate. It is a red dragon, a dragon of relatively low rank among species. But even so, it is one of the strongest of the lower classes. Hey, dragon. Fight me. Grog. The red dragon opens one of its eyes and takes a look at me. He immediately lifts his body and looks at me with those sharp pupils. He is very big. He must be at least 10 meters tall. But there is no turning back now. I am determined to do so. I drew the sword I had on my back. The dragon, on the other hand, also spread its wings and stood upright on 2 legs. It looks much bigger. I will not back down. I ran vigorously towards the dragon, jumped up, and hit it diagonally. Then a powerful shock wave was generated, which shook the earth and the forest very much. Unexpectedly, the dragon's body was cut diagonally and fell to the ground. I defeated it with a single blow. I find it hard to believe that this is my power. That's supposed to be a dragon. It's a monster that easily turns a city into a sea of fire. So, this has the power of a 300 level. This is not a power that you can easily exercise. I quickly approached the dragon's corpse. Ugh, it's splattered with blood. I start searching all throughout his body until I get to his heart. And I decided to cut off some organs that could be useful to me. Speaking of which, I wonder what dragon meat tastes like. I was curious, so I cut off some of the fatty meat. This should be enough to save the girl. Let's hurry up and go to the doctor. Did you really go hunting for him? The doctor was so surprised that he fell out of his chair. No wonder he was surprised. It seems that I went for a walk in the park instead of hunting a dragon. I also brought some liver and other things, if you need it. These materials are very valuable. You can keep them. What? I don't need them. As long as I get the potion, that's all that matters. The doctor immediately began to prepare the mixture and soon completed the potion. He was also pressured by the money, saying that he would do it for the dragon's organs. The price was about 30 million. He was supposed to pay for the medicine, but instead he benefited from it. I take the medicine and go back to the inn where Kaed is resting. You will feel better if you drink this. Is it for me? Can you drink it? She nods her head and takes the medicine. It won't work once, so I'll have to make sure she takes it regularly from now on. I felt that Kaed's complexion had improved. Today we'll eat rice porridge, but from tomorrow I think I can give her a more decent meal. Once she's asleep, her breathing begins to grow calmer. Her rigid expression seems to have softened, and I'm relieved to see it. However, the power I have is beyond my imagination. It is something terrifying. Defeating the dragon with a single blow is unusual. I'm afraid that if I don't fight carefully from now on, I could get involved in unwanted situations. Maybe I should train Kaed to fight for me. For that, though, I need her to recover soon. Crack. I thought I heard a familiar and disturbing sound echoing inside me. Chapter 4. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 4. After waking up, I noticed something warm and soft on my futon. I turn my head and see Kaed curled up next to me, still asleep. Why is she sleeping here? I don't think we need to sleep on the same futon. Or did she sleep with me because she was cold? If so, it makes sense. I got out of bed, leaving Kaed where she was. It's a nice day today. I'll have to make sure Kaed has a good meal from now on. I turn back to the bed and stare at Kaed for a moment. Her body is still thin and emaciated. Even the slave collar, which defines someone as a slave, seems to be the wrong size. Oh, that's right, I brought some dragon meat. I think I'll use it to make breakfast. I leave the room and go down to the second floor. Since this inn also has a restaurant, I introduce myself to the cooks and show them the meat. Is it possible that you can cook this meat? I will pay you for it. What kind of meat is it? At first glance it looks like pork, but on closer inspection, it's not. It is the meat of a red dragon. Really? I let the owner cook the meat. But it was funny to see his surprised reaction when he discovered that it was dragon meat. Here you go, dragon meat. And I made a chopped hamburger. Thank you. On the table were a steak, salad, and a hamburger. I left the hamburger for Kaed while I ate the steak. I ran the knife over the steak, and was surprised at how incredibly smooth the meat was. It certainly looks like pork. But when I put it in my mouth, The texture was not pork, but chicken. And it was like chicken with a lot of fat. Oh no. Too delicious. I feel as if I can no longer look at dragons as anything other than a simple ingredient for food. After that big breakfast, I went back to the room as soon as I could move. Oh, master. Kaed was already awake, but she was still lying in my bed. I'm sure you're hungry. I've made you some food, so you'd better eat. What is that? Dragon burger. Him. Her tone of voice sounded clearer, so it seems the medicine works. I was relieved to see that she wasn't coughing and seemed to be getting better and better. Kaed gets out of bed, sits down on a chair, and starts eating with a knife and fork. Oh? I thought she wouldn't have that kind of knowledge since she was a slave, but could it be that this girl had received that kind of education in the past? Despite her haggard appearance, her manners were splendid. However, after a few minutes, she became a little violent when consuming her food. She must have been very hungry. You don't have to force yourself like that. We must do something about that outfit. She then coughed up the food a little. Kaed's face turned red and she looked embarrassed. Excuse me for looking like this. You don't have to apologize. The culprits are the slave owners who didn't treat you as you deserved. Master. Kaed's eyes turned glassy. Eat quickly. Also, you have sauce on the edge of your mouth. After finishing her meal, I prepared to leave. Wait, I'm coming with you. You can't, you're still reeling. But, I have to practice to do it. That's a good point. If at some point she can't walk on her own, I'll carry her on my back. And I've never bought women's clothes before, so I don't know the details. We left the inn together and headed to the market. First we went to the clothing store. There, I bought Kaed some very nice adventurer's clothes. Was the shoe store. I bought a pair of leather boots. Was the armor store. There, I bought some leather armor, a knife, and a cane. It looks like a cane, but it's very special. Are you sure you want to use that cane? Yes, please. Well, if it makes you happy. The cane she chose had an unusual fan shape. The material is an alloy commonly used in iron fans. According to the store owner, the fan-shaped cane is used only in a few areas. He said he found it at the market and grabbed it because of its rarity. However, the iron fan is large enough for a child to handle. It also weighed quite a bit. Kaed opened the fan with her thin arms and handled it easily. Isn't it too heavy? Yes, it is. But I will be able to handle it perfectly once I get better. Come to think of it, Kaed comes from a tribe of beastkin with great physical abilities. Although she is weak now, she should originally have been able to handle it easily. If she does not have the ability to do so, she is free to change weapons. We left the store and walked down the street together. I think we bought everything we needed, although I think there was something else to buy. Suddenly, I realized that Kaed wasn't following me. I turned around and saw that she had stopped in front of a food stand. Do you want some? And no. Don't be shy. I have a lot of money now. Yes, I would. I couldn't help but pet her on the head as she spoke shyly. Kaed bent her head down while it was totally red. The stall was a bakery of sweet baked dough. I tried it once. I think it was because Lisa begged me. When I try to remember, a deep, heavy feeling of sadness and emptiness wells up in my chest. Why was I betrayed? I want to know. I regained my senses immediately, thinking that I should not go any further with those thoughts. No matter how hard I try, I will never know the answer. It's better to call it a day. I bought some sweets and we sat on a bench. Here, eat as much as you like. Thank you, master. Can't you stop calling me that? But, the master is the master. Kaed put on a worried face. Maybe it's because she's a slave. I guess that's how you were raised. Master. You don't like this annoying and expensive slave, and you're thinking of getting rid of me. What are you talking about? Kaed bends her face and starts to cry. I'm sure she was thinking about it while we were shopping. I'm still surprised, but I think she's had a bad time as a slave. I stroked her head to make her feel calm. I'm not going to abandon you. I want you to support me until I die. I may not be the best of teachers, but I need you. No, the master is the best teacher. I would do anything for him. So please let me be by your side forever. Oh, that's okay. I am a little embarrassed, but at the same time happy. I wonder if I have managed to at least build some trust between the two. The sweets in my mouth feel more delicious. We're going to have to cut those bangs. I don't think you can see very well. If you have scissors, you can cut them yourself. Really? Then we'll buy them on the way to the inn. Asterisk crack. Crack crack asterisk. That familiar sound again echoed through my head. Notice, since the magic energy saving level has reached the upper limit, 100 times more will be paid. Notice, the payment has been multiplied by 10 due to the effect of the skill effect up. Notice, since the skill's experience value savings level has reached the upper limit, 100 times more will be paid. Notice, the payment has been multiplied by 10 due to the effect of the skill effect up. Notice, magic energy savings / skills experience has been damaged. It will take some time to repair. Notice, the skill level limit has been destroyed. A new limit will be established. Notice, a new skill has been acquired. Duplication of experience value / general. Notice, a new skill, magic loan, has been acquired. It seems that my skills have been broken and repaired yet again. The letters flowed vigorously into my vision. The amount of magical power circulating in my body had increased incredibly. I cannot control the magical power and it gradually escapes from my body. The surface of my body became distorted as if it were shimmering. How much magic power did I just get? Just the thought of it is terrifying. This is not good. Kaed is scared. I have heard that beastkin are sensitive to magic. They can see the amount of magic in a person. I'm sure she sees me as a monster. I fought to keep calm and managed to keep the magic from leaking out. I'm sorry I scared you. It's just that my abilities are giving me more magic. Are you okay? My teacher is a great person, isn't he? Kaed's expression changed and her eyes lit up. Amazing. Does she really see me that way? Chapter 5. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 5. I have checked my stats again. Let's hope nothing weird is happening again. Skills? Wait, what is this? The skill levels have gone up by leaps and bounds. They usually stop when they reach level 10. I am not sure if this means that the limit has been broken or not. Does this mean that the level limit has actually been broken? I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. There are still 2 weaker saving skills. I wonder what will happen when they are evolved. Will I reach a point where I no longer have control over my powers? You look pale. Are you okay? Oh, yeah, no problem. I was just thinking. For now, I'll just focus on Kaed. That reminds me, I still need to buy some scissors. Is there anything else you want? No, nothing. Are you sure? You can tell me. I'd like some soap. I'll buy you as many as you want. I'm sure she'll be happy to know that the inn has a hot water bath. While we're at it, I'll take care of bathing Kaed. On the way back, I bought the scissors and soap. Our room is equipped with a bathroom. We took the best room for both of us, so it seems to have everything you need to be comfortable. Then there was the matter of Kaed who didn't want to take her clothes off. Are you sure you want to go in together? Sure, you don't have to worry. I'm not the type to be attracted to a child's body. Ugh. Child. Why do you look like you're about to cry? She bit her lower lip and held back her tears. I don't know what to say. I have no idea how to handle women. I wonder if I said something strange. As I tilted my head down, I quickly took off my clothes. Hey. This time she covered her eyes with both hands and her face turned red. However, she kept looking at me between her fingers. Is she at a delicate age? She reluctantly turned around and began to take off her clothes, then entered the bathroom, carefully covering her body with a towel. I said, sit down here. I'll wash your head first. I can't let you do that, master. Just sit down. This is an order. Well. She sat with her back to me. Her back was white and shiny. I said that I would not be a lustful person with Kaed since she is a child, but even so, I could not help but be surprised. After all, Kaed is still a woman. I started washing her hair with soap. Her dull hair began to regain its shine once all the dirt was removed. Once I was done with her hair, I started washing her back. Suddenly, my eyes went to her waist. You can see something like a ball of white hair growing there. Is this the tail? It looks like a rabbit, but it feels different. What race do you belong to, Kaed? I am a fox. Foxes. I have never seen one, but I know they exist. I think I've heard that fox tribes usually have golden hair. Hiya. It seems that I was unknowingly washing the area around her breasts. I quickly gave her a towel. It's okay, I don't mind. If that's what you want, master. Does that mean I can wash your whole body? Yes, my body belongs to my master. Her eyes were wet. She knew that this would happen, that a slave would give herself in many ways to her master. She must have been prepared to face this possibility from the moment she was bought. I see. I'll think about it when you're older. Master. She placed her hands on her face as she wept. She must be relieved that I will not do anything to her. There are two kinds of wolves in this world, those who cannot be reasoned with and those who can. I live my life thinking that I am the latter one. I washed up and got out of the shower. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Kaed sat in her chair and became nervous. She was going to get a haircut. Her hair, once washed, was very soft and shiny. She said she would cut her bangs herself, so I would take care of the back. Her hair was so long that it went all the way down to her waist. I cut it so that it would be a little higher. She said she wanted it that way, so I think I complied with her request. Personally, I think it's okay to cut it a little longer, but she prefers long hair, so I'm not going to argue with her. Well, Kaed is pretty, so I think she looks good with either long or short hair. Kaed grabbed the scissors and cut her bangs at the bottom of her eyebrows. A pair of big golden eyes appeared. I had no idea you were such a beautiful girl. I think I'll lose control. As she tried to cut her hair at the sides, her hands kept shaking, while his face was very red. I don't think it's good to praise her at this point. Once she finished cutting her hair, my eyes could not believe what I was seeing. She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. She is like a white jewel, delicate and fragile. She's a beauty that will definitely make everyone look at her. It looks like there are still some uncut parts left. Those are my ears. There were 2 lumps on the top of her head. When I touched them, they moved. Then my doubts increased. Why does she have ears like a beast, but also human ears? It was about time I got some answers. I do not know the exact reason, but according to one theory, the god who created the beastkin tribe loved the ears of animals very much. On the other hand, he is said to have thought that human ears were too valuable to be taken away as well. So, those are God's fetishes. It seems so. I don't know what to think. I mean, the rabbit tribe and the cat tribe are cute. But God's pretty snobby, isn't he? After cutting her hair, Kaed, exhausted, went to bed. She's still not fully recovered. I'm sorry I pushed you so hard today. Master, I had a lot of fun today. That's good. We will have more fun tomorrow. Yes, Master. I will be with you every step of the way. I gave her some medicine, and helped her get to sleep. She fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyelids. I think we've come a long way just today. At this rate, we will be good companions for adventure. I sit in my chair and pull out my sword. I'm going to have to sharpen you again. I've been putting a lot of pressure on you. An unpleasant sound appeared. But the source of the sound was not me, it was the sword. Peeky 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 Jaden. A crack appeared in the middle of the blade of the sword, and it broke, falling to the ground. Suddenly my eyes widened. No. My beloved sword. I knew I had taken it too far. With this sword, I have killed many enemies, including dragons. I think these are the consequences of going too far. I carefully put it on the table and bent my head. I loved that thing. I can't believe it broke. I'm going to have to find a new sword soon. Could it be that it couldn't stand my current strength? It is possible. It's hard to believe that a steel sword can withstand the power of a 300-level warrior. In fact, it's a miracle that it didn't break right after the dragon was defeated. I need to get a more decent weapon. A better weapon that can withstand my current strength. Chapter 6 Sacred Sword Drawn by a Warrior. The next day, I returned to the inn and took a deep breath. What happened? The old man in the store got angry with me and charged me extra for the repairs. What did you? I broke the sword. I went to the armory for a new sword, and I took what I thought was the strongest sword in the tent and hit it as hard as I could. To be honest, I was still underestimating my strength. Suddenly the wind whipped up the tent and all the weapons were scattered. The big sword I was holding broke in half and was nailed to the wall. The angry old man demanded that I pay for the repairs to the tent as well as the sword, and I had no choice but to do so. Now that I think about it, I was a terrible swordsman. I was so bad that the bodyguards had to protect me at all times. And now, with this great power, I will not be able to function as I wish to with ordinary weapons. After sitting on the bed, Kaed considered something for a while and then spoke. I have the perfect weapon for you, Master. Really? Where is it? In the Temple of the Sacred Weapon. And that is located in. Kaed nodded silently as she placed her hand on her chin. I don't know what she's thinking, but the sacred weapon is a special empowered device used by heroes and the hero's companions. It's unheard of for a simple adventurer like me to have one. I'm not sure what to do with it, but I'm sure it's worth a shot. After all, I don't think it's a bad idea. I am sure that Master will succeed. I doubt it. We left the inn and decided to head for the temple. It's been half a day since we left the border town of Livio. We arrived at the temple where it is said that the sacred weapon is kept. It is huge. It is a temple that is said to have been built by the gods. A huge structure of pure white color towered before us. The divine atmosphere it emanates makes me want to worship it. The doors of the temple are very well closed, and there is no human figure anywhere. There are 2 tests to obtain the sacred weapon. The first is to open the closed door, the second is to take the weapon out of the pedestal. You must first open the door. But how can you have such knowledge? Even I do not know that much about it. Well, I knew someone who knew about these things. I see. Phew. I would like to offer all my gratitude to the person who gave such knowledge to my slave. Without it, I do not know what I would have done. It is thanks to them that I can challenge this place. I went over and knocked on the door to open it. Voong. A mysterious sound resounded, and a wave of light spread throughout the place. Guhuhong. The door begins to open silently. Yes. It's open. Congratulations. After all, you are my master. Inside, it is dimly lit and there is only one passage that leads to the back. Fwoosh, fwoosh, Whoosh. The torches that were placed in the corridor began to light up one after another in a row, reaching the depths of the temple. It's as if someone called out to us saying, "Come on." We entered the place, walking along the long and extensive passage. At the end of the corridor, there was a large room containing a pedestal with a sword stuck in it. So this is the sacred weapon. But it is a one-handed sword. It is said that sacred weapons change in size and shape to suit their owners. I am sure that the teacher will turn it into a great sword. Oh, I suppose that's all right. The beautifully decorated sword seemed to shine brightly. The light shines through the stained glass windows at the top of the room, and the whole room seems to be filled with a pure air. Okay, it's time for you to get out of there. I grabbed the handle with all my might. Whoa. The sword was surrounded by a dazzling glow. Scared, I fell off the pedestal and hit myself hard on the back of the head. It was a bit. Master. Something was being held in my right hand. It was rather obvious what it was. I pulled it out. I pulled out the sacred sword. The sword in my hand is wrapped in golden light and changes its size and shape. It was a great sword, more than a meter long. A few seconds later, the sheath appears out of thin air and covers the blade. This is very good. It's important to have a good idea of what you're doing. Thank you for that. I was worried about whether I should take it out in the open. In any case, I now have a weapon that I can handle properly. Congratulations, Master. No, thank you, Kaed. If you hadn't told me about this place, I'd be lost. No. I'm sure the Master would have come here on his own. He is the chosen one who is meant for the sacred weapon. That's too much praise. Now I can go on an adventure with you, Master. I'm glad you are willing, but how's your condition? I have already recovered to the point of being almost totally healthy. I think it's about 70%. I even think I can fight now. By the way, do you have any combat experience, Kaed? I'm not as good as an adventurer, but I have the skills to protect myself. I think I'll be able to debut as an adventurer sooner than I expected. When I get to the next town, I think I'll sign up for a guild and start a party. I think I'm forgetting something. Surely it's not important, now that I have my sacred weapon. We got into a carriage, and traveled through the mountains and forests. The next town is Luntada, which is further down the road. Luntada is a town known for its many adventurers. There are also taverns and brothels. The adventurers are bloodthirsty and spend a lot of money. So naturally, wherever the adventurers gather, the liquor and women are also present. As soon as we entered the city, Kaed was frightened. She was surprised to see a drunk man lying in the street. This place reeks of alcohol. That's right, this place is full of alcohol. But there is no shortage of good drinks and entertainment. That's what you have me for, Master. You don't need to go to those places. What do you mean by that? For some reason, her face turned red and she was looking down. Of course I knew what she was saying. It's fun to tease Kaed. But I'm not in the mood for that, so I won't go to those places. I still can't get over what happened with Lisa. In a way, it's great to be single again, since I don't have to worry about going to those places. Okay, but first I'm going to the guild to register. I made my way through the guild, which was full of tough guys, all their party, and I went to the reception where a beautiful woman was working. How can I help you? I want a registration application for this girl. That will be 10,000. The registration fee is as high as ever. Guilds always despise their adventurers from the beginning, don't they? The receptionist gave us a document to enter your personal information. Kaed, can you read? Yes, no problem. She took the pen and started writing quickly. She is a very beautiful girl when you look at her from behind. I thought she was polite up to this point, but she's surprised me a lot in every way. She looks so different from when I first met her, with those worn out, dirty clothes. Well, this will do. Please wait. After receiving the document, the receptionist got up from her seat and returned a few minutes later with the card. It is a common adventurer's card. It is made of metal and has your information written on the front. It can also be used as an identification card, and is always needed in cities with restricted access. By the way, the ranks of the adventurers are D, C, B, A, and S in ascending order. It is said that the SS rank exists, but I think it is just a rumor and it is not real. My personal rank is B. I used to be treated similarly to an S because my party was an S rank, but since I was kicked out, I am treated as a B rank. As I lost myself in thought, Kaed continued to have some sort of conversation with a staff member. When I bent down and saw her again, she had a twinkle in her eye for some reason. I hear there's a dungeon in this town. Oh, that's right, this is a city that is surrounded by them. We could go together. I'll be a big help. I am looking forward to it. I then caressed Kaed's head. She looked happy with her rose-tinted cheeks. Since tomorrow is her debut as an adventurer, she will no longer be just a slave. I also have to give it my best. And at that moment, I didn't even imagine what would happen next. Chapter 7, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 7.1. The bed wouldn't stop squeaking. I was on top of Lisa, Toru's ex-girlfriend. Nei and Sora were passed out nearby. I can't take it anymore. What? Are you done? I pushed the fainting Lisa aside and sat down on the edge of the bed. I turn around and look at the three girls in the bed, and I laugh. It feels so good. It's a good feeling to play with the women I stole from Toru. The face that guy made was a real masterpiece. It's funny, no matter how many times I remember it. The woman he thought he loved betrayed him and threw his ring at him. How stupid do you have to be to have that happen to you? Lisa was mine a long time ago. And she didn't seem to realize it until the end. Not only Lisa, but Nei and Sora were in love with Toru. I feel sorry for both of you. How can you betray the person you love without your love being fulfilled? I whispered to Nei and Sora. It's time to get down to earth. Lisa, Nei, and Sora have no feelings for me. They are only convinced of that feeling because of a certain ability I have. The Demon Eye of Seduction. A rare ability that makes the opposite sex fall in love with you. When this ability manifested, I rejoiced from the bottom of my heart. Let's be honest. I am better than anyone else. A man whose body, intelligence, character, and abilities are impeccable in every way. But for some reason, Lisa, Nei, and Sora chose Toru. Not only that, but even though the people of the town and this city loved me, the reality is another. They were all happy to talk and be with Toru. I was very jealous. I thought my head was going to explode with rage. And then, I got the best skill. Lisa, who refused at first, was completely captivated. Now I train her to my liking and play with her every day. The days of hiding and playing with her were fun, but it also feels good to be able to fuck her all I want without worrying about it. I'm doing so much more now that I don't have that pathetic Toru here. As a hero, I have been given the mission to fight the Demon King. The Demon King is a kind of disaster that appears once every 100 years. It is common for them to emerge from the demon tribe, but sometimes they come from inside people. I must obtain the sacred weapon that exists on the continent and win the battle against the Demon King. It is very troublesome, but the fame and money I will earn will be enormous. I have already been approached by a nobleman who wants to participate. If we succeed, we can fuck all the girls we can get our hands on. Or even the princess of this country. My life is great. Toru, you'd better be ready to see Sane's name go down in history. Ha 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 ha. Hey. The dragon has been slain. I was surprised to hear Mr. Libyan's story. I had reached a remote area in a neighboring country, but there was no sign of the red dragon, which was my target. I am very sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. No, I was just a little surprised at how sudden this news was, but who killed him? I don't know who killed him. When I went into the woods to investigate, I found that the red dragon was dead. I gritted my teeth silently as I listened to the Lord's story. An immense anger was growing inside me. Killing that dragon was supposed to be my spectacular debut as a hero. I was meant to save the town close to where that dragon was hiding. But now, all my plans have fallen apart. I don't know who you are, but you're going to pay for making a fool of me. After having a proper talk with the Lord, I left the mansion. Sane, are you angry? No, I am not. Hey, why don't we forget about the dragon and go do something nice at the inn? Will you shut up, NEI? I wonder who defeated the dragon, since it's an opponent that ordinary adventurers can't even approach. It doesn't matter anymore, the people are now at peace, and I'm disappointed. For now, let's change our plan and move on. Yes, next time I will put on a great show. After all, I will get the sacred sword, and it will be my final seal as a hero. It is already clear that I am qualified to get the sacred sword. Although it bothers me that I did not kill the dragon, I can show the world that the hero has appeared wielding such a majestic and powerful weapon. The dragon was just a bonus. The real target is the temple of the sacred sword located in Livio. No. Did someone take the sacred sword? When I entered the temple, I was dismayed to see that the sacred sword, which was supposed to be on the pedestal, was not there. I am sure it was here. If the person who possessed the sacred sword dies, it will automatically return here. And the death of the previous holder is accurately recorded. That's why it should be here. Calm down, Sane. Shut up, you fucking bitch. I pushed Lisa and kicked her face when she fell to the ground. Don't you dare get up. I'll kill you. I'm sorry. I can't stop being frustrated. None of my plans are working. Since Toru and I split up, for some reason, my plans have failed. And things used to go exactly the way I wanted them to. Since Toru left? No, that's not possible. He was nothing but a burden. What stands in my way is something on a much higher level. I will kill you when I meet you, whoever you are. The sacred sword belongs to me. I changed my plans and decided to take a trip to Luntada. There is an unexplored dungeon with a high degree of difficulty. If you make it to the end, your name will be spread quickly like a hero. However, my plans fail me yet again. A dungeon? Ah, there was something like that last month. The adventurer whom I asked for directions answered with a vague look on his face. His answer was incomprehensible. Not knowing what it meant, I went to the place where the dungeon would be. What is this? In the center of the city, there was a huge hole in the ground. I don't know how deep it is. It was too dark to see the bottom when I looked in. What happened here? I was so surprised that I fell to my knees. Chapter 8. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 8. Early in the morning, after preparing our equipment, we went to the dungeon. How do you feel? I'm fine. Thanks to the medicine master gave me. Kaed's complexion looks much better. It's very different from when I saw her in the slave shop. She's like a different person. If she fights as well as she looks, then we'll make good money today. Luntata's dungeon is in the center of town. Adventurers dive into a vast subway dungeon and make a living collecting materials from defeated monsters as well as fallen equipment and items. On the lowest level of the dungeon, there is a nuclear stone. The nuclear stone is famous for giving clear rewards to those who reach it. You won't know what you'll get until you reach it. However, in most cases, you will get valuable materials, rare items, and other things that can be worth a lot of money. Even if you are able to gain more skills, you can see why I'm interested. When we arrived at the entrance, we did a final check. We will limit ourselves to one level. It's okay. How high is yours, Kaed? 8. So, we'll only be here until we get to level 3. If we're still in good shape when we get to level 3, maybe we can make some more progress. So, let's get started. It has been an hour since we started exploring the dungeon. Kaed's skills were quickly becoming evident. Spinning blade. Chuyuung. With a simple movement of her iron fan, Kaed's wind blade cut the rat monster. I had heard that she could use magic, but her sense is even better than I expected. Short activation time, quick judgment, high hit rate. Lisa was also a skilled magician, but Kaed can be even more so. Oh, I'm already level 15. What? Wait a minute. We've been here an hour and she's gone up 7 levels? That's crazy. No matter how easy it is for the lower levels to move up, it's an impossible speed for common sense. It seems that when I'm with you, Master, I can level up very quickly. No, that shouldn't be. I was about to say, no, that shouldn't be possible, but then my mouth stopped. And something occurred to me. I mean, that's the only thing that could cause it. Open stats. Skills. Perhaps her sudden increase in levels is due to the experience multiplier skill. I don't know how to use it, but apparently it was an automatic activation type skill, and it seems that it was doubling the experience value acquired to Kaed for every monster she kills. If one were to level up at this rate, it could be quite troublesome. Just thinking about Kaed's level a month from now is terrifying. Soon I will be strong enough for my master. I will do my best. Well, when you see a beautiful slave who is so excited, there is no way you can tell her to stop. This girl is trying to be strong for me. And it's about to happen. So I changed my plans and decided to go to the 3rd level. Let's go as far as we can today. After that, Kaed's level continued to rise at a frightening pace. By the time we reached the 3rd level of the dungeon, she had reached level 30. The magic that was released was an order of magnitude. Blizzard Blossom. Enemies in the stone corridor freeze in the blink of an eye. A beautiful ice flower bloomed and annihilated them. She skillfully manipulated the iron fan as if she were dancing, and with a simple click, the fan went from open to closed. I guess you're unbeatable at this level now. No, I'm still not strong enough to protect my master. I want to be much stronger and be of help as soon as possible. Kaed said those words with bright eyes and a smile on her face. She's too motivated to stop now. You must be tired by now. We've earned enough materials and items, so let's go back. Yes, I suppose so. We'd better call it a day. I felt relieved inside. In fact, my backpack is already about to burst. It will be hard to keep going. What is this? Kaed picks up a dirty rag. I thought it was just trash, but then I looked at the surface of the cloth and was surprised. This is a rare magical storage item. Maybe it can fit any size of luggage. No doubt. I'm familiar with this magic embroidered circle. I remember it well because I had it in my previous group. You put what you want on the cloth, and it will keep it stored for you. If you buy it directly from a store, it will cost you at least about 10 million. Depending on the storage space, the price can go up dramatically. I unfolded the fabric and checked the corner. There should be an embroidered number. It will tell you how much storage it holds, and how many items it has inside. 100. This is a very rare item. Even the one from my previous group had a maximum storage space of only 20. Master. Kaed bent over the cloth. With a smile on her face. I knew exactly what she meant. Now we can go further. I guess that's what she's trying to say. No. We have little food and water left. If we don't go back, we will starve. I see. You're right. I'm sorry. Her face blushed a little. She seemed embarrassed. I guess she realized she was being a little selfish, and was not aware of what was going on. But I'm not angry. It's a common thing for newcomers to fall into. A little bit more, just a little bit more, and then they go too far to the point of no return, and they get annihilated. Adventurers must always be aware that their lives are at stake. If you can't do that, it's because you are just a rookie. There is no need to rush. You still have many opportunities to raise your level. Yes. I put my backpack in the magic storage. Then the luggage was absorbed and disappeared. All I have to do is fold the cloth and put it in my pocket. Now, let's go home. Yes. Kaed took care of the monsters that were back in the dungeon. It's easy for me to just watch. Of course, if necessary, I will fight, but for the moment, I don't think I have to. There is no enemy in this place that can match her. By the time we reached the surface, Kaed's level had reached 40. It went up 32 levels in one day. It's crazy. That includes my skills. I go up so many levels every day, it's hard for me to keep up. Once I was in town, I sold the materials and items we collected. The current income is 120,000. That's a lot for our first time. After that, we went into a tavern and I ordered a lot of food. Master, this meat is delicious. Eat a lot. You deserve it for all your hard work. Yes, Master. Thank you very much. You don't have to thank me. Watching Kaed eat a whole roast turkey by herself was fun. She shared a little with me and I filled my stomach. I had a hard time with all the shit I went through, but after meeting Kaed, every day is better. Maybe this was better for me than I thought. I'll have a quiet trip with this lovely slave. I'm sure we can fill the hole in our hearts sooner than we think. What level will we go to tomorrow? I wonder how much she will grow. With these thoughts in my head, we both returned to the inn. Master. Wake up, Master. What's the matter? It's still early. I sit as Kaed shakes my body and calls me over and over. Looking out the window, I see that the sun has just risen. The orange morning sun stings my eyes. A white spot enters the edge of my vision. Finally, my eyes adjusted and I looked again at Kaed near my bed. Look, Master, I woke up and I was like this. No way. It's true. What do we do now? Before my eyes was an adult Kaed with big ears and a tail. Chapter 9, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 9. Before me stood a girl with bright white hair that reflects light, and fox ears that remain upright. Her clearly uneven body is wrapped in a pure white sheet. From her tight waist and well-formed backside grew a long, soft white tail. Every time she blinks, her long white eyelashes sway, and her golden eyes gaze at me with excitement. You are Kaed. Right. Yes. What happened to you? Well, when I woke up, I was already like this. We must clarify this situation. Until yesterday, she was a pretty little girl. And now, she's a big, beautiful woman. No. This doesn't make sense. It's not normal, no matter how you look at it. Maybe it's because of the sudden rise in levels. What does that mean? I heard that when a child reaches over 20 levels, they grow quickly overnight to balance out their body with their levels. Physical balance. It is not impossible. She even changed races because of her sudden increase in level. It's entirely possible that her body has changed to adapt to her maximized power. But I didn't expect her to grow up overnight. Besides that, she is a very captivating beauty. I feel like I can't laugh and say she's just a kid. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'd fall in love with her if she came on to me seriously. Put your clothes on now. Why are you naked? About that. She began to pick up her torn clothing. Oh, I see. Of course that would happen. I have no other choice. I'd better go to the clothing store and buy her something new right away. I got out of bed and got some clothes out of my backpack. Put this on. Your clothes, Master. Don't say it like that. Gulp. She swallowed her spit and took them. Then she buried her face in the clothes and began to smell them. Are you okay? She began to wag her tail with a look of ecstasy on her face. It's kind of embarrassing that she's smelling them so much. I'd like you to put those on right away. I turned around and waited for her to get dressed. You can look at me now. When I turned around, I saw Kaed wearing my shirt, and the sleeves were so big that they even covered her hands except for her fingers that stick out a little. In addition, her large, well-formed breasts stood out in perfect view, making her visually attractive. Now begins a fierce struggle within me between my instinct to walk away, or to pounce on her. To reduce the visual excitement as much as possible, I made her wear tight pants and a hooded cape on top. After that, I left the inn with Kaed in search of new clothes. In the end, Kaed got clothes that fit her. However, the lady at the store was very angry with me. After all, I arrived at the store's entrance early in the morning when it wasn't open yet. I woke the old lady up and explained the situation and managed to get all kinds of clothes for her. We had to drill several holes in them because of Kaed's tail. Kaed, in her new clothes, turned in front of me so that I could see her from head to toe. She is an adult adventurer no matter how you look at it. Every time her short skirt floated smoothly with each turn, something inside me would stir. What do you think, Master? It suits you. Hee. The way she blushes with shame reminds me of young Kaed. Even though she's grown up, she hasn't changed on the inside, has she? By the way, I'm going to give Kaed a new iron fan. From the way she fought yesterday, I think she could even handle two. With this, she will be able to attack twice as many times. Kaed, who has become an even more powerful mage, has much more potential now. Is there anyone in this city as beautiful as she is? She is so beautiful. I want a slave like her. You can hear voices from everywhere admiring the beauty of Kaed. All the men on the street turn to look at her, and even the women look at her with envy. Kaed may have a collar around her neck, a sign of slavery, but even that has become a tool to enhance her beauty. If they had to choose the most beautiful woman in this country, it would be her. Today I will earn a lot of money for my master. No, you don't have to worry about making money. We have enough money from killing the dragon, so let's prioritize your leveling. That's why I bought lots of food and water. Master. Kaed's eyes welled with tears of joy. Yesterday I made it so that she couldn't go up as much as she wanted to, so today I'm giving her more freedom. The stronger she is, the easier it will be for me. I will let her level up as much as she wants. When you reach the 4th floor, the difficulty level rises a little. The monsters that appear become much stronger. But compared to the adult Kaed, they were just weaklings. Wind gust. The gust of wind generated by the 2 iron fans makes the enemies fly. Quickly, she finishes them off with her freezing magic. Her current level is 50. The appropriate level for the 4th floor is 15, so this is just a walk in the park. I have so much free time that I can't help but yawn. Are you tired? Oh no, I was so busy this morning that I didn't go to bed until my usual time. I'm a little sleepy. You can use my lap as a pillow, Master, so please rest. I used my magic to disappear the remains of the skeletons I had just defeated. I laid down a blanket, Kaed sat on top of it, then indicated that I could rest my head on her lap. It's hard to say no to her when she's very happy. I will just lie down for a bit. Okay. I lie down, and place my head on her lap. The sweet aroma and the soft touch of her skin that I felt on my head, made my eyes close completely. I think I'm going to sleep better than usual. An explosion rumbled through the place. It suddenly woke me up. How long was I asleep? Master, I hope you slept well. Thank you. Yes, I did. Hey. There were numerous defeated skeletons around us. I don't know the total number, but it can't be more than 20. I looked at Kaed, and she was smiling happily. What was that? Those skeletons were about to attack us, so to save the master, I took care of them. I see. She stands up and gently cleans my body with her tail. It felt nice and fluffy coming in contact with my body. I wonder, what is this strange feeling? When I slept on her legs, it was as if my heart had been healed from everything. Maybe she has some special power too? Come to think of it, I haven't seen her stats properly. Hey? You want to see my stats? If you don't want me to see it, that's fine. I'm just curious. I'm your property, master. I'll be happy to show you. Kaed made the stats screen appear and turned it towards me. Skills? Probably due to an ability called Healing Wave. But it is a non-standard skill. I don't see anything strange, although some are rare. In particular, this increased power is a rare ability that once belonged to a very famous mage who made it into the history of mankind. This girl will be someone important. Can you see the abilities of others in the stats? It depends on the level. I haven't seen any unusual skills yet. So the saving skill is not yet identified. I was hoping to find out. Well, I have a pretty good idea of what works, so maybe I shouldn't bother investigating it. Do you want to keep moving forward? If my master wishes, I would like to. We still have enough supplies. We can move forward. We are heading to the 5th floor. Chapter 10, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 10. We arrived at the 10th floor. By then, Kaed had reached level 100. Chiachio. 10 goblins on top of some wolves were blocking the way. Kaed danced with her iron fans. Blizzard Blossom. Pish. The passage is covered with ice. Wind Slash. A strong gust of wind ran horizontally, splitting the goblin's body in half. That was very good, and raw. Not even Sane and his team could do something like this. You've been using your magic for a while now, are you sure you can keep going? Yes. Thanks to all my leveling up, I have much more magic now than I did before. Okay, but take it easy. If you get tired, let me know. Suddenly, multiple steps could be heard coming from down the hall. Another 20 goblins had just appeared. Perhaps this is the area where they live. Since we reached the 10th floor, many wolf-mounted goblins have appeared. Kaed felt that they were beginning to be too much trouble, so she unleashed a more powerful spell. Air Bullet. Countless bullets of compressed air pierced the goblins. They collapsed, looking like Swiss cheese. Such terrifying magic. I feel sorry for the goblins who received it. Kaed passed through the 10th level with some energy left over. We arrived at the 20th floor. Kaed's level is now 150. It seems that the level rise has slowed down. Maybe it's just my imagination. It took us a day to get here. Normally it would take us 3 days, but surprisingly, everything happened very quickly. Besides, both Kaed and I have extraordinary physical strength, so we came here without taking any kind of rest. However, as expected, after more than 24 hours, she began to feel a lot of mental fatigue. I suggested that we take a break and eat here quietly. Here you go. That's for you. Thank you very much. I held the bowl out and Kaed took it. Normally, the slave would prepare the food, but unfortunately, she can't cook well. So I took on that role, as I'm used to doing. Well, I had a lot of fun, so there's nothing to worry about. Delicious. The soup you make, master, is magnificent. Is it? Well, I have often been praised for my cooking skills. Her white tail wagged strongly. I wonder if that thing is linked to her emotions. I often see it move when she is happy. I will ask if I can touch it next time. Oh right, I need to ask her something first. Hey, is there such a thing as a trick for doing magic? The base is the important thing. If you know the spell, you can cast it under all sorts of conditions, but if you don't, it's hard to do. So if you imagine a flame, will it come out of the palm of your hand? Actually, it would be better to try wind or earth type spells first. Bashuan. A bright red flash appeared from my right hand and went through the ceiling. A red circle has formed that was heating the ceiling. A fiery sound was heard, and the molten stone dripped onto the floor. If you look closely through the hole in the ceiling, you can see a dim but starry sky. In other words, the flash of fire I released just passed through 19 floors. Neither of us bothered to open our mouths, so we resumed our meal in silence. It is better to forget what just happened. I didn't do anything. And neither of us saw what happened. I'd better follow Kaed's advice, and practice with the wind and the earth. That would be best. Finally, we arrived at the 29th floor. Kaed's level was now 200. No longer a surprise. In fact, I was so excited that I wondered why I was so desperate for a 2-digit number. The enemies that appeared on the 29th floor were all opponents that even my previous group had not seen. Cursed skeletons. Warrior orcs. Ghosts. Minotaurs. They were all frozen or cut into pieces before Kaed. In fact, the difference in levels was so big, even the monsters could tell. Just by seeing her, they start running. Then we found the stairs to the 30th floor, and headed down. This is the 30th floor. Still no sign of the enemy. You are right, it is unusually quiet. The 30th floor was too quiet. In front of the stairs, there is only one passage that stretches on ahead. I wonder if this is the lowest level. But I can't be sure because I've never seen it before. Stay alert. Yes. I have heard that there are rare but powerful enemies called boss in the dungeons. If one is on this floor, we'd better get ready. We continue slowly through the passage and out into a large room. In the center of the room floated a vaguely bright blue crystal, which seemed to be spinning, but only slightly. The crystal is the core. Indeed, we have reached the final floor. You did it. We finally made it through the dungeon. I wanted to tell the excited Kaed something like, no, I haven't done anything. It was all accomplished by my lovely slave. It's amazing that someone completed it on only their second attempt. I think it's the fastest time on record. Master, it's time for you to touch the core. You completed the dungeon, Kaed. You're the one who should do it. No, it is thanks to you, Master, that I have come this far. And since I am Master's property, all the credit goes to him. Since she's saying it like that, I'm going to accept her choice. Actually, it has always been my dream to touch the core of a dungeon. If you're an adventurer, you've probably wanted to get to the top floor of a dungeon and touch the core with your own hands at least once or twice. And how I'm an adventurer, and I've always wanted to do just that. Thank you, Kaed, for allowing me this. When I touch the blue crystal, it emits a dazzling light. Congratulations for clearing the Luntata labyrinth. You will now receive the following rewards. Notice, you will receive a Ring of Disguise X2 as your first reward. Notice, you will be given a dungeon. The glass shone dazzlingly, and my vision was tinted white. Master. What happened? We were at the bottom of a huge vertical hole. That big dungeon disappeared in an instant. Judging by the situation, we should have removed the dungeon, but I can't help but wonder where all those structures went. Hey? Master, since when do you wear a ring? A ring I don't recognize is stuck on the ring finger of my right hand. And if I looked closely, I could see the same thing on Kaed's right hand. It may be the disguise ring that I received as my first reward for touching the crystal. Master, this is incredible. Do you know what it is? It seems that you can disguise your status by wearing this ring. Also, the ring itself has a level, and it seems that the more you wear it, the higher it will be. When I asked for details, it seems that you can raise it to level 3, and at level 1 you can disguise your status, at level 2 you can disguise your appearance, and at level 3 you can disguise your status and appearance simultaneously in front of any opponent. A very convenient tool for me while trying to figure out what to do with my status. I will be very happy to use it. Let's get out of here. Yes. Using rocks protruding from the hole's sides as a support point, we jumped up repeatedly. As soon as we reached the surface, we saw the remains of the dungeon. It's a huge hole, but there didn't seem to be any buildings remaining in it. It seems that they were pushed into the area where the dungeon used to be. Fortunately, it is midnight and there are no residents making a fuss about this situation. We should get out of here before everyone notices. Kaed and I left town that same night. Chapter 11. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 11. It has been 2 days since we left Luntada. We are making our way through the mountains. My goal is to reach the next city, Inark. It's a journey with no particular purpose, but I had some things I wanted to do. One of them is to visit places of interest. It is said that an advanced civilization once flourished in the world. The people who built the civilization were called the Great Race. It is still not clear why the civilization became extinct and disappeared, but remains of that time remain in many places. I wanted to take a look at those ancient ruins. After all, ruins are romantic, right? It's natural for a man to want to see incredible things done by incredible people. Since we are going on a long journey, we can't miss the sightseeing tours. Besides, the gourmet food of each place. Eating local delicacies is one of the best parts of traveling. Kaed, does your body hurt anymore? I am completely cured. Yesterday I finished taking the medicine, and from now on I will dedicate all my energy to helping the master. Kaed moved her ears with an expression full of motivation. That body I first saw when I was weak is nowhere to be found. On the contrary, it has grown so much that it is difficult to look at it. By the way, we are currently disguised as status and our level is around 30. If someone were to look at us with a scroll of appreciation or an ability to value, we would be like any ordinary adventurer. By the way, Master, what is the name of our group? A name? We are. I hadn't thought of that. It's usually the first thing I think about. I wonder what kind of name would be good. How about Manga Brigade? And it'll just be you and me, right? Maybe more people will join us, like you and me. I see. I agree with that. Kaed seems to be happy with the idea. And with this, we are a B-rank group, the Manga Brigade. The purpose of the party, as its name suggests, is to wander. We're going to take a quiet walk around the world. And if we find a place that we like, you can plant our roots there. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you, how did you become a slave, Kaed? Wait. What is it? In the middle of the conversation, Kaed points forward. One of the chariots was surrounded by bandits. Let's help. Yes. I knocked one of the men down with a blow to the head without drawing my sword. Kaed was also very agile and put one of the men to sleep with a single blow. Who the hell are those? Hey, get those two. The leader of the bandits gave the order, then many started coming towards us. Hey. He exhaled with great intensity, and all the bandits were amazed, and then all of them turned in the air and crashed into the trees with such force that they were unconscious. Kaed also burst the tips of the bandits' chins with her iron fan being closed. They fell unconscious by the tremor that shook their brains. We defeated 10 opponents in less than a minute. They were no match for us. Their levels are about 10. They are very weak. Is everyone okay there? A few moments later the door to the carriage opened. I don't know who they are, but thank you very much for your help. It was a woman in a pink dress. Her golden hair flowed softly like silk threads, and her slightly drooping eyebrows gave her a soft impression. Also, what is striking is her big breasts. Every time she moved, they swayed so much that my eyes were involuntarily attracted to them. Master. With a pale face, Kaed was surprised. No, you can't blame me. I saw her involuntarily. Anyone who had seen her would also have been mesmerized by her breasts. The woman bowed her head as if she didn't understand our interaction. She looks like a noble lady, and I'm glad I wasn't rude. I can't tell you that I was distracted because she has big breasts. Kaed approaches me with a little moan. Sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. My name is Marianne, daughter of Count Roanne. I would like to thank you for saving me from those bandits. I am Toru, an adventurer, and this is Kaed, my slave. So, Toru-sama. Marianne looked at me with a vague expression on her face. It is uncomfortable. She is staring me in the face. I wonder if there's something wrong with my face. She shuddered and suddenly took my hand. Why don't you come with me to the mansion? I'd like to reward you. You can both come with me in the carriage. Hey. She squeezed my hand and took me with her into the carriage. Count Roanne is the lord of the next city we're going to, and his daughter is a kind of princess. Oh man, I'm getting nervous all of a sudden. I've always been bad with aristocrats. I have to make sure I don't get into any trouble with them. I'm so surprised at you too. You're so strong. Well, not so much. Yes, we are. After all, the master is the chosen one. The chosen one? Chosen for what? Hey, don't say things like that. Suddenly, Marianne showed a strange interest in me. Of course, I thought I saw his eyes light up. Where was Toru-sama going? We were on our way to an arc before we ran into you. So, it seems that it was convenient for both of us to have them invited to my home. If you want, you can stay over tonight. No, thank you very much for the invitation, but I cannot abuse your hospitality. You're wrong. He looked at the person next to him. A quiet woman in a maid's uniform with slanted eyes. She was Marianne's maid. She took one look at Kaed and me and didn't say a word. Somehow, I think she's trying to say, if that's your wish, miss. From the looks of it, it won't be a problem for us commoners to stay there. To tell you the truth, I only once wanted to spend a night in a nobleman's mansion. I can take this opportunity to experience it. I wouldn't mind, but what do you think, Kaed? I will follow my master wherever he goes. So you are free to decide. Well, then, I think we have an agreement. We'll do our best to entertain you tonight, so please look forward to it. He was full of expectations. I'm sure there will be a feast like you've never seen before. And a luxurious, fluffy futon that you can't get at an inn. It will be a lot of fun. I can't stop being excited and excited at the same time. Here we are, in the city. Hoodoo. We were able to see the beautiful city from the window. Picturesque buildings lined the street, and it seemed to have developed considerably. This is Inark, the city of ruins. It is a city famous for tourism where many buildings from the time of the gods are preserved. We will enjoy it to the fullest as the Manjaiho Brigade. When we entered the city in the chariot, multiple leftovers moved through the underground. They were demons with malicious intentions. The light that shone in their eyes indicated that they were mocking us. Humans of Yurnik, fear the servants of the Demon King. Ha 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 ha. Disaster is imminent. Chapter 12. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 12. The city of Inark is full of picturesque and elegant buildings. On the main street, you can see a wide variety of stores, and I was fascinated by the people coming and going. The carriage passes through the heart of the city and goes directly to the deepest mansion. Once we arrived at the mansion, we entered the grounds through a large metal door. The well-marked path is so long that it is hard to believe that it is in a garden, and the lush trees cover it on both sides. When you think about the fact that you still can't see the mansion, you can't even imagine how big it is. This is the mansion of a nobleman. For me, who grew up as a commoner, it was something overwhelming. It's quite a big courtyard. Really? I think this is still one of the smallest of the upper class. Oh, but I have heard that our family has the largest mansion among the many count families. I see. There's no standard, so there's no way to compare them. If this is what you mean by small, I will believe you. I guess the world we live in is different from the world of the nobility. There it is. Finally, I could see the mansion through the window. It was a sturdy, ornate stone building. It has an elegant appearance even from a distance and suggests that a nobleman resides in it. Also, its gigantic size with 3 floors is overwhelming. Kaed should be surprised to see this, so I turned to look at her, but as soon as I saw her face, I didn't notice any change. In fact, she seems quite disconcerted by my reaction. Maybe she's not interested in nobility. Or she had so much money that this looks like a normal house to her. I'd like to believe that it's the former. The carriage stops at the entrance with a fountain. Immediately a person set up the stairs and opened the door. Marianne puts her feet on the ground with grace. She is a lady after all. Her every move is very elegant. Come on, Toru-sama. Well. Marianne takes the lead and enters the mansion. Welcome home, young lady. Sebas, is my father here? He's in his study, doing his job. Thank you. She exchanged words with the butler and then went up the stairs. A servant introduced himself to her and then bowed. I'm sorry it took me so long to introduce myself. I am the personal servant of Marianne-sama, Uera. I will now escort you to your rooms, so please follow me. I am Toru. Pleased to meet you. I am Kaed. Uera took us to a large room, with a big bed and a big carpet. If it were an inn, it would be a space where 4 people could stay, but it seems to be a place just for me. I would be more relaxed if I stayed in the same room as my master. I'm afraid that's not possible. Marianne has asked me to prepare a separate private room for the 2 of you. If you have any requests, please consult Marianne. Then I have no choice. Kaed quietly entered the room next door. Being alone in the room, I look at the bed again. I have to. Yahoo! I jump into the bed and my body bounces very gently. Springs inside the mattress make it softer to jump into the bed. It feels so good. I've always wanted to try a nobleman's bed. It's as soft as they say. And it smells so good. I'm glad I saved Marianne, although it was a matter of fate rather than choice. Fufu, you seem to be enjoying it very much. Whoa. Marianne was standing at the door. At what point? My face got very red with embarrassment. She saw me behaving like a child. I'd like to give Toru-sama a tour of the city, but he looks very busy. No, it's okay. I was thinking of going out anyway. Perfect. I'll wait here a moment. I'll call Kaed-san. He bent over very gently and left the room. I can't wait to do some sightseeing. I want to buy a lot of things. We left the mansion with Marianne as our guide, and Uera as our companion, and were able to walk freely around the city. This is a remnant of a structure built by the Great Race. A crumbling stone wall suddenly appears in the city. His face was carved on the wall, and Marianne smiled at him happily. But would it not be careless to have only Uera as a companion? She is the daughter of a lord. Uera answered my question. Lady Marianne is loved by the citizens here. Anyone who dares to think about harming her will be captured by the people around her. Besides, she has me with her. You have a lot of confidence in yourself, don't you? I've been an S-ranking adventurer for some time now. When I looked at the face on the wall again, I saw Kaed and Marianne peeking out of the holes in her face. These two get along very well. Kaed-san, that store has a great reputation for having the most delicious sweets. Master, I want to try them. Kaed's eyes shone after telling me those words. Oh, honey, you may look like an adult, but inside, you're still a child. I handed her the leather bag containing the money. Will you give me everything? No, it's just a small amount that's in this bag, but you can use it however you want. Thank you. In case you are wondering, I'm saving money for her. You never know what might happen in the future. And especially at this time, I want to strive to be a good master for her. Because maybe, the day will come when she will want to go away alone. I'm willing to free her from slavery if she ever wants to. After all, there is only one thing I want. And that is to fill the hole that is in my heart and feel relief again. When that is accomplished, and I am satisfied with myself, I am sure I will not have the need to get another slave. And it will be the day I forget Sane and Lisa. I will live a peaceful life. Toru-sama, look there. Wow, that's a big statue. It was a stone statue in the shape of a man standing in the center of the city. He wore heavy armor and held a sword in a heroic pose. That is the image of my father when he was young, the lord of this city. It embarrasses him, but I am proud to say that it is a very beautiful symbol. Yes, I think it is also a beautiful statue. Oh, you understand, Toru-sama. I've been working with the people of the city to create this statue for my father's birthday. The ground was shaking slightly. Could it be an earthquake? The tremor gradually gets bigger and the stone statue breaks with a roar. Ho-oh-ay-ay-ay. A strange growl and countless tentacles began to reach the people from a drifting cloud of sand. My lady. One of them tangled his tentacles with Marianne and dragged her into the cloud. The three of us were trapped in the middle without being able to move. There was a big hole where the stone statue used to be. Apparently, the enemy entered through the underground and kidnapped people at random. We don't know what he's after, but I bet if we chase him right away, we can get Marianne back in one piece. My lady, now I'm coming for you. I grabbed Urera by the arm before she jumped into the hole. Wait, we're coming with you. And what can you do? If you're going to look for her, you'd better have all the help you can get. And you know what we are capable of. You cannot refuse. You're right, so let's hurry. We have to rescue Marianne and the others. Urera agreed with my proposal, and Kaed nodded her head to indicate that she agreed with my idea. I don't know who did this, but I will make sure she regrets interrupting my tour of the city. The three of us approached the hole and looked inside. Where does this lead? Probably to the subway ruins. Actually, the city is built on top of huge ruins. So, there's a maze down there. Kaed, will we be able to find it? No problem. I've already captured Marianne's roam. So, you can also track her down. That's my beautiful slave. Let's jump. Yes. I follow you. And the three of us jumped into the hole. Chapter 13. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 13. The hole has a depth of 15 meters. The moment we land, we immediately put our backs into it and look around. Orb of light. Kaed created a sphere of light using her magic. We discovered that we were in a huge chamber made of stone. There are two huge stone statues of people on either side of the area that seems to be an entrance. The old and dilapidated state of the chamber was made noticeable because of the dust in the place. Besides that, there was a lot of debris around the place. Is that silt? On the ground there were traces of something slimy. These must be the tracks of the creature that took Marianne. If we follow the tracks, we should be able to find her. I'll go ahead. Kaed, you stay in the middle and keep your light magic going. Urera, you guard the rear. Yes, master. Understood. I draw my sword, and we advance quickly. As long as we don't know where the attackers are or what they are up to, we should act calmly. Only after finding the enemy can we act more freely. Be careful, there's a hole. The structure of the ruins is very fragile. Some were crumbling, and I often saw plant roots going through the walls. Moreover, this place is as intricate as a dungeon, and although it is not very solid, it seems to be inhabited by demons. I ask Urera as we run through a narrow, dimly lit corridor. How big is this place? Well, I've been down here a few times, and there are 4 levels that I know of. But I don't know what kind of things might be living here. These ruins are extremely massive. Kaed, do you still have Marianne's scent? It's in the same direction as the slime trail. It may be a demon, but how far does it plan to go? Please don't let it be a place where all the demons are. Gugya. Get out of the way. A goblin suddenly jumps out from the rubble, and I cut it down with one blow. I have no time for your small fry. If you don't want to die, embrace your fear and stay out of my sight. Kaed uses her magic to freeze several slimes that crawled on the floor. Urera shoots some poisonous needles and kills some bug monsters that came out of the ground. You are very good. What is your job? Assassin. Being an assassin is an unusual job, isn't it? And from what I've seen, she seems to be at a decent level. That girl Marianne, she has a very lovely appearance, and a lot of people around her. She really didn't need us to take down those bandits. The smell is getting stronger. It's close by. All right, get ready. A long passage led us to a bridge over a large waterway. At the end of the bridge there was a large, closed gate. The silt seemed to continue beyond that gate. Surely Marianne and the rest of the kidnapped townsfolk are there. Zazazazaza. Multiple footsteps are heard, and armed demons appear from both sides, lined up in front of the door. They all had great physiques, well-marked muscles, and horns on their heads. You humans were very stupid to come here. You will have the pleasure of dying by our hands. The demon that was speaking began to give instructions to the rest of the demons, so he must be their commander. The rest of them shouted and drew their curved swords one after another. So, all this was the work of the demons. I have heard that the appearance of the Demon King has caused the activities of the demons to rise. But I never imagined that their base would be in a place like this. Wall of ice. Kaed began to move her iron fence to create 2 walls of ice. A straight path to the door formed in front of me. Master, we'll take care of this. Please save Lady Marianne. I nodded silently at their words. I need to save Marianne as soon as possible. I am counting on you, Kaed and Urera. I ran down the road while clenching my fist to knock on the door. Gufufu, it seems that my pet's food has finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. In the middle of the vast room, there was a large slime monster that was probably 4 meters high. It has countless tentacles coming out of its back, and has more than 10 people hanging from it. So, you're the brilliant mind behind it all. In front of the monster there was a semi-demon, large and strong. The aura emanating from him was incomparable to that of the soldiers I saw before. There is no need to think about it much. This guy is the strongest one here. What was your purpose? Why did you attack the city? I don't have to tell you, but since I'm someone very nice, I'll tell you a secret. What? The tentacles of the monster reached out quickly and wrapped around me, then it lifted me up into the air. This city is connected to the border city through a subway channel. If I manage to take over the border city, and at the same time Anarch, it will be much easier to take over this country. However, I have to get rid of the lords who live there. So, the reason you kidnapped Marianne was to make the Count of Anarch succumb to your power. Exactly. If such a beautiful girl is taken hostage, no one would try to do something as stupid as to claim her by force. Phew. Did he kidnap her and hurt the city's inhabitants because of something like that? There is no room for forgiveness. Ha ha ha. What's with that face? Can't you forgive me? Do you want to kill me? You're going to die, you and every other human in this city. I ripped the tentacle off with all my might, and fell to the ground. How pathetic is that? You think you are going to stop me with that? Are you an idiot? I'm a level 70 demon, you think you have a chance. You just made the worst mistake of your life. Oh yeah? And what would that be? You made me angry. Little by little I moved forward. The monster was taking steps backwards, his gaze denoting that he was not afraid. Explosives, activate. More than 20 miniature explosives began to activate around me and exploded. The explosion echoed through the room and the impact violently shook the place. I thought this would be over quickly since I was good at hand-to-hand combat, but I guess I was wrong. I can't even get close enough to give him his due. At any moment he can activate his cloud ability and escape. Impossible. For you to be unharmed. You are a monster. Hey, coming from you, those words are hurtful. I'm a person. Damn it. Explosion, explosion, explosion. The magic released successively shook all the underground ruins. A roar reverberated and the debris fell from the ceiling. In the room, a great deal of black smoke moved like a mist. Gufu, Fu, I doubt you'll be alive after this. TOC, TOC, TOC. E. The sound of my footsteps frightened the demon away. When he saw me walking slowly behind the smoke, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He kept going back, but this time faster. Are you satisfied? Hey, who are you? Don't tell me you're the hero we've heard about. No, I'm just an ordinary warrior. You're lying. Now, let's get this over with. I run across the room very quickly and draw my sword. Slash. The bodies of the demon and the slime monster fell to the ground as if they were tree trunks cut off from the stump. The captive townsfolk are freed from the tentacles and fall to the ground. I quickly extend my arms to catch Marianne before she falls to the ground. She is unconscious, although it appears that she's otherwise uninjured. Master, we have taken care of the demon soldiers. Good work. Kaed entered the room. I had faith that she would make it. My lady. Urera arrives a bit later and approaches Marianne, who is lying on the floor. It seems that she is also unharmed, although her clothes are a little torn. Don't worry, she's just unconscious. Thank you very much. It would have been difficult for me to rescue her by myself. But thanks to Toru-sama and Kaed-san, the young lady is safe. Urera bows to us. Still, it is good that this whole situation was resolved without anyone dying. By the way, how do we get the rest of them out of here? Well, we could drag them out. I take a rope from my luggage and tie their hands and feet one by one, and then join them together on the same rope. This way, I can get them all out with one simple pull. Come on, let's head back up. Yes. Those people don't look so good. I dragged them carelessly to the surface. Chapter 14. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 14. When we returned to the surface, we were very well received by the inhabitants. No one was killed, and the damage was minimal. At best, one of the people we rescued fell hard on their ass. It seems that no one liked that the statue of the Lord was smashed, but all things will break one day. Also, many abandoned the idea that we were responsible after we returned with the citizens and the Lord's daughter. When we returned to the mansion, we were welcomed by the Lord, Count Rohan. He has a slim but toned body and a sincere look. However, he also emanates a lot of dignity. Marianne. Father. At the entrance to the mansion, father and daughter hugged each other tightly and were happy to be reunited. Toru-sama is amazing. He defeated one of the Demon King's servants with ease. A servant of the Demon King? Are you sure? He was one of the 6 generals. It seems that he was the weakest, but he was still one of the most important. I see. So they are starting to move. To be honest, he was too weak. How strong do you have to be one of the 6 generals? Growl. Suddenly, my stomach began to growl. Come to think of it, I haven't had lunch today. After all that exercise, I feel even hungrier than usual. The Count set his sights on us. You are the adventurer who saved my daughter's life. I would like to express my deepest gratitude once again, not once, but twice. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that Marianne is well. It's true, I can't imagine what would have happened if Toru-sama hadn't arrived on time. I guess this time we got lucky. All this happened because I met her on the road, and that way I was able to stay with her. It makes you wonder if all this happened because of a series of unfortunate events. Otherwise, she wouldn't be alive right now. Father, please, we have to give Toru-sama a grand reward. Allowing him to simply stay in the mansion does not make me feel comfortable, and the citizens will not accept it either. Of course. I will make sure that my daughter's saviors are well rewarded, and so will my people, but I am not sure what would please Toru Dano. I think a mansion and a knighthood would be more appropriate. My lord, forgive my intrusion. Uera interrupts the count, and then looks at me. Was the demon you defeated truly one of the 6 generals? If so, then that changes things completely. Toru-sama, do you plan to go to the capital? Yes. Why do you ask? I see. Let's write a letter right now. A letter? What's going on? Uera also approaches Marianne and speaks to her privately. After listening to her, she looked at me and smiled. As for me, I don't want a knighthood or a mansion. I want to travel around the world without rushing, and I don't like the idea of staying in one place. I'll be happy even if I don't get a reward. Toru Dano, you can stay as long as you want. I'm going to let Marianne continue to guide you through the city. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to. The count re-entered the mansion very quickly. Dinner that night was a great feast, and the table was full of a variety of dishes. The highlight was a steak, and a mountain of fruit. I had never had such a thick, rich soup before. It's amazing how well a chef can make something so delicious with pumpkins. Look, you've got a little bit near your mouth. Oh. I wiped the sauce off Kaed's cheek with my finger and then licked it off. Her face turned deep red. Thank you. She's grown a lot, and now she's strong. But she's still a child. Sometimes I wonder if she has recovered from her illness, and I even have doubts if she is uncomfortable with this trip with me. Toru-sama, what are you going to do tomorrow? If you plan to continue with tourism, I can help you. Marianne's words make me stop and think about my options. After all, I'm a little curious. I was wondering if I might have permission to explore the subway ruins. Why are you interested in such a place? As an adventurer, I am curious. It's like an unexplored dungeon. The ruins in this city are big and interesting. But I would like to explore the subterranean ones that are still intact. A subterranean ruin left behind by a great race of mysterious people. No matter how you look at it, it's full of mystery, which tickles a man's curiosity. And like any adventurer, I am also interested in treasure. I see. In that case, it would be useless to stop you. Then I will accompany you. It is the only way I can accept your request. My lady. You are also coming with me. My lady. Uera, who had been waiting nearby, reacted in a rather confused manner. That is something I can understand. Your beloved lady is about to go to a dangerous place from which she was just rescued. As her bodyguard, it is natural to want to stop her. As for me, I would prefer not to go with Marianne, but the subterranean ruins are under the control of the Count, and normally no one is allowed to enter without permission. I have no choice but to accept her conditions if I want to explore the ruins. Kaed, however, seems to be against it. It wouldn't be the first time. In other words, it's a sign that you are trying to do something dangerous. But I have no other choice. I accept, Marianne. But there's something we have to clear up. You'll be protected by Kaed and Uera at all times. I will take care of any problems that come up during the exploration. And if a situation arises in which your life is in danger, we will withdraw immediately. Do you agree with that? Yes, I agree. My lady. I hope you know what you are doing. In the end, Urera seems to disagree. Marianne seems to be the kind of person who does not listen to wise advice. That is what Urera's words imply. When the sun came up, we were in front of the mansion. Everyone was preparing and ready to leave. Urera was wearing a black suit instead of her maid uniform. And Marianne was wearing a full piece of armor. Why are you dressed like that? When I told my father about today, he said, I know you will be safe with Torodano, but just in case, take this with you. The Count is overprotective in a strange way. I thought that the Count would be demanding and would not allow her to accompany us. In that case I was planning to talk to the Count directly. When someone offers you his daughters so easily, you begin to wonder if there is more to it than meets the eye. No, no, no. To doubt someone is not a good thing. I know Count Rohan won't like hearing this from me, but that armor is no good. In an emergency, you'd have to run on your own, and that's when it will be a hindrance rather than a help. I see, then I'll take it off. Nodding in disappointment, Marianne entered the mansion. She appeared later, dressed in light armor. At her waist was a thin sword, and she wore a hooded cape. It looks like a pretty good outfit. If she had something like that, I would have liked her to come with it from the beginning. I'm sure it was hard to say no to her father. We arrived at a closed staircase near the center of town. It seems that it was true that you can't go down without permission. If I had come down on my own, I would have been caught. Marianne took out the key and opened the door. By the way, the large hole that remains in place of the stone statue is being restored at a rapid pace, and it is not possible to get near it. Above all, I hesitated to go down that height with Marianne in my arms. So this time, we will use the stairs, which is the safest way. Come on. Let the adventure begin. My lady. She makes it seem like she wanted to explore that place. It is what expresses the look of happiness on her face. Packy. We were walking down a long flight of stairs when I thought I heard a familiar sound. Chapter 15. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Beyond the top of the stairs was a dimly lit stone passage. Some of the walls were crumbling and the debris was evident. The air was humid and stale. Marianne pulled out a map, and Kaed quickly created an orb of light. Most of the first and second floors have already been explored. So the place to go is the third floor onwards. There are also a few danger zones, so please be careful. How dangerous are these places? To be exact, there are 2 areas that are very deteriorated and are inhabited by demons. We have not yet been able to explore them. I see. If we go to the next few floors, there's a good chance we'll find demons lurking around. We'd better ignore those and hurry down the stairs. That doesn't mean we have to limit ourselves, though. The chances of finding treasure should be greater if we explore this place for several days. It is decided. Today we explore the danger zones. But to ensure Marianne's safety, I will be the only one who goes in there. I'm sure I can put up a good fight. I wonder what the Count would think about what you just said. Ugh. I understand. Marianne bowed her head and nodded. Urera felt relieved and placed her hand on her chest. We started walking and decided to head to the nearest danger zone first. By the way, what's the name of the group? Menya Brigade. Phew, I can tell Toru-sama made it up. You can. I bowed my head, wondering what that meant. Kaed walks up and stands beside me. Master, there's a strong smell of demons ahead. Can you evaluate them from here? They're a group of mushroom-type demons. Their evaluation ability is very surprising. It can be used to search for enemies, and even detect the true identity of targets. We continue along the corridor and reach the danger zone. There, more than 100 walking mushrooms were crowded together, and newly grown ones were sticking their tops out of the walls and the floor. The spores of the walking mushrooms are poisonous, so we cannot approach them without care. Maybe it'd be better to leave this place and go to another area? No, I think I can do this now. After all, I am level 300. I should be able to resist most poisons. You three stay here. I'll go alone from behind. Be careful. Kaed shook her fluffy tail. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest, making her breasts rise. This sight seems to work better than any mushroom poison. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Don't take too many risks, Toru-sama. I know you're strong, but you shouldn't be too confident because of that. I see. Marianne says those words to me as she grabs my arm. Her plentiful breasts rested on either side of my arm, their soft sensation making my brain stop thinking. Madam, you are right. Thank you very much. I rushed to kill all the mushrooms. Except for the poison, they are weak demons and are no match for me. If you step on them, they will be crushed. In a matter of minutes, all the walking mushrooms were eliminated. It seems that the poison has no effect on me. Perhaps draconoids are a strong race after all. I went to the back and found a stone door. Upon pushing it open, it gave way to a small room. There were bottles, boxes and lots of garbage inside. Is it all rotten? No, it looks like it can still be used. I pick up a bottle and rub its surface with my fingers. The liquid inside is crystalline and does not smell rotten. But what is it? Some kind of medicine? It is said that restorative medicines of great purity can be found in ruins, even if rarely, so I guess it is the same kind of medicine. It would be great if it was a healing elixir for all kinds. Well, maybe it's nothing special, not everything can be good. When I went back, the girls were happy to see me. How is it, Master? Was there something in the back? I found some things. There's this bottle, it seems to be some sort of elixir. There was also a locked box that seems to be promising. I didn't know there were still objects on this floor. Well done, Toru-sama. Marianne-san, you are standing a bit too close to my master. Kaed pulls Marianne away from me by pulling her arms. I can't help but feel disappointed. The feeling of softness and warmth has disappeared. Suddenly, I feel a sharp look and my consciousness returns. Kaed looked at me with a scowl. What? My master is mine. I see. Is she angry? Well, I don't really understand a woman's feelings. Toru-sama, you need to show some male discipline. I suppose. Uraira looked at me with narrowed eyes. What the hell is going on? There are 3 danger zones on the 2nd floor, one of which we have already completed. We went down to the 2nd floor and opened the map again to know where to go. There are danger zones here and here. And here is an area that hasn't been investigated yet. I guess this area is not much bigger than the 2nd floor. I was wondering, does this place belong to the old race? According to one theory, it was a subterranean fortress. It is not clear what kind of enemies they were fighting, but a lithograph has been found that describes the defense at this site. Kaed and I said wow in unison, as we were impressed. If it is a subterranean fortress that resembles a dungeon, then what exactly is a dungeon? So far I've immersed myself in them as a matter of course, but when I think about it, those structures are full of mystery, aren't they? The other day, the dungeon we explored simply disappeared. I wonder where it went. By the way, Toru-sama, it's about time you taught me how to fight. Really? Not only I, but also Kaed and Uraira were surprised. I looked to Uraira for confirmation, but she shook her head vigorously. The agreement was that we would come if you would join us, but you didn't say anything about teaching you to fight. Just a little bit, please. I am tired of being protected by Uraira and rescued by Toru-sama. I am tired of being a weak girl. But, please. Please. She hugged me and pressed her chest against mine. I managed to keep my mind from turning to mush at the feel of her breasts against mine and focused on what I should do. If you want to get stronger, I can do it with my skills. But the problem is that you could get hurt. If something were to happen, it would be irreparable. The story would be different if there was at least one way to heal the wound. It can't be helped. Since Master is in this situation, I will make an effort to heal Marianne's wounds if she gets hurt. Can you heal wounds? Yes, my healing waves can easily remove even the toughest wounds. So there would be no problem? As a servant of the crown, I strongly oppose it. If anything should happen to the young lady, I'm glad you feel that way, Urera. But this decision was made with the future in mind. There is no guarantee that the demons will not attack again, and I have to become stronger in order to help my father. My lady. She is certainly right. If you have great physical strength, you are less likely to be caught by the enemy, and if you have a high level, you will not be hurt easily. You can even avoid situations like this. Let's train you, Marianne. Packy. Packy. A sound interrupted my words. Notice, since the LVL of labor savings has reached the upper limit, it will be paid when you move up the rank. Notice, payment has been updated due to the effect of the skill effect up. Notice, you have acquired the job title Dragon Knight. Notice, you have acquired the job title Master Tamer. Notice, you have acquired the job title Imitator. Notice, you have acquired the job title Great Thief. Chapter 16, The Warrior Exploring the Ruins. Packy, 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 packy. The sound of breaking glass echoed inside me. Notice, your labor savings has reached the upper limit, so your payment will be updated. Notice, the payout has been improved by the effect of the up skill. Notice, you have obtained the job title Dragon Knight. Notice, you have obtained the position of Master Tamer. Notice, you have acquired the position of Imitator. Notice, you have acquired the job of Grand Thief. Notice, your job saving skill has been damaged. It will take some time to repair. The words appeared in a row before me. Concerning the matter of my experience points savings, the number was doubled and paid, but it appears that my efforts were graded and returned. The problem is the effort itself. Speaking of job titles, isn't Dragon Knight a super rare, high-ranking job like a paladin? I have a serious headache. In addition, I've gained the highest rank of the Tamer class, Master Tamer, as well as the highest rank of the Thief class, Grand Thief. If I had one of those, I'd be some kind of hero. But I don't know what an imitator, as in, a copycat, is. It's a job I've never seen before. It is best not to use it carelessly until you ask an expert. I opened the status and checked it. LVL 300 NAME, Toru Ibn age, 25 years old, sex, male, race, Dragonoid, job, warrior, Dragon Knight, Master Tamer, Imitator, Grand Thief. Skills. Damage reduction, LVL 50, body enhancement, LVL 50. Experience savings, under repair. Magic saving, under repair. Skill experience, in restoration. Labor savings, under restoration. Skill savings, LVL 48. Up skill effect, LVL 50. Magic balance, LVL 50. Authority, LVL 3. Dungeon, X1. Hey? What is this authority? I'm not familiar with it, no matter how much I try racking my head about it. I don't think it was there when I last checked my status. In the text you can see that it has some kind of authority in the dungeon, but it does not give any information regarding what it means. I wonder if it has anything to do with that missing dungeon? I will look into it when I have more time. For now, I'll concentrate on exploring this dungeon. Master, what is it? It's nothing. Anyway, I understand what you want, Marianne. If you want to grow stronger, I will teach you. I add, however, you are not to do anything rash, and you are to listen to everything I say. As soon as I tell you to back off, you back off. That's the deal. I understand. I would also like to ask if I can be a member of your group. Of course, Not forever. I would like to be a part of your group for as long as you are in town. Urara nods to her words. In other words, the two will be temporary members from now on. I don't think it was necessary for her to force me to accept it, but I suppose it's a sign of sincerity on her part. Well then, let's head for the next danger zone. All right. And so we went on our way. We got to the second danger zone, but found nothing there. All we got were demonic materials and medicinal plants at best. However, there was a lot of leveling up. Marianne was able to level up. He fought in several battles with Urara's support. Marianne started out as a level 6. However, now she's level 36. Her level was growing at an unusual speed. Of course, the cause of this was my up experience point doubling / general skill. Wow, this is amazing. My level has risen again. Me too, my lady. I used to be level 50 and now I'm level 70. It's almost shocking to see my level go up so easily. The two were getting greedier and pushing further and further forward. I know how they feel. At those levels, they already qualify to be part of the heroes group. Especially for Marianne, who until recently was a damsel in distress who had to be protected. Kaed smiles at the situation. What? No, I wonder if I was like that too. That's right. I think it was worse for you. Master. Kaed laughed, but at that moment she was already greedily chasing after the enemy. Of course I know exactly what I'm doing. She was trying hard to be strong for me. That was just a little teasing. By the way, Master, I think we'd better get back to the surface. I think so too. What do you think, Marianne? I think we'd better take a look at the unexplored areas, since we still have some time left. There might be some valuable objects there. Certainly, with Marianne as she is now, the return time should be considerably reduced. The unexplored area is close by. It would be a sufficient distance just to look inside. That is why we decided to continue our search. That's where it goes from here. Marianne points to a hallway in the back. Although this is an unexplored area, it is merely a continuation of the same scenario as before. Unlike the dangerous area, there don't appear to be any monsters. I'm walking ahead, with Marianne and Urara right behind me. Kaed is positioned at the rear. Walking together, we continued onward and soon reached a dead end. Looks like it was a waste of time, my lady. I'm sorry. The two kept chattering, but I kept my eyes on the wall. Something seemed slightly odd. I had a very strange feeling. This is probably an instinct of the newly acquired Great Thief skill. My observation skills have improved more than ever and it is possible to discover even the most irregular details. Master. Quiet. I put my ear to the wall and tapped it lightly. Knock, knock. The sound is light. The other side is probably hollow. I check to see if the wall slides to one side. But it is firmly fixed and there is no sign of movement. I have no choice but to tear it apart. Back, all three of you. I pushed everyone back and hit the wall very hard. In an instant, the stone wall shattered and, in the blink of an eye, a passage behind the wall appeared. The passage itself is very short and a door can be seen just beyond. I went ahead, opened the door and peeked inside. It looks like a room. It smells like dust. Kaed and I enter first, with Marianne and Urara right behind us. The room was quite large and had several items that appeared to be relics in storage. I picked up a sword I saw and pulled it out of its sheath. The blade of the sword looked like a mirror. I could see my face reflected in it. The metal used was unknown. It didn't appear rusty and looked like it could still perform well. The scary thing is if this sword could be found anywhere. If this is a tool that was mass-produced, then the ancient species must have possessed a frightening amount of knowledge and technology. No, I'm sure they did. Master, please come here. I was called by Kaed and walked towards her. She was bent over and looking at something. Likewise, I also bent down. What are those? I think they're eggs. Well, this is a place that's been abandoned for a long time. There can't be live eggs in a place like this. I think so too. What kind of eggs are they? There were 2 eggs placed on a pedestal. Their colors were white and purple. Their surface was elastic to the touch. The white egg was smooth, while the purple one felt unusual. This is the first time in my life that I have ever seen eggs like these. Kaed, who possesses appraisal skills, explored their identity. Do you know what they are yet? It looks like these are beast eggs. What? They're like creatures created by an ancient species. It seems they were mainly used to assist people, but also, they could be used for combat. Did the Great Race even create living beings? These relics of a bygone era look like something out of a dream. The creatures are in a state of suspension so as to prolong their lifespan for a long time. You will be happy to hear that you can reanimate them and make a contract with the creatures if you pour in a large amount of magical power. According to Kaed, as soon as the eggs are awakened and blood is spilt on them, the beasts are born. Once awake, the creatures will recognize the owner of the blood as their master and will obey any command. It is a very intriguing story. I'm not sure what kind of creatures could hatch from eggs created many years ago, but I'm curious. I'll wake them up. I poured my magic power into the white egg first. Chapter 17. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 17. I poured my magic power into the white beast egg. There was a feeling as if my magic was being rapidly absorbed, like a cloth soaking up water. All right, wake up quickly. 60 seconds later. 5 minutes later. 15 minutes later. All this time and still nothing. How long is it going to go on like this? It's been dormant for a long time, and I think it's a creature that originally possessed a lot of magical power. You mean it will take a while for it to regain its full power? Looking at Marianne and the others, they were busy storing their relics using magic storage. Forgive me, Count, I am using your daughter to steal things from ancient civilizations. And of course, the same goes for Urera. When Marianne noticed my gaze, she wiped her sweat with her dirty hands and smiled. I hope you don't mind. I'm quite fond of this kind of work, and I'd like to have more access to the various relics. Fufu, the young lady likes antiques. You're just like your father, my lady, but I'm sure if you keep wearing those dirty clothes, he'll have a stroke. I don't have to worry about anything. All 3 seem to be having fun. However, how long do I have to keep injecting more magic power into this egg? Why not speed up the process and transfer all the power in one fell swoop? I stopped controlling my power and allowed it to flow unchecked. The surface of the egg became so thick because of all the power it received. Such incredible magic power. I can feel it even in my skin. Kaed muttered in a cold sweat. The magic absorbed by the egg began to gradually diminish and finally stopped. The amount of magic power I poured was 30% of the total. And that was the first egg. I wonder how much the second one will need. It seems to be waking up. Now all that's left is to drip blood. I pull out a knife and press it against my fingertips. The tip of the knife did not penetrate my skin. No matter how hard I pressed, it couldn't hurt me. I thought it was a good quality knife. There was no other choice, so I drew my sword and cut the tip of my finger. As expected, the sacred sword is extraordinarily sharp. Pot. Blood drips onto the egg, and the next moment it is absorbed and disappears. A kind of steam is released from the egg. The elastic shell, much like a peeled fruit, opened into 6 pieces from the top of the head. Inside it was something covered in mucus. It shook its body and opened its eyes. It was a round white creature. The surface of its body is covered with short hairs and a blue eye like a crystal ball observes the surroundings. The sensitively moving eye was immediately fixed on me. Hey? Is it floating? The creature began to float slightly. After that, it kept floating around me as it watched me. How cute! It's such a beautiful creature. I don't know what it is. It looks like a living cushion. Come here, I'll wash you. Quay. That was a squeak. Kaed was shocked, while I grabbed some water from the bottle, and cleaned the animal until I got all the mucus off. Once clean, it looked even more like a cushion. Look, I can sit on it. The animal can support Kaed's weight without any difficulty and still continue floating. Gunyan. It then slightly changed its shape and became an oval. Maybe it's one of those animals that specializes in transporting people and objects. Master, maybe we should name it. That's a good idea. How about Panda? That's a nice name. I agree. I named it that because it resembles a piece of white bread. Panda seemed to like it, and squealed. QI. Toru-sama, we're done here. Oh, what a cute little creature. This is Panda, the creature that was in the egg. Come on, say hello to Marianne and Urera. QI. All three were excited for Panda. It's inevitable to be so pampered when you're so cute. I decided to wrap the other egg in a cloth and take it home. We returned to the mansion and informed the Count about what we had found in the ruins. You found so many relics in one day? You people never cease to amaze me. The antique objects were placed in a storage room. Some of the things we found appear to be armor or medicine, but there are also things that appear to be pretty common, such as clothing and vessels. Items such as jewelry and precious metals can be recognized as treasures at a glance. But I think the best treasure was the creature we revived from that egg. According to the Count, only a few of the confirmed pet eggs have hatched. He said most of them are still in storage and have not been awakened. It was fortuitous that we were able to find them. Master, here is a list of all the items. Thank you. I received a document from Kaed with a list of all the objects found. I will choose only the ones I want to keep and sell the rest to the Count. A large amount of money is necessary if we want to have a smooth trip. And I want to save some money just in case. As long as you have plenty of money, the trip will be very pleasant. Looks like we brought some healing elixirs. The list of elixirs are as follows: recovery potions, high-grade antidote, body strengthening potions, performance enhancement potions, energy recovery potions, and finally, magic enhancement potions. Elixir. I was so surprised, I felt like my eyes would pop out. There are two super rare multipurpose recovery drugs. The magic enhancing potion and high-grade antidote are very valuable. They can be traded for extremely high prices. The Count shrugs his shoulders while lifting his hands. It's rare for elixirs to be marketed here. However, if you go to the royal capital, you have a better chance of selling them. To whom? The merchants or nobles? Both. I would recommend you auction them off. You will make a great fortune that way. I've heard about that somewhere. It seems that the royal capital has an auction site where only aristocrats and wealthy merchants can enter. Beasts, information, weapons, and objects. Everything is sold there in exchange for gold. I'm sure the elixirs will sell for a lot of money. It is quite intriguing. I will definitely look for that place when I get to the royal capital. I decided to keep the potions and sell the rest to the Count. And these are my items. The amount of money I obtained was 500 million. For the first time in my life, I saw a white gold coin. And there was a small mountain of them. People seem to have a strange bit of confidence when they have power and money. By the way, the second beast egg is not for sale. After all, I want to know what will be born from it. It can be a very useful creature depending on its ability. QI. Panda, wait. My lady, you can't go out like that. Panda was prowling the hallway and came into the room circling around me. And a naked Marianne appears a few seconds later trying to catch Panda. So this is where you ran off to. You still need a lot more cleaning first. QI. Your fur will be even fluffier when you are all lathered up and clean. Now come here. Panda hides behind me. I can't move. I've been completely frozen after seeing her like this. Even her father, the Count, let out a big sigh. Marianne, you are. I'm what? Master, don't look. Kaed appeared behind me wanting to cover my eyes with her hands. Kaed, I think it's a little late for that. I've seen all there is to see. My lady. The towel. Put it on. Hey? When Urera entered the room, she covered Marianne's body with a bath towel. Marianne, who finally realized her mistake, ran out of the room screaming. I'm sure she was taking a bath because of how dirty she was. You wonder how I know she left the room? Maybe it's because I kept seeing her between Kaed's fingers. I got to see something good at an unexpected moment. I think I'll sleep well tonight. Chapter 18. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 18. It has been a few days since our arrival in Anarch. Whoa, it's daytime. I yawn and stretch out by the window. It looks like it will be a sunny day today. It's a perfect day to continue our journey. We have been exploring the ruins and hunting demons a lot during the last few days. Thanks to that, Marianne has reached level 100. Even Urera also reached level 80, both have acquired the strength of the hero class. There will be no opponent that can stand up to the two of them. I got dressed and left the room. Good morning, Master. Good morning. Kaed was waiting for me in the hallway. And next to her was Panda. This is my favorite animal type, but just listen to Kaed. I guess he is a male after all. I haven't seen anything that can define his sex, though, and it's hard to make a decision. Well, it's like a cushion and a pet at the same time. So it doesn't matter. I went downstairs and headed for the dining room. Marianne was sitting there. Good morning, Toru-sama. Good morning. I see you've gotten used to the way you look. Yes, it's strange that I've never had it before. Marianne had a small sword on her hip. It seems that in recent days he has made it part of his persona and carries it with him at all times. In addition, their former style, which was dressed like that of a high-class lady, has been converted into shirts and pants worn by adventurers. Even so, her beauty has not been compromised in the least. On the contrary, I now see her as more beautiful and attractive than before. Food was brought to my table and I quickly took a bite. Toru-sama, will you resume your journey today? I can stay longer, but I have nothing to do in this city anymore. Besides, I want to get to the royal capital to find the auction site. I even have a letter from the Count. I see. It breaks my heart to see Marianne so sad. We have become very good friends, but I want to continue exploring the world. There is still a hole in my heart for everything I went through. So I have to move on. I have to stop thinking about what happened and get over it. I'm jealous of you, Kaed-san. Jealous of me. I would love to be able to go on an adventure with Toru-sama, to be able to get out of the house and explore the world. It would be a lot of fun. Marianne-san. Urera sighed and touched Marianne's shoulder. The two looked at each other and smiled. Even without saying a word to each other, the exchanges of glances clearly convey the feelings of both. She is the daughter of an aristocrat. Eventually she will be someone's wife. You do not have the right to choose the person you will be with. You will be like a little bird in a cage, being imprisoned, being watched every moment until that day comes. It is a blessing and a curse at the same time. No wonder he craves adventure. I pray that your future partner will be someone wonderful. I appreciate everything you have done for me. It is I who should be thanking you. Thanks to you my daughter is safe. In front of the entrance of the mansion, Marianne and Urera were with the Count for our farewell. Marianne's expression is dark. Don't be sad because I will come to see you again. But when I think about Toru-sama and Kaed-san will have gone, I will be. It was heartbreaking to see her like this, and the atmosphere around her was as if she was about to help. Please do something, Kaed. Marianne-san. Kaed ran over and hugged Marianne. My master would never betray us or lie to us. So trust me. Will you come to see me again? Absolutely. I promise. I'm still jealous of you. Phew. I bowed to the count once again. He simply nodded without opening his mouth. It's time to go, Kaed. Yes. The two of us left the city together. We continue our journey through the peaceful meadows. What's in that letter? I pulled the envelope out of my pocket and twisted my neck. It was given to me by Count Rohan, but he did not tell me the details of its contents. I just wanted him to show it to a certain person. I know it was a reward for saving Marianne somehow. In the end, I got nothing. You should have given me the money instead of going through all this trouble. I don't understand what the aristocrats are thinking. We are alone again, master. Yes, all is quiet again. Phew. Kaed was smiling. His big fluffy tail was swaying and he seemed to be in a good mood. Panda held on to the swinging tail and played with it. By the way, master, what will you do with the other egg? Oh, I forgot. I was so focused on Marianne and the others that I didn't even think about it. We looked for a place where the sun was not so strong to sit. I took out the purple egg and put it on the floor. I'm very excited to know what will hatch. If possible, I want it to be a great creature. Inject magic power into the egg. Meanwhile, Kaed was playing with Panda. I wonder how far Panda can fly. I know it can carry up to 5 people. QI. The white cushion began to float as if to say I'll show you. The rate of ascent slowed after 5 meters, and yet it managed to continue climbing, stopping after about 10 meters. From that point on, he quickly fell and half fell asleep as if he was tired. So you're good at carrying heavy things, but that doesn't mean you can fly high. Oh. The absorption of the magical power in the egg stopped abruptly. I feel that I have been absorbed much more than with Panta. Apparently, it varies according to the species. I then cut my hand and dropped blood. Bushuyu. Smoke that looks like steam is generated and the top of the egg head opens. However, nothing comes out. It's funny. I thought I was born. But is there something inside? Shoo, a long, thin thing flew out of the egg with great force. It writhed in the air like a snake and twisted around. After a while, the thing finally came to me, and seemed to be looking down at me from an elevated position. The pointed head was like an arrowhead attached to a spear. The silver body was shiny like metal. Unlike Panda, I don't see anything resembling an eye, but I'm pretty sure its shape will change. Jockey. Countless blades appeared on his smooth body. I think he's trying to say he's aggressive. When you return to its original state, its body stretches and surrounds us, including the tree, in many layers. When I touched a part of his body, it was elastic and looked like a rope. It appears to be an attack creature. Analysis says it can grow up to 100 meters. What a strange body you have. When it returns to its original length, it rubs its head against my hand as if it wants me to caress it. This is a lovely thing to do. Panda just lets Kaed pamper him, and doesn't come near me. Well, it's time to name it. I'm going to call him Rosuk, because he's like a string. Do you like that name? Rosuk happily rubs his torso against my body. Haha, this kid is cute. QI. A disgruntled Panta peeked out from behind Kaed. Chapter 19. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 19. I was surprised by Luntada. The dungeon that should have been there has disappeared completely. All that was left was a huge, vertical hole. What happened? The inhabitants of the city led the same life as always, probably because they were used to it. Are you all right, Sane? Don't touch me, you bitch. Kia. I smacked Sora's hand away from me. A throbbing rage, like molten lava, was bursting inside me. I got off my horse and rushed at her to strangle her. Gwr, gwr. Gwa. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you interrupting me? Stop it, Sane. You're going to kill Sora. I clicked my tongue. I took my hands off her neck. The people around were glaring at me. It's no good staying here any longer. If they find out I'm a hero, my reputation will be ruined before I even announce it. I need to be admired for my ingenuity and skill. I can't afford to ruin my reputation over something like this. Sora, are you conscious? I'm a little dizzy. Sane, you shouldn't treat your friends like that. All three were beginning to show signs of rejection towards me. Although the demonic eye of seduction is working, I can't deny that what I did was too much. It is time to tie up loose ends. I'm going to cast my seduction spell one more time. Phew. Hey. Aha. The effect was immediate and their expressions became ecstatic. This way they won't be able to betray me. They are pawns that I will have to discard sooner or later, but for now, I need them. It's time to go. Yes. We immediately left Luntada. What did you say? The ruins have already been fully explored. I'm not sure I understand what Count Rohan is saying, since my conscience is clouded. He said that some adventurers visited the city and defeated the leaders of the demon tribe. Moreover, it took them a short time to go through the subterranean ruins, which had not been explored, and they returned to the surface after finding a mountain of valuable relics. The inhabitants of the city, as well as the Count, all praised the mysterious adventurers. Oh, Father! You're here. Marianne. A beautiful woman entered the room. Her large breasts, which swayed and jiggled every time she walked, aroused my sexual desire intensely. This woman will be mine. I looked into that girl's eyes using demonic seduction. Warning: the demonic eye does not work against people who have a higher level than the bearer of the ability. My demonic eye isn't working? I was surprised once again. The only condition for using my demonic eye is that the target be of a lower level than mine. In other words, I can't have the woman in front of me. I gritted my teeth in anger. Sane-sama, you say you were chosen to be a hero, but I dare advise you, as a veteran in life, that God sometimes loves the unexpected. You mean that adventurer is dearer to God than I am? I don't know yet, but he had the strength, the luck, and the heart to make me think that. What do you think you're saying, you old bastard? I will kill you right now. You're oozing bloodlust. I suddenly found that a maid had a sword pointed at me. I didn't even realize at what point she had pulled it out. I am the hero, and I am level 63. Who is this woman? Certainly, this situation is somewhat dangerous. It is better not to do anything rash. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Now, if you'll excuse me. We left Count Rohan's mansion. Why? Why? Why is nothing working? I'm the hero. Everyone should worship me. I'm going to kill all of you. Once out of town, I hit every rock and tree I could find. I finally broke a tree to relieve some of my frustration. The three girls looked at me worriedly from a distance, as if they knew that if they touched me, they would be beaten. Why do they have those faces? It frustrates me just to look at them. I feel like a child who can't control his emotions. They're just toys that do what I say, though. I managed to regain my composure and suppress the rage rising in me. Sane, I think it would be best to return to the country. What are you going to do about the sacred sword? The sword? I will get the last sacred sword that is in Armadan. The plan will remain the same. If you want to go back, do it. That adventurer already has a sacred sword. In other words, he doesn't need to get a second sacred sword. If I keep this up, I'm sure I'll get the second one. And when I come back, I will be the person who will have all the power. That's right, I will go to the village once I have the sacred sword. I'm going to see that stupid Toru. I'll remind him that it was me who was cheating on him with his future wife. He's probably consoling himself. I will hold Lisa in front of him, together with Nei and Sora. I can already imagine his eyes filled with jealousy and anger. I am already feeling excited. Hey, Lisa, what do you think of Toru? Stop it. It was a mistake to go out with him. Exactly. She touched our engagement ring with a look of satisfaction on her face. Chapter 20, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 20. There is a great distance between Anarch and the royal capital. If we had to walk, it would certainly take 3 days. But we don't want to take this trip too fast. My goal is to take it easy and explore the places I visit. It's a journey to find something to fill the hole in my heart. Blizzard Blossom. Kaed was dancing next to the iron fan while freezing a band of orcs. In a matter of seconds, they became ugly ice statues in the meadow. You're soft and fluffy. QI. I am resting in the shade of a tree with Panda as a pillow. When Panda's soft fur touches your face, it makes you terribly drowsy. It's not that Panda likes to be around Kaed, it's that Kaed doesn't want Panda to stay away from her. It makes sense if you think about it that way. By the way, Rosuk, the creature I awoke from the second egg, is resting on my right hand. When you make a contract with such a beast, it can engrave itself on your body like a seal, and it materializes the moment you call it. I am still in awe of this animal. Master, I have eliminated all the monsters. Sorry for leaving you all the work. Don't worry, it's my duty as a slave. Her big white tail wagged as she looked at me with a happy expression. What is it? Well, I was wondering if you could let me prepare lunch today. Sure, that sounds interesting. If I can let Kaed cook, it will be much easier for me. I'll let her take care of it. The chores would be easier for both of us if we take turns. I just hope I can make it. Don't worry about anything, Urara-san was teaching me. I will prepare my master a delicious meal. Apparently my face reflected my insecurity. Because of that, Kaed responded quickly so that I would trust her. All right, I'm going to trust her. She's going to make lunch. The first thing to prepare is a devil bullfrog. Remove the guts, skin, and put it in the pot. After adding various seasonings and skull mau herb leaves, when it turns green, we throw a fresh mandrake into the pot and then wait for it to turn purple. Kaed was talking to herself when she started cooking. I guess it's a normal thing. Many people do it from time to time. The problem is that the atmosphere emanating from the cooking reflects danger. I'm not sure purple food is good. But just the smell alone is good enough to whet the appetite. Here you go, master. In the bowl that was handed to me was a thick liquid tinged with purple. In addition, a frog leg protrudes from the interior. It looks terribly unappetizing. However, the smell alone is good. Kaed watches with her hands folded in front of her chest. He's waiting for me to say, "This is delicious." It's not fair. Even if I don't actually think so, I can only say one thing when she stares at me with those big eyes. I put it in my mouth. It's delicious. Really? Wait, don't jump on me. I'm eating. Master, master, master. Calm down. While I had an excited Kaed rubbing her body next to mine, I bewilderedly continued to eat my food. It is a very strange dish. Despite its terrible appearance, it tastes very delicious. Eating it is a real pleasure. I wonder if we can get to do this again. I placed the bowl on the floor and caressed Kaed's head as she was hugging me. Her ears drooped with a great sigh. She was so loving to Marianne and the others at Anarch. It's clear she has been trying so hard lately. I hope you have enjoyed having a bed of your own and experiencing privacy these past few days. I will do more and more for you, master. I'm flattered, but don't push yourself. Master, 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 master. Are you listening to me? She buried her face in my belly and rolled around in the grass. Her large fluffy tail swayed back and forth. Kaed's tail. I need to touch it. It won't be a problem if I do. Right? After all, I am her master. Kaede. It feels different than panda's fur. This will probably become a habit. Kaed's sounds made me shudder. This is not good. I think I've overdone it. Master. Her beautiful white hair makes my eyes water. Her silky hair flowed over her shoulders, and I could feel the strong sensuality of her neck. I managed to suppress the urge to reach out my hands. Instinct and reason had already started to fight in my head. Instinct stands before reason in the form of a huge red dragon. And reason goes to fight it with a stick and a wooden shield. There was no way to win this battle. After one fierce battle after another, reason finally hits instinct in the face. The dragon collapses to the ground. This battle is barely won. I wish I could eat more. Really. A cheerful Kaed gets up from the floor and goes for more food. It was very close. Reason somehow prevailed, but nothing assures me that it will win next time. That's how pretty Kaed is. And she fits me like a glove. However, I still hesitate as to whether I should touch her. Lisa's shadow is in my head. And besides, my intentions were not to use a master-slave contract to have a relationship. It is not known to what extent the contract affects the mind. Maybe it doesn't at all, or maybe it does. The quickest way to find out is to ask a slaver, but I don't dare do that. I'm not going to do anything until I can confirm that at least her feelings are genuine. No. Until I can organize my mind. Master. A voice called out to me and I turned my eyes to the distance. I'm not sure if it was the smell of food that attracted them, but another group of orcs was approaching. I wonder if there are several orc nests around here. How annoying, having to deal with them. I'll let one of the pets take care of them. Rosuk, defeat them. The seal on my right hand glowed, and Rosuk flew away. The 2-meter-long silver creature flew through the air with the speed of the wind, expelling blades from its body in all directions. The cries of the orcs echoed in the distance. Rosuk had attacked the group of orcs at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye he had taken care of them. Is that strength normal or is it the result of being strengthened by my blood, magic, works, etc.? The Master Tamer title has a special ability to strengthen the monsters used by the Tamer, and I don't think this situation is an exception. And in case you were wondering, it seems that the beasts of the family are also classified as demons. Within minutes, the orcs were annihilated. On the third day, we continued walking towards the royal capital. As we walked, we began to pass adventurers and vendors along the way, and we could see what looked like a cluster of buildings in the distance. That's the royal capital, isn't it? It's huge. Armand is a very large country, and the population in the royal capital in turn is also inordinately large. The amount of goods, people, and money that travel all over the country come here. An outer wall of solid stone surrounds the city. I've been here a few times, but it's very large and I've only been able to visit some of the smaller parts. There are many sights to see, and countless stores serving delicious food and selling rare items. There are also many famous adventurers here, and there is no better place to make a name for yourself in this country than here. But in my case, I don't want to be famous, so I don't care. By the way, Master, to whom should you give that letter? I think it's a guy named Jonathan Rockbell. He runs a shipping business and is quite famous here in the capital. He's a rich merchant, but why to that person? I'm not going to answer that question because I don't know. The Count had a kind and gentlemanly character, and with how knowledgeable he is, this Jonathan is probably not a bad person either. But the image of a wealthy merchant is not very good. They are steeped with dirty money, and have a blatantly big attitude and turn up their noses at us adventurers. I've heard that they do a lot of nasty things behind closed doors. I hope he isn't one of those people. Whoa! I heard someone shouting somewhere. When I looked ahead, I saw a carriage coming at full speed from the city towards us. A ceratops, a subspecies of dragon with a large, 10-foot body, pulled the chariot. It's a quiet and boring monster, but when they're hyped up, no one can stop them. Maybe something made it angry and it started to run. I placed myself in front of the road where the ceratops was heading. Master, don't. Kahed, stay where you are. Well. With the beast's giant body placed in front of me, I extended my left hand forward, and touched the tip of its nose with my finger. Zuntsu. The sound of the impact ripples through the air and the ceratops' hind legs rise at the sudden breaking. In a similar fashion, the carriage behind it rose from the ground, and it was as if it had stopped at the same time as the animal. Gar. The animal's hind legs dropped down, and so did the carriage. The person controlling the animal fell out of his seat and landed on his butt on the ground. Good boy. I stroked the ceratops' nose to calm it down. When I looked around, I saw many people with their mouths open. Chapter 21. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 21. There was a cup of coffee served in front of me. I didn't expect you to stop our transport vehicle by yourself. You must be a very famous adventurer. I'm not that famous. It's true that until a while ago I was a member of an S-rank party, but now I'm just an unknown traveler. We were in a room inside a large company. We had a meeting with a man who referred to himself as the vice president. It all started when we stopped the ceratops' strong carriage. There was some damage to the carriage, but the gentleman was safe. The cargo was mostly intact and the ceratop was unharmed. A person from a transport company who got word of the commotion brought us here to talk when he heard the whole story. Now we are drinking coffee together. It is a delicious coffee. The aroma is good, and the bitterness and acidity are just right. It is similar to the taste of the high-quality beans I used to drink. So what did you want to talk to me about? Oh, right. It's about a reward. Thank you very much for stopping our transport. It may not be much, but please accept this. He placed about 20 silver coins on the table. It's not like I helped him because I wanted money. But since he is giving it to me, I will gladly accept it. I will use this money to take Kahed out for a delicious meal. Master, aren't you going to ask him? Kahed, who is standing next to me, whispers in my ear. I was a bit startled by her nice, clear voice. What should I ask? The letter. Ah. Well, this is a transport company, isn't it? If this man is in the same business, he must know where I can find this Jonathan guy. If I may, there's something I'd like to ask you. Do you know where I can find someone named Jonathan? Yes, he's my boss. I see. In that case, I would like to speak to him. I have a letter from Count Rohan that I need to deliver to him. Sure, let me check. I handed the letter to the vice president. He checked the corners of the letter and then handed it back to me. There is no doubt that this letter is legitimate. Please wait a moment. He got up from his seat and headed for the living room. This is a great coincidence. The carriage I helped a moment ago turned out to belong to a company owned by Jonathan. I was lucky I didn't have to get in trouble with strangers in order to find him. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door and a man entered the room. The man who entered had a plump figure. But the next man who entered the room was a thin, middle-aged man with long red hair and a nice mustache under his nose. They sat on the couch in front of us. I am Jonathan Rockbell, the president of this company. I understand you have a letter from the Earl of Rohan. May I see it? Of course. After receiving the envelope, he checked the sender and addressee, then removed the seal. Several sheets of paper came out from inside. After reading, He smiled slightly, perhaps because the content was interesting. You seem to have performed quite admirably in an arc, Torudano. I don't think it was anything that impressive. I just did what I had to do. You're a very modest fellow. No wonder the Count holds you in high regard. What? Does he hold me in esteem? There are many compliments about you written in this letter. He waves the letter with a smile on his face. I want to read what it says, but he probably won't show me. However, I've had a few conversations with Count Rohan and felt no affection for me at any time. After all, you can't read the emotions of aristocrats. Or am I insensitive? All right, I'll do as the Count asked. Anything for an old friend. What was it that he asked you? I can't say it here. And where can you say it? Everything is becoming more and more confusing. You'll have to excuse me, but I need some time. I would appreciate it if you could come back here in the evening. So tomorrow you'll explain everything to me. He responded to my words with I promise. What the hell does that mean? Do you want me to come back tonight? You're being selfish, Jonathan. I decided to come back tonight, feeling puzzled inside. As night fell, Kaed and I stood in front of the transportation company. There was a carriage parked there, as if waiting for us to arrive. It was a black carriage, and had a very atypical decoration. It seemed to be something that aristocrats would use for stealth at night. The window curtains are closed so as to not let anyone look inside. Crying. Jonathan opened the carriage door and stepped out. I've been waiting for you. Come in. As we got into the carriage, we realized that he was the only one inside. Then the carriage began to move, as if it had a predestined course. Never tell anyone about where we're going. Is it a dangerous place? No, but it's a secret location. The place you are going to see is one that commoners cannot know exists. Only aristocrats can rub elbows with each other in such a place. Rub elbows? You don't say. We're gonna. My expectations were correct. The carriage was headed to a palace that was located on the outskirts of the royal capital. Rohan's request is for you to meet with someone important. I'll keep the details to myself for now, but it won't be a bad thing. In fact, I'm sure it will be something beneficial to you. I can agree to that. As we pass through the magnificent gates and vast gardens, we stop in front of a huge structure. Jonathan exited the carriage first, and Kaed and I went down next. At the entrance, a young man who looked like a butler greeted us and led us inside the palace. Wow. It's unbelievable. The high-ceilinged entrance is a masterpiece. The facade of the building has a staircase that spreads out its rails and is decorated all over. Being a rich man is not the same as being born to be a rich man. Even high-ranking aristocrats cannot own such a building. I already had an answer for where I was. We went through a room on the second floor and sat on the couch. Everything is brilliant and disturbing. I was a little nervous. As an adventurer, I have seen and been to many places, but never something like this. The door opens without warning and two knights, along with an elderly man, enter the room. The old man sits face to face in front of us and the knights stand on either side to protect him. This is a private hearing, and I'm not supposed to meet with you. You should know that. Hey. It was the old man who initiated the conversation. Jonathan responds briefly and bows slightly. Well, I allowed you the visit tonight because there's something I want you to do, and that's incumbent upon you, adventurer. Hey, do I have to answer? Jonathan, what do I do? He nodded his head as he noticed my reaction. What do you need me to do? Well, the truth is that the royal capital is in danger. If the situation escalates, the country will soon be destroyed. I want you to solve it. I regret the crisis the royal capital is going through, but can you be more specific about your request? I don't like beating around the bush in a conversation. If there is something you want me to do, say so clearly. The old man paused and then replied. Let's get straight to the point. I want you to defeat the Ant Queen of Death. I could not understand his words. It took me 1 minute to respond. You want 2 people to defeat a monster that requires an army of tens of thousands of people. To be precise, just defeat the queen. I'm not saying kill all the monsters. But the queen is locked in her hive, and the result is the same. Why don't you take care of it yourself instead of asking me? Why the silence? Wouldn't it make sense to have your army available for this mission? Or are they in a no-win situation? The soldiers of our army have all died. We have failed. I was speechless. So he blew it. He resorts to what power he has left to ask me for help. He no longer has that kind of power to figure it out on his own. Ah, now I'm beginning to understand everything. Count Rohan thought that I, the one who had defeated one of the leaders of the demon race, could save the royal capital from imminent danger. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to abandon the capital. Death ants are ruthless monsters with voracious appetites that are capable of wiping out a town or city in a matter of days. When separated, they are not as strong, but when in a group, they become extremely dangerous. They top the list of monsters you should never face carelessly. I want you to tell me whether or not you can do it. I can do it. Oh. Wonderful. Not only was the old man in front of me shocked, but also the knights and Jonathan were stunned. Kaed was the only one who looked natural. If you succeed, I'll give you a special title, and land you desire. I'll give you the title of hero. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that kind of thing. If I had to ask for something, it would be money. The interior of the room was noisy again. It seems that my answer was unexpected for them. The old man in front of me was mumbling, money. Okay, I will pay you if you comply with this request. How much will you give me? 300 million. That is outrageous. It's a very small price to pay when the real capital is in grave danger. Of course, I have every right to decline that offer. This was all Rohan's idea. But I don't feel comfortable overlooking people who are in danger, especially if I have a power that can solve it. It's a hassle, but I'll follow my heart and deal with it. I'll ask again, do you really not want the title of hero? I don't like to stand out in a crowd. I'd rather you didn't mention my name. I don't care about such things. Once the conversation was over, we stood up. As I was leaving, I heard someone behind me say something like, I hope they don't give you a title. Chapter 22. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 22. In a forest not far from the royal capital, Kaed and I were being guided by Jonathan. To the public I'm the president of a shipping company, but in reality I'm a secret agent working directly for His Majesty. There are only a few people who know that, and Count Rohan is one of them. As we went deeper into the dimly lit forest, the sunlight filtered through the curtain-like trees. Monsters watched us in the shade of the trees, and grass, and slimes, and insects fought for power in the trees. On the other hand, the aroma emanating from the flora and fauna was quite relaxing. If there wasn't chaos waiting for us ahead, I could have taken a nap with Panda as a pillow. It is also good to take a break while using Kaed's lap as a pillow. Master. Are death ants really that dangerous? What? I am surprised by what she just said. I can't believe there is a person in this world who doesn't know of the death ants. It has always seemed to me that Kaed is a bit unbalanced. She has the air of being well educated, but doesn't know things that are considered common knowledge. Even children should understand the dangers of death ants. How did she become a slave in the first place? Was she kidnapped from somewhere? When this is over, we should talk properly. Stop. This is ant territory. I guess this is the part where you'll go back. Don't feel bad. Unlike you, I'm not strong enough to stand up to them. After that he said, I'll be waiting for you outside the forest. It is not normal to bet the fate of a nation on just 2 adventurers. What on earth did Count Rohan write in his letter? If I had not lived up to his expectations, this country would be finished. And the king too. How dare he put me in a situation like this? Besides, this is the work of a hero. I am just a simple adventurer. I simply want to travel and recover from my traumatic past. Why didn't they go after Sane? Well, it's not worth complaining at this point. I've accepted it. Master, are you feeling bad? Don't worry, I was just thinking about how we're going to kill the ants. QI. I see you're worried about me, too. Panda rubs his body against my face. I also felt a strange sensation against my legs, so I looked down and saw Kaed rubbing her tail on me. Maybe she's doing it unconsciously. She has a motivated face. Master, are those death ants? Black creatures were hidden behind the bushes in front of us. Their size is about 1 meter, and what appeared to be one of these ants was lying dead. As Jonathan said, the nest seems to be near. It's hard to find a burrow when there are a lot of trees. Then leave it to me. Kaed took out her 2 iron fans and spread them out. Twin tornado. 2 tornadoes formed and spun all over the place. The storm ripped the trees from their roots and blew them skyward. The death ants also flew along with the trees one after the other. An empty, circular space was created in the forest. Come forth, ice. The temperature dropped sharply in an instant and the surrounding ground froze. The ants that managed to cling to the ground instantly became ice sculptures. Master, the cleaning is complete. Well, that's refreshing. The exposed burrow is in the center of the space. Thanks to my lovely slave, I was saved from the trouble of looking for it. Still, I feel she has overplayed her hand. Won't Jonathan or the king complain later? It's still small. It's barely enough to get people in. The ant burrow is a little more than 1 meter in diameter. It is large enough for 2 ants to enter. What's going on? Shall I cast a spell? No, we shouldn't do that. It's pretty deep in there, so even if we could probably take out the upper levels and some ants, we still wouldn't be able to reach the queen at the bottom. Then how about using the fire magic you've been practicing? You can burn them to death from above ground. The heat ray? No, it's impossible. I don't even know where the queen is. It will be harder to kill them if I start casting magic blindly. And we must obtain proof that we killed the queen. There will be no reward for just saying I killed her. How about using Rosuk to get in there? However, although he is strong, his intelligence is not so high. Even if I ordered him to kill the queen, he wouldn't be able to distinguish between her and the soldiers. It would be trouble, but if I could confront her directly, it wouldn't be a bad idea. It would be easier if we could turn this den into a dungeon. A dungeon. There was something about that word that stuck with me. I'm pretty sure I have a dungeon. There was a similar description in the status board. Can I really do it? I pointed my hand at the burrow and held that thought in my head. Notice, it is possible to capture the nest of the death ants and turn it into a dungeon. Can I really? I guess I can. To be honest, I was being skeptical. I will turn the den into a dungeon. Boom. A stone box appeared on the floor, and inside was a ladder leading down. Notice, dungeon owners can transfer to all levels. For now, we have been transferred to the lowest level. There were 30 floors, so I selected the bottommost floor in the core of the dungeon. There, a large ant was standing. There were 10 ants that looked like soldiers wandering around, apparently confused by the unusual situation. My dungeon has taken over the den. This is their graveyard now. Blizzard blossom. Pish, soldier ants freeze. But the queen shakes her body and breaks the ice. Wow. He snaps her mandibles threateningly at us. Even in this situation, instead of running away, she is showing her anger. Is it her pride as a queen, or is she simply unaware of the situation? I draw my great sword and swing it with great speed. The queen's head bounced off the ground and her massive body collapsed. This is what happens when you try to fight me directly. She may be the queen of the death ants, but she's no match for a level 300 warrior like me. I sighed as I picked her head up. And the other ants, Master? That's right. Can't the owner of the dungeon do anything about that? Immediately after, multiple windows open in front of me. A map of the dungeon was projected there. It's possible to release some monsters that will devour and kill ants. If we leave them alone for a while, they will be exterminated. Are we going home now? Yes. Transfer to the surface. I threw the queen's head on the table. Jonathan smiled. You've done it. Just as I expected from a man recommended by Roanne, you have lived up to our expectations. Thank you very much. By the way, can I ask you something? I will respond to the best of my knowledge. Why were there so few ants? His expression tensed at my words. Because the army sacrificed themselves in exchange for reducing the number of ants. But it wasn't enough. I was pondering what to do when you came to see me. Did the Count know? Yes, he knew. He knew because I had discussed it with him. You should be proud. You have saved the city, the country even. The reward you will receive will be great. Could it be that this was the Count's reward? It took me a while to figure it out, but as a result I met a wealthy merchant and met the king of this country. I will also receive a great reward. The money was just a bonus. The real prize is to have met powerful people. They'll be here soon. Make sure you are prepared. Who? Tun 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 tun. A lot of footsteps echo outside the room. The door opened vigorously and several knights entered the room. Are you two from the Menu Brigade? That is correct. You will have to accompany us to the palace. The atmosphere is not very calm. Did something go wrong? I got rid of the ants as requested. Suddenly, one of the knights extended his hand. Please allow me to shake your hand. Savior of our country. Chapter 23. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 23. I was in the courtroom with all the knights lined up in a row. Behind the knights, the nobles were lined up in formal attire. In the midst of them all stood Count Rohan. On the throne in the background sits the king of the nation of Armand. I felt like I was being suffocated by the whole atmosphere. I was born in a small country town, and raised by ordinary parents in an ordinary way, so I am not familiar with this kind of situation at all. I don't know what I should do, either. Kaed, who is standing next to me, has a proud expression on her face for some reason. It's like she's saying, that's right, he's my master. Toru Ibn. Kaed to Mamo. Both of you, step forward. I followed the instructions and knelt before His Majesty the King. According to the instructions I received beforehand, we are not supposed to raise our heads until we hear the voice of the king. According to Jonathan, today is an official hearing. If we are rude, we will be thrown in jail immediately. Even the hero who saved the country would be beheaded on the spot. Countless eyes in our surroundings are looking at us. Why do they allow a slave to be in a place like this? She's very beautiful. His Majesty has allowed her to be present in this place. Watch what you say. I could hear what some of the nobles were saying. Most things are about Kaed. I'm the star of this place and no one is talking about me. Well, I guess it's okay. I didn't do this for attention. Finally, the king breaks his silence. The defeat of the Queen of the Death Ants has been successful. Although our army had already defeated most of them, it had become very complicated to finish them off due to them hiding in their burrow. Certainly. It was very problematic. I cannot deny that fact. Our troops are very powerful, but this time, the enemy was more cunning. What would have become of our royal capital without you? On behalf of all our people, I thank you for all your efforts. I appreciate your words. I'm so nervous that my stomach churns. I'm not used to using honorifics, so I'm not very good at it. We were allowed to stand up, and suddenly a carriage was brought to us. There was a pile of white gold coins glittering inside the carriage. There are 700 million there. I looked directly at the king with surprise. Our agreement was for 300 million. Why 400 million more? This extra money is a gift from me. I don't want you to hesitate to accept it. Thank you very much. Also, there's one more thing. Hey, we agreed it would just be money. You're not going to tell me I'm going to be a hero now, are you? If that happens, I will be stuck in this country. I am considering awarding the title of hero to the Manga Brigade, of which you are the leader. The royal audience hall went into awe. I had never heard of giving a hero title to a party. Normally it is awarded to an individual, so what this king just said sounds a little crazy. The king opened his mouth again and continued talking, as if he didn't care about the agreement we had reached. I have always wondered why it is always one person who gets the title. The hero is a person who travels all over the country together with his party. It means that he is not the only strong one, but all those who make up the party. What about the rest of the people? Don't they deserve to be heroes too? I'm sure they do. Should the party change all its core members, then clearly the difference in ability will significantly change. It is not necessarily that they have been strong in the past, but that they will also continue to be strong in the future. The king crosses his legs and smiles even more. The title of hero can be revoked, and when you are no longer useful, you can be discarded, and in case you no longer want to be one, there is always the option of training a successor, Toru. I see. The king's words seemed to have convinced the nobles. It is as if they had been convinced by force. Including me. He found a hole in our agreement. I said I didn't want a title. But giving it to the party is crazy. What should I look like when I go to the guild? After all, master is master. What does that mean? Kaed quoted such words with a big smile. Slaves rejoice when their master becomes a hero. From my point of view, this is an extremely problematic situation. In this way, the king gave me a bracelet called Title of Hero. You can use this place as much as you want. Thank you very much. Thanks to Jonathan's contacts, we were able to rent a house in the royal capital. It is a small and cozy house. However, the exterior and interior look quite elegant. We're going to leave sooner or later anyway, so there's no need to force us to buy one. Kaed pulled a teapot and 2 cups from her luggage and headed for the kitchen. However, she quickly turned around and said, Would you like some tea, master? Sure thing. How about you, Jonathan? I'll have to decline the invitation. I have to go home. He took his hand off the front doorknob and turned, saying, That letter contained a request from Roanne to His Majesty. He wants you to be the hero of this country. Is that why they made me take care of the ants? Yes. A hero has to have achievements that make him worthy of the title. No matter how close you are to me and His Majesty, it is something that is not easily bestowed. Finally it was clear to me. In the end, nothing was as complicated as I thought it would be. Jonathan and the king were working with the premise of making me a hero from the beginning. And it was Count Roanne who made the plan. It looks like he was manipulating me, all along, like I was in the palm of his hand. I look at the gold bracelet on my arm and suddenly a question comes to me. The king has granted the title to the Manga Brigade. Is it still wrong for us to leave the country? He walked out the front door as if he had said all he had to say. It was a little annoying, but I guess it doesn't matter as long as I can keep traveling. Anyway, I need a place to settle down, so it's not a bad idea to stay in this country after the trip is over. Master, I brought you some tea. Thank you. I sit in a chair and take a sip. HAAA. The backpack was moving from side to side. Suddenly, Panda emerges from a gap. It floated in the air and landed on the table. Why do you always look like a cushion? QI. Indignantly, he flew off to the kitchen where Kaed is. I was surprised that he was angry about it. I guess I should apologize later. Knock knock. Someone knocks on the front door. One moment please. Kaed runs to the door and opens it. It was Count Rohan who was there. I heard you were here. I thought I'd stop by and say hello. Please go ahead. The Count sat across from me and smiled. Well, I've become the hero, just like you wanted. Ha ha ha, I can't claim that it was something I wished for. But I did it with the thought of thanking you while granting you the best reward for saving my daughter. I suppose it's all right. Did you come alone? I thought Marianne was coming with him too since we were here, or is he going somewhere else later? This guy looks quiet, but he's actually a womanizer. No wonder he's wandering around somewhere. She stayed at the mansion. However, she was very insistent on coming, since she wanted to see you. Marianne is currently in the midst of training to be a wife. Uera is the one who is training her, and apparently she is a very tough teacher. So Marinane has found a good future husband. Toru, did you know that even a commoner can marry a noble woman if he becomes a hero? I heard it somewhere, but what's that got to do with anything? Nothing now, but in the future maybe. He twisted his neck as he muttered something. I still can't understand the nobles. The Count rose from his seat. You're going to the auction, right? I hear it's being held tomorrow night, so you should go. You might find a lot of interesting things. Anything out of the ordinary. You'll find out when you visit the place. Now I have to go, if you'll excuse me. The front door closed silently. Interesting things? Chapter 24, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 24. After leaving Anarch, we heard a rumor. A dungeon has appeared near the royal capital. It seems that the dungeon has not been explored yet, and due to the high level of difficulty, it has not even been mapped properly. In addition, it appears that many of the items that have appeared are rare. We decided to challenge it immediately. It's in the middle of a very deep forest. I don't like the entrance area, it's very ugly. Who cares? Let's go in. NEI, stay calm. This is a high difficulty level dungeon, which means the enemies are also high level. In the middle of a deep forest, there is a huge hole. In the center of it was the entrance to the dungeon. A few meters away there were some adventurers camping. I used my appraisal skills, but didn't find anything irregular. They are all low level. I almost blew it. It pains me to say that I'm desperate for a challenge, but we're going to have to make our way here. I couldn't even challenge the Lunt at a dungeon. I'm going to vent all my frustration here. Besides, I'm sure the world will be amazed when I beat a high difficulty dungeon. I will get the sacred sword and make my name known to all people. Now I just need to get some rare items for the battle against the Demon King. The time is not yet right, but sooner or later I will embark on a journey to defeat the Demon King. It's a good idea to prepare now so that I won't have any failures when I do. Let's go. Alright. What was that? Sane, wait for me. Lisa, you have to run. If they catch you, you're dead. But I have Sora on my back. A blue-bodied orc was chasing us wildly. No, there are 10. Ordinary orcs are no match for us. Whether it's 20 or 30, we're sure we can finish them in a flash. But these orcs are even more dangerous. They are all level 50. Normal orcs are between level 5 and 20, so it's a whole nother story fighting these orcs. I'm sure because I used my appraisal skill to check their stats. Besides, we are still only on the second floor. If this is the difficulty of the second floor, what kind of hell will we encounter further down? This is dangerous. The difficulty of this dungeon is beyond me. Hey, Sane. Don't leave Lisa and Sora. Shut up. It's their fault for being so slow. I'm in the lead. NEI is behind me and Lisa is running behind her with Sora unconscious on her back. Damn, I didn't even calculate this. I wanted to finish this easily and get some rare items. I'd like to at least kill that damn orc and get some experience, but it has an intelligence I've never seen before in other monsters. If I try to attack them all at once, they show signs of being alert and keep their distance. They are also very agile and can use magic. Sora, who was hit on the head by a magical earthen rock, fainted and is now a useless burden. Sleep arrow. Lisa used a dream magic targeting the orc. However, upon hitting its target, the magic arrow disappeared completely. No way, it's too tough. We don't need that, we need a wall. Build a wall to hold them back. Good. Lisa made a wall of earth appear in the hallway. The orc broke through the wall with its body and, although it got tripped up a little, it continued to give chase fiercely. You're fucking useless. Sorry. Well, we're almost to the stairs. If we get to the first level, they will give up. I can see it now. I went upstairs first, followed by Nei, Lisa, and Sora. The orc stopped in front of the staircase and shouted in rage. Don't think some beasts can beat me. This time, I will surrender, but as soon as I get the sacred sword, I will kill you. You've got to improve your magic. You're slowing me down. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Lisa collapsed, holding her cheek. I was so angry that I reached for my sword. If only Sora hadn't fainted, none of this would have happened. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Hey, enough is enough. What's the point of having a divided team? You're right. Nei's words helped me cool down. There are a lot of people around here. Killing them would be bad for my reputation. I need to calm down a bit too. A hero must be a smart man. However, this party has become disorganized. When Toru was here, no matter how irrational the situation, he always laughed it off. I sneered at the thought. Why am I thinking about that? No way did I trust that guy. He was just a simple burden. Someone like that can't be associated with a hero like me. Damn, I can't stop this frustration. Oh, I got something good this time too. This place is excellent. The amount of experience is good, the items are valuable and it's great to have a dungeon so close. If you know all the tricks, you can get to the second floor. I saw 3 people coming out of the dungeon with their bulging backpacks. Their levels were hovering in the 30s. I wondered how they managed to get rid of those orcs. Sane, what if we ask those people for advice? Hey? Do you want me to bow my head? But we won't get anywhere at this rate. It's extremely unpleasant. Me, a hero begging to be taught things? I'm going to pick some flowers. What for? Don't you know, that's how a woman does her business. No, I was planning to talk to those 3 anyway, so stay here while I go. The trio of girls lingered as I headed for the bushes. What was the need for us to ask them for advice? We can steal the things they have. I am trying to save the world. A small sacrifice is like a necessary expense. Hold on a second. Well, let's rest for a bit in the meantime. Hey. Don't run. I jumped out of the bushes and ran as fast as I could. Men threw brown stuff at me with their bare bottoms exposed. One of those things hits my back. It sucks, it sucks, it sucks. When I went to attack them, all 3 were relieving themselves with their asses fully exposed. Sane. Yuck, you're covered in shit. The 3 girls made a face of disgust. What kind of attitude is that even though they're such useless pigs? We must flee. I'm not stopping to pick up my backpack. The 3 girls started running away with me too. You're not going to get away with this. I'm going to shit on your body. Come here, we're not finished with you. They still continued to chase us. They are very persistent. How humiliating. I'm the hero and I'm covered in shit. I want to kill them right now, but if I stop, I'll be in the crossfire. It is unbearable. It's frustrating, but the right thing to do here is to run away. Little by little, the distance between us and them widened and we lost sight of them. I crouched down in a safe place and caught my breath. Hey Sane, you smell awful. I'm sorry, but I won't go near you for now. There's a river over there. Why don't you take a dip? The girls were far away from me. Damn, this is the price I pay for screwing up. Flies were beginning to swarm. Get away from me. Get away from me. Shaking my fist angrily, I headed toward the river. Chapter 25.1 A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 25.1 It is a starry night. Kaed and I are on our way to a mansion. According to what we have heard, the auction is held there. This is a members-only event, so outsiders are not normally allowed to attend. However, if you meet certain conditions, you may participate. One such condition is a recommendation from a member. I have already received a recommendation from the Count, so participation itself is not a problem. If there is a problem, you can hide your identity. Although the organizer will know exactly who you are. Several participants have come to this place with their faces, names, and identities hidden. In addition, it is strictly forbidden to pry. It seems to be a measure to avoid unnecessary problems. That's why we also wear masks to hide our faces. There were strong soldiers guarding the gate. They stare at us. I have a letter of recommendation. Excuse me, sir. Please come in. I lightly showed the envelope the Count had given me and went through the door. In the spacious grounds, there was a magnificent garden. It's a big mansion, but whose house is it? It appears to be the villa of the Duke of the capital. That would explain a lot, besides the guards and the reasons why everyone comes with their identities hidden. It doesn't matter who the organizer of the auction is. I'm sure everyone here feels that way. You should be full of thoughts about when you will get what you want and how much you can bid for it. A large white building comes into view. In front of the entrance, there were participants talking, each with a drink in their hands. They are probably killing time as it is still early. Once inside the building, an elderly man bows to us. Thank you very much for coming tonight. It looks like this is your first time participating in this event. May I see your letter of recommendation? Here it is. The old man looks at the envelope and smiles. I'm sure it's genuine. So, once again, welcome to the auction. We have a wonderful selection of items for you to choose from tonight. If there is something that interests you, please bid on it. By the way, what should I call the people here? The representative receives a tag with a number on it, and it is customary to call them sir or madam by naming the number. The one I was given was number 31. I placed the paper on my chest. Tonight I will be Mr. 31. I have to be careful not to accidentally leak my name. Heading to the back of the building, there was a huge room. Inside the room was a crescent-shaped stage with countless chairs lined up. There were already people in some of the chairs. We sat in the seats at the end of the stage. We are pretty far away, but both Kaed and I have good eyesight, so we can see well. Why did you choose to sit in the back? I don't know how all this works, so I decided to keep some distance. The closer I am, the more attention I get. I don't like to stand out at all. Sir, may I offer you a drink? Of course. A young man brings me 2 glasses. It looks like champagne. QI. Don't go out. Panda left the seal without permission. He was peering through the glass, curious about what was going on. Then she settles into Kaed's arms and closes his eye happily. Unlike Rosuk, Panda leaves the seal at will. I worry that he will jump out of nowhere at an important moment and surprise everyone. A large number of people begin to enter the room, and a person who appears to be the master of ceremonies takes his place on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start the auction. The rules are pretty simple. All you have to do is get the item being offered at a higher price than any other. Now, let's get started. The first item displayed was a very large, fist-sized piece of jewelry. It was illuminated by the light reflecting off it and emits a dazzling glow. 2,000. 2,500. 3,500. 5,100. The price went up and up. 10 minutes later, the jewel was sold for 330 million. I break out in a cold sweat at this ridiculous spectacle. Wow, this place is even more outrageous than I imagined. Hundreds of millions being spent in just a few minutes. The people who come here are incredibly wealthy. I have 1.2 billion on hand, but I'm starting to feel insecure about this amount. The upper class is scary. After that, one valuable item after another was put up, and the auction continued. From here, even more valuable items will appear. First up, one of tonight's highlights, the skill ceiling scroll. The bidding starts with 1 million. This is where the auction had my full attention for the first time all night. The scroll is one of the relics left by an ancient race. Its manufacturing method is still unknown today, but instead of being disposable, it activates high-level power. And the skill ceiling scroll is an extremely powerful trump card in a battle against a powerful enemy, rendering the target's abilities completely useless. If you are a fighter, this is a valuable item to have. I thought this item was going to cause a stir in the room. But all was quiet. The moderator is confused. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding has begun. I was surprised at what was happening, but then I understood. Upper-class people have no interest in fighting. It's a waste of money for them to bid on such items, to be honest. I raised my hand. 1 million. Anyone else? No one seems to raise their hand. 2 minutes later I got the right to buy the scroll. Why did you raise your hand? In case of emergency, skill ceiling is valuable and only works once against any opponent. Whether it's a demon king or a hero. It's a great tool, but why was it ignored? I guess they weren't interested and would rather save their money. There are still many more items left to auction. But I was wrong. The battle will be fierce from here on. Many of the participants in the room begin to get restless. Some changed seats and moved to the front. The following item is extremely valuable. With this item you can no longer be afraid of being killed, an elixir that prolongs the years of life. It can protect the owner from death just once. Bidding starts at 2 million. It seems that this was the object they were looking for. The price rose at a tremendous rate. The price of the winning bid is 850 million. The people here are crazy. Now I'm going to introduce you to some slaves of extreme rarity. They're all from races that hardly exist anymore, and they have abilities that can't be found on the market. The first one is an elf. The beautiful woman they brought in was covered with a thin cloth and you could see the lines of her body. She is not as beautiful as Kaed, but her beauty was breathtaking. As she stared at her, Kaed let out an hum of dissatisfaction. Naturally, the elf's appearance intensely stimulates male customers and she is sold at a very high price. It's crazy to buy and sell people. I know I'm in no position to say this, but it's still not something that makes me feel good. Now, the next one is from a race that is rare in the world. The fairy tribe. The place was overflowing with screams and excitement. Fairies are a race often spoken of in legends, and said to live in the depths of the great forests where man cannot enter. They are small and cute in appearance, but their true value lies in their wings. You can fly thanks to fairy dust, a special type of powder produced by the scales on their wings. The person who comes into contact with the powder is able to fly freely for several hours. For those in power, threats to their lives are a daily occurrence. It's natural for them to want things like this to keep them safe. It is a power that can be used in extremely desperate situations. Rarity, appearance, efficiency. She must be an attractive slave to those in power. Bidding starts at 5 million. A girl with wings was brought forth in a small basket. She was frightened and trembling in a corner. Please help me. I heard a voice. Whose voice is it? Great race, please rescue this Frau from here. The voice continues. Fairies are faithful servants of the great race. Please help this poor Frau. It was the voice of Hada's prayer. I look around, but no one seems to be listening. The price kept going up and up. I raised my hand and in a loud voice said, 200 million. Wow, a pretty hefty price tag has suddenly appeared. From this point on, the rest of the people bid small amounts. I'm the only one who can hear the voice of the fairy calling for help. I can't turn a blind eye to something like this. That little fairy prays hard to be saved. Not everyone in this world is a shitty person, I'll show you. 300 million. Another incredibly high bid. Surprisingly, few people continued to bid. They all lowered their hands one by one. However, there were still 3 people who did not want to give up. To get them off my back, I'm going to raise the price even more. 450 million. 460 million. 465 million. 471 million. Surrender. I don't want to keep bidding with people like you. 600 million. 610 million. 2 are eliminated, and the remaining one, the chubbiest, continues to show interest. Oh little fairy, I'm going to have fun with you every day until you break. 800 million. The man is amazed at the amount I offer. But even so, he didn't hesitate for a second. He is persistent. How much money does he have to bid? Well, then I'll get serious. 1.1 billion. The man lowered the hand he was trying to raise. He admitted to losing. This slave is sold for a sum of 1.1 billion. The participants stood up and applauded in unison at the heated bidding war. Chapter 26.2. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 26.2. The auction had passed throughout the day and was about to come to an end. Well, I hope you enjoyed tonight's auction, and I'd like to close it, but there's still time, so if you have any requests for future items, please speak up here. I raised my hand and stood up. It's not just the moderator, but the eyes of the people around us are focused on me. I don't want to make a request, but I have an item I would like to sell here. It has already been identified and confirmed as authentic. Oh, an article by that gentleman. This is very interesting. I was invited on stage and placed the jar on a cloth-lined table. I had an unexpected expense, but I am confident that I will recoup some of the money with this item. I know the price must be high, but how high will it be? What is that? It's an elixir. What? The audience was stunned. The elixir is a potion that can cure any wound or illness in a short time. Even if your arm is torn off or your heart stops beating, if you drink it, you will be cured in seconds. It is a miraculous element that cannot be reproduced with today's technology. You don't mind if we examine the elixir here? Yes, I have no problem. The appraisal scroll was brought into the room by the host. He unfolded the rolled paper and recited a short incantation. Wonderful. No doubt it is a real elixir. You can state the desired value for this object. 10 million. Have you heard? Ladies and gentlemen, the starting price is 10 million. The room was filled with excitement and all participants started bidding at exorbitant prices. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 700 million, 800 million, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 2,200 million. Sold for 2.25 billion. I nearly fell flat on my ass at the staggering price. I knew the item was worth a lot, but I had no idea it would be such a ridiculously high price. In the upper class world, the elixir was a treasure that could easily be a bottled god to them. They don't want to buy it because they plan to use it, they buy it because they want that feeling of peace of mind. Just by owning it, they can sleep soundly at night. Thank you for this last great exposure. We will pay you shortly, so please wave until we close. I left the stage. I went to a small, clean living room. There was a simple table and a sofa. The host entered the room with two young men and brought a cart with the skill ceiling scrolls, the fairy, and the gold. The last exhibition was a great surge of emotions. You need surprises like that from time to time. So, going into it, can I subtract the fairy amount from the sale price? Please. Very well, sir. Of the 2.25 billion, 1.1 billion is deducted and the remainder is 1.15 billion. I originally had 1.2 billion, so now I have a little over 2.35 billion. The ridiculous amount of money seems to paralyze my senses. Now, this is for you. I received a basket with the fairy inside. Inside was a little girl, about 20 centimeters tall. She's huddled in a corner, staring at me, looking terrified. She reminds me of the old Kaed. I took off my mask and showed my true face. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Now, what should we do with this fairy? We returned to the house and I placed the basket on the table. He had made a master-slave contract with the fairy, and had a pattern around his chest, like Kaed's. Clank. I opened the basket door. Come out, I'm not going to hurt you. Humans are very sneaky. I can't let my guard down. That being said, she did not come out of the basket. She had a lovely face, and her hair was in two pigtails of light green. Still, he wore leather armor like an adventurer. She has transparent wings on her back. In addition to a hammer on her back that was about the same size as her, she was small, but she could also fight. I'll get you some tea, master. Thank you, Kaed. Do you want some too? Kaed, can you make tea for the three of us? I received a yes from the kitchen. She was still very cautious. It's no good if I don't break the ice somehow. Then I remembered something. I bought some cookies today. Do you want some? Cookies. She almost jumped out of the basket, but reconsidered and quickly returned to the corner of the basket. Unlike Kaed when I first met her, this fairy is fine in every way. Her expression changed greatly. In any case, I offered her a cookie and put it in the basket. She grabbed it in fear and ran to the corner. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Is the drink hot? Not bad. Tastes good. What a sad assessment. Kaed comes over and places the cup and sits next to me. She also placed a small bowl in the basket. The fairy cooled her drink and then took a sip. By the way, master, why did you buy this girl? I heard a voice saying to help her. What? The fairy was elated. Did you hear Frau's prayer? Well, at first I thought it was a hallucination, but it didn't seem like one, and it would be a shame to ignore it, so I made an offer. The fairy jumped out of the basket and prostrated herself in front of me. I didn't know it was you, my lord. I apologize for my rude attitude. Hey, what do you mean by lord? Forgive my rudeness, but what race are you? A dragonoid. Half human, half dragon. The fairy raises both hands and shouts. Yes. Oh. I finally found it. I wonder if it is possible to lower the volume of his voice a little. I am concerned that it will be a nuisance to the neighborhood. Wow, your master is a dragon man. What are you talking about now? Kaed was surprised. Does the fairy have appraisal skills? Kaed replied, yes, he is my master, and he is a dragonoid. And so, her eyes widened. What is the reason for this reaction? What's wrong with being a dragon man? Master, by the great race, by dragonoid, you mean the dragon men, don't you? Really? Why are you answering so casually? Why, I don't know. I was a human, but my stats tell me I am a dragonoid. Even if I was told that the great race was the dragon people, it still doesn't make sense. The fairy sat upright and folded her hands in front of her chest. My name is Frau, of the fairy race, and I thank you for rescuing me from the clutches of humans. Don't worry, I'll cancel the master-slave contract right away. So you can go back to where you came from. Not so fast, my lord. My father, mother, and brother will blame me if I go back to my hometown after finally finding our great master. They'll all hate me. They'll say things like, "You useless washboard." What do you mean by washboard? Well, I won't pay attention to it. However, if you do not want me to break the contract, then you must plan to follow me. It is difficult to count on fairies as a force to be reckoned with. But you can rely on me. I may be cute, but I'm also a warrior who can fight really well. I'll overcome anything. Warrior, what level are you? 30. Based on her physique, she would be equivalent to a level 20 human. Obviously, a dragon's level cannot lose to a human's level, and this same goes for a human and a fairy. The size is too different in the first place. Even at the same level, there is a big difference in capacity depending on the size. By the way, I am a dragonoid, but I feel just like a human. Model. I haven't seen a level 300 human in the first place, so I can't compare, but I think the basic abilities are about the same. Maybe. QI. Ponde comes out of its seal. As soon as he sees Frau, he rubs himself against her and seems to enjoy it. Master, what is this white stuff? This is Panda. He's your new friend. QI. Frau and Panda soon became friends and flew around the house. Chapter 27. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 27. The next morning, when I rolled over, I woke up to a strange voice saying Ujayu. Why are you here? It was Frau, the fairy I brought to our house yesterday. She was limping. Maybe she was a little sore due to a blow. I can hear her heart beating, so I guess he's okay. After dressing, I went downstairs with Frau walking around. In the kitchen, Kaed was preparing breakfast. Good morning, master. Good morning. Hey, I'd like to know why Frau was in my bedroom. Do you know anything about that? What? I can see you had no idea. When we took our seats, Kaed served us bread and tea. Lately Kaed is taking care of all the chores. It makes me feel both happy and guilty. Kaed sits in the seat opposite to mine. How long will we stay in the royal capital? Maybe one more week. I take a bite of the bread and think about my future plans. I don't have a destination in mind, but that doesn't mean I can't go anywhere. If possible, I would like to go somewhere where I can see something unusual. What place? Said Frau, who suddenly stood up, behaving unusually. When she saw my face, she was instantly relieved. Oh, yes, the Lord rescued Frau. Hey, can you drop that tone of voice? I don't like honorifics. But the beast girl uses honorifics on you. Kaed I allow, since she's a slave. But you're not, so you can talk to me however you want. Frau was under the table, red-faced and squirming. Understood. I am ashamed before the Lord. Yes, that's fine. I'd like you to stop calling me Lord. That's not right. It's outrageous to call the Lord of the great race by name. If I did, my father, mother and brother would spit on me. What kind of family is that? The fairy race is a strange one. Here you go, Frau-san. Thank you, Kaed. I have long thought that Kaed is quick to open up to others. It's probably because she's cute and polite. That gives a big vote of confidence. It's good to have someone who can get along with others. But where should we go after leaving the royal capital? In that case, I recommend that we go to the hidden fairy village. I would like the Lord to visit us. The hidden village of fairies. That sounds interesting. Kaed's ears perked up at this, as if her curiosity had been piqued. My people live in a forest in the neighboring country Gridget. There are always flowers blooming and many fairies that live there. There are also ruins and relics that the Lord would like, so I'm sure he'll have fun there. Ruins. And the food. Of course, there are delicacies that can only be eaten in the village. I especially recommend the fairy's secret honey sake. It's delicious. All right, let's go. When I heard the sake, I immediately made up my mind. Rare gourmet food and delicious sake. There are also ruins, and I have the impression that there will be no shortage of sightseeing. I guess we have no choice but to go there. Before we head to the village, I must warn you, fairies hate humans. They might attack you, but Frau will be vigilant to make sure that happens as little as possible. I don't care if they attack me. Yes, of course. I'm sure it won't work on us. What are you saying? Don't underestimate them just because they are fairies. The village warriors are much stronger than Frau. We nodded silently as she spoke at the top of her lungs. Nothing may happen to us, but it never hurts to be warned. I have the skills to endure it all. Although as Frau said, it's best not to let your guard down. What do you want to do today? Do you want to take a job in the guild? No, I don't want to do that kind of thing. Kaed laughs and says, could it be because of that? The other day I introduced myself to the guild and got a big welcome. Even the guild master came up to me to greet us in person saying, and to think that the menu brigade was B rank, but it's actually an S rank party. The guild adventurers also shouted the name of the main Jaiho brigade over and over again. I have been asked to shake hands with a lot of strangers and even sign my name, which I have never done before. Yes, that's the reason why I don't feel like approaching the guild in the royal capital at the moment. I've said it many times before, but I don't like to stand out. For the first time in history, a party receives a hero title and we are now the center of attention. If I do something strange here and stand out again, I won't be able to leave the country. I took a sip of my tea. We arrived at a meadow a few kilometers from the royal capital. I decided to practice my magic to make effective use of my time. I have magic power, but so far I have not been able to train. Water. Bashun. A line of water stretches up to the sky and disappears. Earth. Dashun. A pillar of stone rises rapidly and disappears into the sky. Wind. Whoosh. A gust of wind picked up, whipping the sand. Kaed's skirt was lifted as well. Wind. Hudush. Her skirt was lifted again. Although I couldn't see her panties as I would like to. Let's try again. Ma master. Ugh, time to try something different. Please don't look at me like that. I tried some spells, but they were all too linear and I couldn't control them well. I can't use this in a battle. Master's magic is quite bad. Even when he tries to condition it with spells, I can't believe it's all so direct, but with higher degree of strength. I've never seen anything like it. But I can repeat the attacks, and the power is perfect. It pains me to say this as a slave, but Master's magic is too dangerous. It is not useful at all. I guess so. The power is too strong, the hit percentage is bad and it is all straightforward. On the other hand, there are some positive points. I can shoot anything I want with inexhaustible magic power, and if I use 4 attributes, everything is done instantly. Like, if I want, I can burn anything. No, this is stupid. Kaed is right. This is useless. Panda is so fluffy. QI. Frau lies on Panda's stomach. They have already become good friends. What do you think of a sword surrounded with flames? How do you do that? I don't know. No one agrees with me. There is nothing to worry about. A man's desires should only matter to the man. From this day forward, I vow to control my power someday, and create my flame sword. Oh. Suddenly, a text appears in my field of vision. Notice, the level 3 dungeon you created has been upgraded to level 5. Notice, the number of levels has increased to 50. Notice, my room has been created inside the dungeon. A room? Why is it upgrading? What the hell happened after leaving the dungeon unattended? What is it, Master? The dungeon has leveled up. Maybe it's that rumor. Kaed seems convinced of something as she slams her fist into the palm of her hand. What is this rumor? I am curious and would like an explanation. I have heard a rumor that a dungeon of high difficulty level has appeared near the royal capital. Dropped items are very rare and adventurers from all over are going there. Maybe that's why the level went up. It's probably because there are so many adventurers dying there. No, that can't be happening. But I'm also an adventurer, so I understand that it would be cool to have a dungeon near where I live. I'll pretend I didn't hear what Kaed just said. By the way, do you know which room is mine? Hey. A text appears in my field of vision. Select, do you wish to move into my room? Yes/no. Oh, can I go there from here? I'm curious, so here we go. I gathered my belongings and grabbed Kaed and Frau's hands. Panda was sitting on my head. Take me to my room. Chapter 28, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 28. I knew I had arrived somewhere, but it was dark and I couldn't see anything. In the center of the room, a form of white core began to emit light, illuminating the entire room. What is this place? The dungeon. My room was a place with a considerably large area. The room is 100 square meters, and the ceiling is high enough to exceed 10 meters. The light source is a crystal in the center of the room, but it's so bright that it appears to emit light throughout the room. If the core is here, that means that. I opened the stats window, and checked which floor we were on. Surprisingly, it was not the top floor, but unlike this room, there was a blue core. Apparently, it is different from this crystal. The stairs leading down are hidden by a door that ordinary adventurers will not find. I started looking around and had an idea. Why don't we turn this place into a warehouse? So there would be more room for future storage purposes, especially since magic storage is almost full. Plus, I can always come back here to pick up things I need, or bring things I might need for a special occasion with ease. I have decided to leave a lot of my belongings and money here. Master, can I also have some space here? Sure, take as much space as you need. I don't need that much, I'll just put my collection here. Kaed takes out a box from the magic storage containing her personal items. He also took out several unfamiliar boxes and placed them in a corner. Opening one of the boxes, he pulled out what looked like a cloth and buried her face in it. Her tail began wagging vigorously. Master. Master. I feel like I'm looking at something I shouldn't be. I think it will be a good idea to give her a bit of room to put her things in. It'll be good for her, Kaed. This is Frau's space. QI. You think you had your eye on this space first? QI. First come, first served. Find another spot. QUU. What are you doing? Are you trying to fight me? In one corner, Frau and Panda were fighting. As Panda is bigger, Frau is easily outclassed and raises the white flag. All right, Frau will take that corner over there. QI. Why are you chasing me, Panda? Now you're just trying to annoy me. Q. Panda, you're being annoying. The fight between Frau and Panda starts again. They seem as close as if they were lifelong friends. Panda is glad to have a friend. Now that we know where to put our stuff, let's get back to the surface. Yes. Okay. QI. We held hands and teleported back to where we were. I packed my things and then we left the house. I locked the door and handed the keys to Jonathan. Where are you going now? We'll go to Gridget for now. We'll be in touch through the guild if we need anything. Remember to stay out of trouble in other countries. You are a decorated hero in this country. I know. We have been in the royal capital for a little over a week. We are finally continuing our journey again. I feel like I'm taking it too easy, but it's the right thing to do for the sake of my journey. We ate lots of delicious food, saw many interesting things and spent time in harmony with our friends. That is what the Manga Brigade is all about. We'll see you again soon. Be careful on your journey. I shook Jonathan's hand. I am grateful to him. He has been very helpful. I hope the next time we meet, it will be under better circumstances. What about Panda? Coog. Panda spins around Jonathan and digs into his stomach with great force. I guess it's their way of saying goodbye. Jonathan crouched down while placing his hands on his abdomen. The blow must have hit him hard. Apologize for what you did, Panda. That looks painful. QI. We left the city as if we were fleeing. After leaving the royal capital, we safely entered the neighboring country of Grigit. Grigit is a relatively small country. Most of it is covered with forests, and it is also a mysterious country with many legends. It is also famous for its fairy inhabitants. Besides that, the last temple of sacred weapons is here. It's another beautiful day. Good morning, Master. Kaed was sitting on a chair near the bed. Judging from the big smile on her face, she looked to be in a great mood. She wagged her tail from side to side and her ears twitched more than usual. Why is my shirt wet? Spee. QI. Above me was Frau sleeping on top of Panda. Panda seemed to be annoyed by the drool. Are we heading to the hidden fairy village today? Yes. After all, it was Frau's idea to go there. Maybe she's trying to get her lord to do a particular task. It's possible. Looks like she was looking for me. I looked at Frau and couldn't help but laugh at her unkempt appearance. Panda approached me, and I pressed my finger to Frau's cheek. Togugu, what's wrong? You were having a nightmare. I'm surprised you didn't wake up. How mean. Okay, enough with the jokes. I quickly changed clothes and put on my equipment. I stopped for a moment to look at my armor. It was in bad shape. I think it's about time I buy a new one. We should stop by the armor store before going to the fairy village. Master, your armor looks like it's about to break. I was just thinking the same thing. In that case, I know a good place to find some new armor. I'm having a sudden feeling of déjà vu. On the way to the fairy village, we visited the second temple of the sacred sword. The reason we came to this place was because of Kaed. Haven't we already gone to a sacred temple and retrieved the sword? What I need now is armor. Master, do you no longer remember that the object we had found became a sword afterwards? That's true, but how is this supposed to become armor? It is generally considered a holy sword, but in reality, holy armaments have properties that are not restricted by form. If you want, it can become a sword, a spear, a shield, or even a suit of armor. But this great sword will not become a one-handed sword. Of course, it cannot always be used freely. It will only take the form the owner desires once he takes it out. Somehow I could understand what she meant. I just have to think about wanting armor once I pull out the sword. But, to my knowledge, I have never heard of anyone in possession of 2 or 3 sacred weapons. Even the greatest hero who ever lived is said to have owned a single sacred sword. It's all right. After all, master is master. Why do you trust me so much? Frau, who was sitting on Panda's back, also nods with folded arms. How can you be so sure of what Kaed says if you haven't even known me that long? This temple doesn't look that different from the previous one. The temple was very similar to the one in Armand. A huge pure white structure. There is a divine and indescribable atmosphere. I wonder if the reason there is no one protecting this place is because no one wants to risk getting close. Master. Footprints. I only noticed after Kaed pointed it out. There are a series of footprints leading to the temple. Judging by the number of prints, there are 4 people. It may be that the sacred weapon has already been taken by someone else. I went to the door and opened it. Guhuung. Ponk. A light came on in the dark hallway. I begin to walk deeper inside. It's there. Apparently they couldn't take it. QI. The sword before me shone brightly as light coming in from a stained glass window was reflected off of it. I wonder if it really is the second sacred weapon. Not that I doubt it, but I find it hard to believe. What if it's not the second and it's a trap? Is there a possibility of something like this happening? It is better to take it out and clear away my doubts. I stand in front of the sword. I grip the hilt and control my breathing. You can do it, Master. Yes. Kaed's confident voice echoed throughout the room. Chapter 29. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 29. When we arrived at the royal capital, we immediately headed for the Adventurers Guild. We're the White Fang, and I was wondering if you have any high-paying jobs. I approached the counter and spoke to the guild staff. I let him know the name of my party as quickly and casually as I could. If you're an adventurer, you probably know I'm the hero. Just hearing my name will make you shudder and kneel before me. Kukiku. Come on, boy, be amazed. Worship me. If you're looking for a job, please look it up on the board. That's what everyone does. Do you have any idea who I am? I am Sane of the S-rank party. I am the man who has been chosen as the hero. So what? The staff's reaction is horribly slow. In my homeland, Balsile, the mere mention of my name would cause a stir in the guild. And of course, the treatment is also special. With one word from me, the guild master would hurry to give me a good job with a high price while serving me tea. I have been here several times, so why am I being treated so harshly? I wasn't the hero at the time, but the treatment back then still wasn't as cold as it is now. I don't know if you're S-rank or a hero, but if you want to make a big name for yourself in this country, you'll have to start by doing great deeds and outdoing the Menu Brigade. Ha ha ha. Hey midget, surpassing the Menu Brigade is impossible. 2 adventurers who were drinking alcohol started making fun of me. A great, fierce anger surged up from the pit of my stomach. At the same time, my ears turned hot and red from embarrassment. I am the hero, a perfect man, and you have made a fool of me. I will kill them. When I realized it, my legs began to move on their own and my fists sank into the adventurers' faces. One of the men is slammed against the wall, and collapses to the ground. Hey you asshole! What the fuck do you think you are doing? This is what you deserve for being rude to me. I am the hero. I am the one chosen to defeat the Demon King and save the world. What kind of hero are you? I don't want to hear that kind of crap from someone who is irrationally violent. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Dozens of adventurers started fighting against me. The difference in his strength against mine was evident. I am close to level 60, and they on the other hand, their level is 30 or 40 at the most. I hit them one by one. Sane, please don't do this. Get out of my way, Sora. But you're going to kill them. I grabbed an opponent by the chest and lifted him up while he was covered in blood. It's not a good idea to kill someone in the guild. At worst I could get arrested and end up in jail. It would suck if it all ends here. Hey, they saved your life, scum. I threw the man away. Sora began treating the wounded with his recovery skills. Hey. Why yes. I called a woman from the staff. What's this Menu Brigade everyone's talking about? It's a B-ranked party. Hey? B-rank? It is insulting to say that a party of that caliber is better than me. My party is S-rank, it's the hero's party. Or are they stupid in this country? However, The words the staff kept saying cleared things up. The Menya Brigade is the one that successfully defeated the Queen of the Death Ants, something that even the soldiers of the royal capital could not do, and became the first party in history to receive the title of hero. As a guild, we consider them the only S-ranked party. What the heck? A party is a hero instead of an individual? That is impossible. That would make heroes out of everyone who belongs there. It's like having more than one hero, and it never ends. Even if the central member dies, the title can be passed on. Unless they are stripped of that title, they will forever be treated as heroes by anyone who interacts with these guys. Even I have not been given the title of hero. However, the Menya Brigade and its members did something that was impossible for just anyone, apart from me, the hero. This makes a mockery of my existence. I am going to be pushed aside. My future was supposed to be great. My glorious path that was supposed to be full of flowers and praises. You don't look good. That's right, I feel terrible. I am sure they are the ones who have ruined all my plans. Everywhere I go, they are one step ahead of me. If they were able to defeat the Queen of the Death Ants, it means they have the same level as me. I'm also not familiar with this party's name. It must have been formed very recently. The leader slew the dragon, took the sacred sword out of the temple and explored the ruins of Anarch. It all makes sense when you put all the information together. I am almost certain that the Menya Brigade is the one getting in my way. Where can I find this adventuring party? I know that they have already left the royal capital. Rumor has it that they are heading for the nation of Gridget. So Gridget, hey. Right there is a temple of the sacred weapon. So far nothing has gone my way, but this time it will be different. I'm going to pull out the sacred sword and make a spectacular debut. And of course, I will have to face the Menya Brigade. They have made me far too angry. They are going to pay for everything they have done to me. It's time to go. But there are still many wounded. Leave them. Oh okay. I called Sora and we left the guild. The Menya Brigade? Oh yes, that party is staying here. The inn owner tells me in a light tone. I shuddered with pleasure to hear it. As soon as I reached the remote nation of Gridget, I was able to find the inn where the party was staying. I checked with the owner to find out which room they are in. Now all we have to do is get rid of them. The opponent is a bearer of the sacred sword. Even if you are the hero, it is a bad idea to attack head-on. First I have to get the sacred sword, then we will deal with them. We hurried to the temple of the sacred weapon, choosing not to stay at the inn as it was in a very remote place. This is the sacred sword. At last. A sacred and beautiful one-handed sword is thrust into the pedestal in front of me. It's like it's been waiting for me. Congratulations, Sane. Your time has finally come. Come on, hurry up and pull it out. I'm sure you are quite capable of doing it. Well, I mustn't rush it. You have to create an atmosphere for this kind of thing. All three were convinced that I would succeed. Well, I'm going to approach. Gently grasp the handle. From this moment on, I am going to become a hero. And then, I will kill the members of the Menya Brigade. I'm so excited I can't wait. I put all my strength into both arms, and pulled. HMMPH. What's wrong? Why can't I take it out? Is this some kind of test? Is that why I can't take it out? Come on, get out of there already. Don't play hard to get. You're going to become mine anyway, so get out fast. I put my foot on the pedestal and tried to pull out the sword with all my might. Blood vessels throughout my body began to rise and sweat poured from my forehead. Cut the jokes and hurry up, Sane. Yeah, you're the hero. You're supposed to be able to do that. Your face doesn't look good, it's too red. This is stupid, why won't it come out? I am the chosen one, the hero. I am the man who will save the world. I am the most perfect person there is. I don't have a single flaw. It is almost inevitable that the sacred sword will fall into my hands. That's what I insisted for the next 24 hours, but the sacred sword did not come out. Chapter 30, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 30. I grabbed the handle with both hands and pulled it with all my strength. Phew. A dazzling light came from the sword. The light from the sword did not diminish, but became brighter until it dyed the room white. And when the light went out, the sword in my right hand was gone. So that's the master's new armor. It's beautiful. It looks lighter than I expected. I thought a full suit of armor would suit the Lord, though. Q. I touched my chest, and realized I was wearing metal armor. It was located on the torso and both parts of my legs and arms. The design was very simple, nothing flashy. I was imagining full armor of some sort, but this seems to be sufficient. If I'm going to be traveling, it's good to have light armor. How does it feel? It's very light. I'm not sure how tough it will be, but it's holy armor, so it should be pretty tough. Speaking of which, I never told Kaed to evaluate my sacred sword. Let's take this opportunity for Kaed to take a look at it. Evaluate it. Yes, please. I can't do that. It is impossible to evaluate the armor because my level is not adequate. The information I would see would not be very accurate. What do you mean by that? Unlike normal armor, the sacred armor makes all information unreadable. Perhaps its level is so high that it can hide its information. For some reason, I already knew that analyzing the sacred armor was going to be impossible. There is still much mystery surrounding the sacred armor. If this sacred object could be analyzed, it would be known for many years where it was created, with what materials, the technology, and the secrets it contains. Now that we've gotten what we needed, it's time to go to the fairy village. Excellent. We left the temple. The sound of branches crackling on the fire enveloped the place. Supi, Supi. Master. Kaed stretched her arms over her head as she said things in her sleep. I'm curious to know what kind of dreams she's having. 2 days have passed since we entered the forest, and we are still moving towards the hidden village of the fairy tribe. Just above us, Rosuk flew through the air like a fish swimming in water. Whenever we camp, I always have Rosuk keep an eye on the place. It has the order to eliminate any demon or monster that approaches us. It is the only way to sleep without worrying that something horrible will happen to us. However, I have been in the habit of not being able to sleep when camping for many years now. And even knowing that I can sleep safely, it is impossible for me. Report, experience saving has been repaired. Oh. So it's finally fixed. But I don't like the idea of this ability sucking all my experience back in. The experience saving ability had been active since I was a baby. In other words, it took 25 years for the ability to break down. How long will it take for it to break again? Will it be 30 years from now or will it not break until I die? After all, the skills level limit is broken, and now I have to raise it to 50. Well, I'm happy with LVL 300, so it doesn't really matter. No, master. Don't abandon me. Kaed continues to hold out her hand with a pained look on her face. It seems to be a terrible dream. I walked over to her and patted her on the head. Master. I'm glad that you are here. Relax, I'm not going anywhere. I smiled to reassure her. Please help me. That was the last thing she said before she began to breathe more calmly as she slept. Perhaps she is remembering the days when she was a slave? I will be here with you. So you can sleep easy. I stroked her head once more. Orya. Frau was using her hammer to get rid of some goblins. From there, she spun around at high speed and knocked a group of goblins to the ground. She perched on a tree branch and made a satisfied face. I'm pretty good at what I do. I'm sure you've noticed, Lord. But I hadn't doubted your abilities. No. You thought I was too small and cute to fight. Even Kaed was worried that I couldn't make it. I'm sorry. When Kaed lowered her head, I immediately apologized to Frau as well. I'm sorry. I really did underestimate you. And I wasn't saying it because of your size, it's just that you have a very low level. On the other hand, Frau's high-speed flying more than made up for her low level. Even goblin riders who boasted of their speed believed they were capable of winning only to be beaten. If she can raise her level a lot, there is no doubt that she could be very powerful. Hey, I'm already level 35. That's because of my ability, it seems to grant the group an experience doubling effect. What is that? Is that a cheat ability? I think so, but it's something that can't be helped. Frau smiles faintly and closes her right hand tightly, saying, "The power is boiling inside me. I am sure she will continue to raise her level higher and higher. It will be interesting to see how a high-level fairy fights. Well, I'm going to level up as fast as I can." Hey, wait. Frau disappears alone in the forest. You are supposed to guide us until we reach the village. I don't know how to get there without you. I think it's better to wait. I'd like to take a break while I drink a cup of tea. A small shadow jumps out of the bushes. I quickly used my armor to block the attack. Human, how dare you interrupt Pa Pao's attack? In the air was a tiny old man who was a little older than Frau. On his back were a set of wings, the mark of a fairy. In his right hand, he held a one-handed sword that reflected a glowing light. Pa Pao's attack didn't work, we'll have to attack all at once. Oh. The fairy men flew out of the forest one after another. Some of them were women, and in all, nearly 50 fairies flew freely through the air. What do we do, Master? We can't attack them. They're probably fairies from Frau's village. It is true that they move fast, but not so fast that you can't see them. Kaed and I dodge the attacks and wait for Frau to return. Hey, this human defense is solid. If we don't do something, they will know where our village is. I've got a trick up my sleeve. Let's use wide area magic. We have no choice. The fairies fly up to the sky and create a huge magic circle. It appears to be a wide area type attack magic made by several people. A direct hit would blow up this entire area. Is Frau here yet? She must be too busy leveling up to realize the situation. We cannot wait any longer. I have to stop them immediately. I'm going to have to give that little girl a lecture later. Frau, this is an order. Come back now. My voice echoes throughout the place with a highly overpowering tone. Something was approaching at tremendous speed, breaking through the tree line. The fairies took notice of it and stopped moving. A large tree broke in half and collapsed. At the other end was Frau holding the hammer. The atmosphere is unusual. She stared at the other fairies, her gaze deadly. How dare you try to kill my lord while Frau is absent? Frau. You are Frau. The man who called himself Pa Pao approached, stunned. Humph. The hammer shot out and hit Pa Pao in the face with full force. The man you see there is Toru of the great race of dragons. I, Frau, am his faithful slave. What you have done is unbecoming of the fairy race. The fairies flapped their wings and descended to the ground to kneel. I didn't know you were of the great race we adore. Please forgive me for being so rude. An elderly man who appeared to be the leader of the group ducked his head. With those words, all the fairies bowed their heads. This is very uncomfortable. This transition from human to dragonoid is still not being processed by my brain. Frau, who was on top of a panther, approached us and also knelt down. You should feel ashamed, too. If Frau had not returned in time, we would have had a mess on our hands here. You should obey your lord more and not go off alone while leaving us behind. I said, after tapping her on the shoulder, while smiling coldly at her. We'll talk later. Frau looked at me while shaking like a rattle. Chapter 31. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 31. The fairies guided us as we walked through the forest. Ahead of me, Frau was flying depressed as if she had lost a war. Did I scold her too much? No, if anything, you're being too kind. If she hadn't left in the first place, none of that would have happened. Kaed is very upset. The wrinkles between her brows and the aura of anger made that feeling clear. I understand how Kaed feels, but I can also understand Frau's feelings. She wants to look good in front of her friends, and she wants us to trust her as soon as possible. It's natural when someone new joins a party. My case was the same when Sane invited me to join his party. No one wants to be a burden. Frau is sorry too, so don't blame her too much. Everyone makes mistakes in the beginning. You're right. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Master. When I stroked her head, her eyes lit up. She must have been angry because she was thinking of me. That feeling alone is enough for me. Because I want my lovely slave to always have a smile on her face. I failed this time, but I'll do my job next time. QI. Frau approaches with Panda and says these words while clenching her fists. So I deserve to be petted too. QI. You are insistent. I reach out my right hand and rub my finger on Frau's head. Panda also rubbed his body against my right hand as if to say me too, me too. I don't know how to say it, but he's as cute as a puppy. Suddenly, an elderly fairy descends from above. We are about to reach the village. Thank you for guiding us. No, it is a tremendous honor to have a great man in our village. We hope you enjoy your stay in our fairy paradise. The group came to a sudden halt. It was a place lined with huge stones. Unknown letters are engraved on the stone. Except for that, the rest of the forest appears to be normal. No, I'm wrong. Everything feels strange. The Grand Thief's skill picked up something unnatural in my surroundings. I am not sure what it is. But the road ahead is clearly different from the one we have traveled. Swoosh. The fairy who crossed the rock disappeared. Hey, where'd he go? He just crossed the barrier. The old man also disappeared as he crossed the rock. To be honest, I was a little scared to cross that rock. So I ran towards it. Oh. Suddenly I appeared in a place full of flowers. The wind blew and the petals danced. When I looked back, I saw that the forest had been blocked by a huge boulder. So this place is like a closet? They must be hiding this place with some kind of illusion. Now I understand why it is so difficult to find the fairies. The hiding place is not that big. In the distance there were some village-like structures in the middle of the colorful flower fields. The road leading to the village is perfectly fenced and the cows graze inside. It seems that this place was once inhabited by humans. Please drink. It's tea. Thank you. An old man offers me a cup of tea and I take a sip. It had a strong floral aroma and was fresh and delicious. It had a unique flavor, different from black tea. You seem to have loved it. I have been told that this old man is the village chief. He is also Frau's grandfather. I turned my gaze to him. To him was Pa Pao, wide-eyed and staring at the ceiling after the blow Frau landed on him. How long do you plan to stay asleep, Pa Pao? Ah. The chief punched him mercilessly in the face. Pa Pao still didn't regain consciousness after that blow, so he kept doing it over and over again. I don't think it's good to wake him up rudely. Don't worry, this guy is tough. Pank 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 asterisk pank. You're finally awake, Pa Pao. What is this place? It's our home. As soon as he sees me, Pa Pao draws his sword. Frau instantly broke his sword with her hammer, and the chief put an axe to his neck. Sweat drips from Pa Pao's stiff forehead. I begin to feel sorry for him. Father, Frau, why are you protecting this human? Fool. He is Lord Toru, master of the great dragon race. I am very disappointed in you, father. I can't believe you pointed the sword twice at the Lord. The great race of dragons. Pa Pao prostrates at a speed that goes unnoticed. I was not able to follow his movements, even with my level 300 eyes. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'm not angry. Please raise your head. Thank you so much for your mercy. It is still uncomfortable. I'm not even that amazing. I think. I simply raised my level exorbitantly and now I happen to be of the dragon race. You should feel disappointed. The village chief and Frau scold Pa Pao. I think we'd better get along as well as possible with Pa Pao. Well, back to the main topic. Pa Pao is silent as he emits a gloomy aura next to the chief. It's very hard to ignore, but neither the chief nor Frau seem to mind. Let's listen to the main topic for the moment. Our village is in a critical situation. We had no choice but to seek help outside the village. But your people are not known to associate with humans. Exactly. So we contacted the elves, with whom we had a relatively good relationship, but they said only an ancient species could stop it. The chief made eye contact with Frau. She nodded and began to speak. For this reason I went out to look for a member of the great race. I searched for you for over a year. I was beginning to think I would never find you, and at that time I was captured by a human to be sold. But I was lucky enough to find you in the most unexpected place. Was there such a reason behind it? If I hadn't gone to that place that day, we would never have met. After all, if it weren't for Count Rohan and his plan to defeat the Queen of the Death Ants, save the royal capital and get the recommendation to attend the auction, Frau wouldn't be here, and neither would we. Although, there is something that has me very intrigued. Why Frau, though? What reason was she specifically chosen to find me? I am a shrine priestess who can send prayers to the great race. Only those who have dragon blood can hear such prayers. I couldn't think of anyone better. Frau puffed out her flat chest. She has a look of satisfaction as if to say, I did it. It became clear to me when I heard the explanation. Was that prayer voice a special ability of the priestess or something? I thought I could hear all the fairies' prayers. So what kind of crisis is it? I think it would be easier if you could see it with your own eyes. The chief led us out of his house. Gigaji gigaji. An unpleasant screeching of metal sounds. Occasionally, disturbing sounds could also be heard coming from several large trees. That's what's going to destroy this village. The chief pointed to a dull-colored metal dummy. It is about 5 meters high and each of its parts looks like a block joined together, giving the impression of being an intimidating and robust metal doll. I've seen these things before. Isn't that a golem? This is no ordinary golem like those made by humans. This is an original golem left by a great race, a monster of unmatched power and defense. The original golem has thick layers of ivy on it with vines and branches sticking out which tether it to the surrounding large trees. Every time it yanks at the vines, the trees scream and rustle. Normally, golems created by alchemists are loyal to orders. They do not harm people, and they do not rewrite orders at their discretion. I wonder, under what orders is this golem acting? Where did this big boy come from? He had been sleeping in the nearby ruins. We weren't sure what to do with it. We managed to tie him up here, but he's too sturdy to be destroyed. I tried to approach the golem. The red-tinted eyes turned blue as soon as he saw me. But they quickly changed to red again. The golem shuddered minutely, emitting a sound of laughter. It appears to be broken. Somehow it feels that way. What do you think, Toru-sama? You can call me Toru. That's ridiculous. Toru-sama is of the great race we worship. It's unthinkable to do something like that. We all want to be slaves like Frau and call him Lord. Absolutely not. I called out to Kaed who was a meter away from me. What can I do for you, Master? I don't think it will obey my orders, so it will have to be destroyed. I drew the sacred sword. Will I be able to do it? The opponent is created by the same beings as the sacred sword. I may not be able to cut it. This is a headache. It is not in my nature to think things through before I do them. You should think about these things when we are out of options. Ha! The blade pierced it without resistance, as if cutting through a tomato. The golem split in two and fell to the ground. I think I should not doubt my level and strength. Chapter 32. A warrior exiled by the hero and his lover. Chapter 32. I could not draw the sacred sword, so I returned to my homeland, Barsile. The courtroom is silent. I ducked my head and bit my teeth in frustration. I'm asking you again, you say you couldn't obtain the sacred sword? Yes. I'm afraid so. And then someone took Armin's sacred weapon before you could, and you came back to this country with nothing to show for it. Why yes. I heard a loud sigh. It was obvious that disappointment was in the air. The king's disappointment is great because his expectations were high. My body trembles with anger. This happened because of the menu brigade, which continued to steal my credit. I should have been the one to receive all that praise, to the point where I got tired of it. However, the reality is different. I don't want to lower my head in front of a bunch of weak, stupid morons. If I could, I would kill them all, right here and now. Your Majesty, can't you give me one more chance? Maybe I was just incompatible with Gridget's sacred weapon. That is possible. In the past, someone who couldn't get the sacred weapon from one temple, succeeded in a different one. That's okay, you can go get the other sacred weapon. The nearest one is in Chancellor. It said North Star, Your Highness. Hearing that, a smile broke out on my face. North Star is a small country in the middle of nowhere with higher temperatures and humidity than here, right? Moreover, it is under the umbrella of a major power antagonistic to Barsile. Now that the Demon King has appeared, we're cooperating with them somewhat, but it probably doesn't look good. But I can't speak of this story. Now that the royal family's trust in me is being shaken, the first thing I must do is to regain it. I have to get the sacred sword at all costs and make myself a hero. I have learned that the race of demons are hiding there, and they are wreaking havoc in the country. So I order you to kill them all. As you command. I had no choice but to accept it in silence. I traveled south through Barsils. And we finally arrived at North Star. In fact, I wanted to see Toru's wretched figure before I started my journey, but I couldn't say so. If I don't recover here, I will be the most useless hero in history. And even if I defeated the Demon King, the recognition I would receive would be very poor. My magic eye is not all-powerful either. The subject must be of the opposite sex only, and must be of a lower level than mine. In addition, if an antidote is used, the effect is lost and the spell cannot be cast on the subject again. Not to mention that the effect diminishes with the passage of time. Although it is a wonderful power, it has its shortcomings. And this demonic eye of seduction is designated as a forbidden ability. In other words, it is a dangerous ability that makes you a target to be defeated just for possessing it. If I didn't have my stealth skills, I would have been sent to the execution block by now. Sane, I'm getting dizzy. Shut up, you're very annoying. These roads are worse than Balsile. It would have been better if Sane had pulled out the holy sword back at the temple. Ha dot. Lisa's sighs made my stress go through the roof. Every minute my patience is wearing thin with the complaints of these stupid women. I've been so frustrated lately that I haven't even had sex. I should have known it was too soon to get rid of Toru. He was a nuisance, but he took the initiative and took care of us. He kept the balance in the party by consulting every decision with me. Most importantly, he was the best partner I could have to make me feel superior. If I had known things would be like this, I would have first gotten the sacred sword, given him some of the credit and then thrown him out. The carriage was swaying all the time. Hey, how far is it to the temple? We're almost there. This place is very far away. We would have gotten there faster walking. Who was the idiot who thought of coming by carriage? Damn it. It was me. Sir, we're about to arrive in the city. Shall we stop by in case you want to buy something? Yes. We need to eat. The gluttonous NEI exclaimed at the top of her lungs without consulting us first. Aic. What an annoying woman you are, NEI. Just being near you depresses me. The carriage entered the city and stopped at a suitable place. This place looks great. What do you say, Sane? I think it's okay. If you're hungry, I won't care. Oh, this place has a strange smell. We entered the restaurant and placed an order. Everything on the table were dishes I had never seen before. Insects fried in oil. A river fish with sharp fangs. Roasted arm of something with 3 fingers. Eyes floating in a red soup. Is this North Star's food? It's surprisingly good. This worm is crunchy. Ew. NEI is capable of eating anything. I lost my appetite when I saw NEI chewing on those insects. It is decided. NEI will be the next to go. Sora and Lisa are eating bread and salad. I should have played it safe and ordered bread and salad as well. Why isn't Sane eating? Ugh. However, I have no choice but to put up with it and eat it here. I am a hero trying to make a name for myself in history. I can't be afraid of this kind of thing. This is the Temple of North Star. It still houses the sacred sword. Phew, phew. What's wrong with Sane? Don't talk to me right now. My stomach has been upset for several hours. If I'm not careful, something inside me will come out, and it won't be anything good. But this is no time to get sick. I have something to do. I'm finally here, and there's something I want to check right away. I don't know if I will be able to pull out the sacred sword. No. I should be able to do it. This time I feel like I'm going to make it. I placed my hands on the door and pushed it. What is it, Sane? Open the door. Are you nervous? Don't make a sound. I am concentrating. If I don't distribute my power properly, it could be catastrophic. All right, I'm ready. Let's do 70% in the hips and 30% with both hands. Asterisk go 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 go. The door opened smoothly. My force distribution was correct. Phew. I can do it. Once I have the sacred sword in my hands, I will leave here immediately. I walked down the hallway to the large room. There was a sacred sword nailed to the pedestal. Come on, Sane. You will get it this time. You can do it. You're the hero. I walked slowly as the 3 girls were cheering me on. It was a long way to the pedestal. Ugh. You are a hero. Don't let your emotions leak out. I'm getting there. Just a little more. It won't be long now until all this suffering is over. I managed to reach the pedestal and place my hands on the sword. Phew. What are you doing? Just get it out at once. I was making force but the sword did not come out. My stomach hurts so much, it feels unfair. Is something wrong with you, Sane? You have a lot of sweat on your forehead. Yes, your face is very pale. If you don't feel well, just say so. I can help you. Idiot, stop. NEI grabs my arm. And the sword came out with a jerk. Ah. As soon as the sacred sword was pulled out, a large amount of something else also came out. Poop. Suddenly, everything felt right. My mind went completely blank. I drank the sweet, smooth sake in one gulp. The honey sake specially brewed by the fairy tribe tasted even better than I expected. I didn't expect it to be so sweet. Yes. It feels good on the palate. Yes. This is the pride of the fairies. My lord, drink more. Drink until our cellar is empty. Come on, come on. I'm not going to drink that much, but thank you. Amber-colored sake poured into a glass is also a visual treat in itself. Nearby, the fairies were chatting and enjoying food and sake. This is the largest tavern in the village. On a nearby stage, the fairies performed a welcoming dance. There are many rare dishes on the table. A slightly spicy vegetable and veal soup, thin skins wrapped with ingredients and fried cakes drizzled with honey. This is the dish Frau likes. It's really good. After chewing the cake, Ka-ed exhales happily. Hey that much? I'm curious. I'll try one. Disgusting. Ha ha ha, the Lord doesn't like sweets. Frau looks me in the face and laughs. It is 10 times sweeter than I imagined. It is still rich and sweet in my mouth. Toru-sama, may I pour you a drink? Oh, yes, please. Frau's father, Pao, was giving me a drink. He is much nicer now than when we first met. He must feel very remorseful. What do you think of my daughter, Lord? She is still a recent member of our party, so I can't give her a proper rating. But she's good at exploration and I'm sure I'll be able to count on her for battles once she levels up, so I have high hopes for her. Ooh. You have high hopes for Frau. By the way, you, as a father, don't you feel angry that your daughter is my slave? I'm asking if I should release Frau from slavery. Frau herself refused that proposal. Her father, however, might have a different idea. If her father flatly refuses, we will properly discuss canceling the contract. What are you talking about? We fairies are servants of the great race, and we only show our true worth to those we serve. You are free to use my daughter to satisfy your every desire. Hey, Pao-san. Father, do not shame me before the Lord. Frau became angry at the same time as her face turned red. This situation makes me a little uncomfortable. I decided to go for a walk. I like to drink while looking at the stars. The night sky is beautiful tonight. And I have the most delicious honey wine in my hand. I feel very satisfied. Master. Carde comes to my side. It looks like you are uncomfortable. Once again, you notice everything. I'm always watching you. Ka-ed seems to have seen through me. In fact, I was getting uncomfortable, but not necessarily because of the things the fairies were saying or doing. When I look at Frau's family, I remember my dead father and mother. May I know why they died? When I was 15, I left home in the morning. I don't remember exactly what I did that day, but when I came back, I found the two of them lying on the floor, dead, with their bodies bled out. That's all I know. Ka-ed was silent. Everyone in town said it was a thief who killed them. I thought so too. My family was one of the wealthiest people in town, so that's probably why they were attacked. I had no one else besides my parents, and from that day on I had to live alone. Of course, even though I was alone, the townspeople took care of me in many ways. We had fields and lots of cattle, so I managed to survive somehow. Lisa was so supportive that I decided to live for her, and I wanted to support her always. She's the woman who abandoned the master. Yes, but it doesn't matter now. She's happy with Sane now. I can't deny that it was a shock for me that she broke up with me like that. Maybe I wasn't good enough for her. Ugh. Tears spilled from my eyes and slid down my cheek. Ka-ed hugged me without saying anything. There is still a big hole in my heart. The next day, we decided to investigate the golem we had defeated. The inside of the golem is a mess. It's like a living thing but fake. The cross-section of the golem cut in half is covered by a cord-like structure resembling blood vessels. In addition, there are multiple mysterious spheres of various sizes, which are biological and really grotesque. I have heard that the alchemists modeled their golems after the originals, but this way I can understand that it is only the front part that resembles the original. Once again, the great race seems to have built an unimaginably advanced civilization. Where are the ruins this big boy was located in? Frau will guide you. Follow me. Frau, who was sitting on top of Panda, moves forward. A few meters beyond the forest you can see the structures of some ruins. All that remained of them were walls and a pile of rubble. There are several golems moving about. I see, so there are more of them that woke up. Kaed, assess the area and look for any artifacts that might be controlling them. Yes. My lord, what would you have Frau do? How about raising your level some more? I was waiting for you to say that. Frau flew off and got lost in the forest. Her current level is 45. This forest is home to monsters with very high levels, so she should reach level 100 faster than expected. I called Rosuk from the seal. Rosuk, go and support Frau. Shia. Rosuk flew off at high speed behind Frau. Well, let's go explore the ruins. I will be very lucky if I find treasure. Although if we don't find any, it will still be a good experience to explore this place. Well, the Grand Thief skill didn't detect anything, so it looks like there's no treasure. Master. Here's a door. When I ran to Kaed, I saw what looked like a square door on the floor. There were multiple golems stacked on top of each other to hide it. We pushed the golems aside and I opened the door. Goo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The door opened effortlessly. There were stairs leading down to the back of the place. What are we going to do? We go down, of course. I went down the stairs first, Kaed and Panda trailing behind. Kaed created an orb of light and we carefully descended the stairs. The walls are made of rock, which gives the impression that they were built in a hurry. We reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped onto the ground. From there, a long passage continued to the back. How far does it go? There appears to be no sign of living creatures. A light. A blue light filtered in from down the hall. We continued on and came upon an open space. There, a large, complex magic circle glowed blue. Maybe this is. Do you know what this is? Maybe it's a magic transfer circle. I've seen something like it before. I don't understand it at all. The magic circle is full of unfamiliar letters and symbols, and though I try to recognize them, my mind refuses and my eyes slip. I've always been bad at things related to magic, but seeing something like this makes me feel even worse. Why is this magic circle in operation? Normally it wouldn't work without magic power. I think it's in the magic vein. In other words, it's a big stream of magical power underground. I see. I had never heard of magic veins. I think Lisa had explained it to me a long time ago. Well, I've heard a lot of things related to magic, but I usually forget them soon after hearing them. Anyway, I would like to know Kaed's conclusion. So, if I get on top of this thing, will it take me to the other end where the other magic circle is? I don't know exactly. But considering that it is working, its counterpart, the other magic circle, must also be working. Maybe there is a possibility that it is as you say. Destination and function unknown. But it can be used. It is a bad idea to use this magic circle. But then again, my adventurous spirit begs me to do so. Maybe it will take me to a place where there are tons of treasures. Maybe it will take me to a place where no one has ever been. But it may also lead me to a place that I might regret going to. I started this journey because I wanted to explore the world and find new things. Wouldn't you like to see where this magic circle leads? I'll go wherever my master goes. I have decided. My next destination is the other end of this magic circle. I kept looking at the sacred sword in my room in the inn. The smile on my face does not disappear. Phew 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 phew. Finally, I was able to obtain the sacred weapon I had been seeking for so long. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. From the day I was told I would be the hero, I was thinking about getting the sacred sword. Now all that is required is to perform heroic and magnificent feats. If I can do that, I will make a name for myself in history. However, I cannot take any of this lightly. The hero's job is to defeat the Demon King. In the past many heroes were defeated trying to kill him in the past. In order for me to achieve such a feat, my level must be at least 100. That and a partner in. I looked at the three girls in the room. Nei, a fighter, Sorara, a priest, and Lisa, a mage. All of them are level 40. I am beginning to doubt their usefulness in this party. In the past, most of the members who were in the heroes party also received this title. Sometimes they were granted at the beginning, or sometimes they were granted at the end, after having defeated the Demon King. If you are not good enough, you die, and you can even be replaced. Choosing the right partners is essential. I don't want to have anyone who is a hindrance in my party, nor do I want any others that make me feel uncomfortable. The race of demons are on the prowl in this city. When are we going to defeat them? Will I be able to win with my current level? I feel it's not too late to train some more. Hey, Sora, we can't afford to be complacent. People live in fear of being attacked at any moment. You've seen them out there. True, but it won't do any good if we die. Sora is in the party for her healing abilities, but sometimes her character and way of thinking drags this party down. It is too frustrating. There is no way for a high-level enemy to come out fighting so easily. They are always small demons of level 20 or 30 at most. Zuzan. The building began to shake badly. What is this tremor? Sane, there are people running outside. I think we are under attack. We left the lodge and headed to the source of the tremor. You are free to do whatever you want. Kill all the men and bring all the beautiful women you find, but don't forget to gather money and food. A giant demon was giving instructions to the demonic soldiers. More than 100 demonic soldiers were entering the city from the destroyed outer wall. They mercilessly attacked the fleeing inhabitants. They were supposed to be hiding, so why'd they have to attack now all of a sudden? Doubt rises in my head, but I push it to the corner of my mind, realizing that it is of no importance. A wonderful situation to impose myself as a hero came to me. Get ready to fight. I'll take care of that big guy. Understood. Shouldn't we prioritize evacuating residents? If we defeat the leader, everyone else will retreat. Let the residents fend for themselves. But Sora is once again showing signs of rebellion. Don't you dare contradict me in a situation like this. Shut up. I don't care how many people die. You have only one task, and that is to obey me. All right. Sora's face turns blue as she shudders. I hope I don't get frustrated again. This is as far as they've come, damn it. Flame blast. Lisa's fire magic strikes a group of demons. The large demon was engulfed in flames as well. However, he has too high a level, so he won't die with that attack. I rushed towards him and swung my sword at the same time. With a sharp sound, the blade was blocked by something. Did you think you could beat me with an attack as weak as that? How did you? The flames went out and I could see that the big guy had an axe in his hand. The sacred sword was easily blocked by an axe. I evaluated his stats and realized he was level 150. He was not someone with a lot of skills, but he more than made up for it with his overwhelming skill level. In addition, I felt a freezing sensation in my back. He is probably far superior to me in combat techniques. Who is this guy? Why is this guy in a place like this? The demon looks at me and squints. Are you the new chosen hero? So what if I am? You're not that scary. I have orders from the Demon King to have some fun when I meet the hero, so I don't plan to kill you here. My sword was snatched from my hands and his fierce left fist slammed into my empty abdomen. Ugh. My legs gave out due to the strong blow I received and an intense pain follows. I exhaled while spitting up blood. It was the first time in my life that I received such damage. He grabbed me by the hair and forced me to look at him. It would be very easy to finish you off, don't you think? Eliminate you from this world with a single blow. Please don't. Don't kill me. Brr ha 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 ha. You're scared? What level are you? 63. Really? You challenged a level 150 with such a weak level? You're definitely the hero. Hey, guys. Don't you think so too? The demon soldiers behind the leader laugh. I was humiliated like never before. If I had known he was level 150, I wouldn't fight. I would have quietly left this city. Don't laugh at me, I swear I will kill you. Sane, I'm going to help you. Lisa's fire magic hits the leader directly in the face. The leader dropped me and NEI jumped in the air to hit him. But he doesn't even move a muscle and brings his fist to his forehead. Not yet. NEI spins in the air to kick him in his neck. The big man, after receiving both blows, still did not move. He was as heavy as a rock. This is my chance. I'll let NEI fight with him while we escape. NEI. Stop. Hey, Sane, are you willing to leave NEI lying here? You must help her. She's one of our most precious friends. I can't die in a place like this. I am the hero. I am the one chosen to defeat the Demon King and save the world. Both Lisa and Sora are silent. It is a natural reaction. Because what I say is the truth. Our lives are not worth the same. She may die here, but I have to survive. Get out of here. I'll take care of this. You finally get it. You have a beautiful face and a nice body, but the truth is, I'm tired of you already, so stay and die so we can live. Sane. I will leave NEI and go with Lisa and Sora. Damn, I never expected to lose one of my toys in a place like this. On the bright side, I'll finally be rid of that nuisance. But on the other hand, now I have to find a new toy who is willing to die for me if necessary. My next partner will be a stronger, more submissive woman. For that, I have to raise my level. My greatest pleasure is to take away something that belongs to someone else. The moment we left the city, we heard Nay's scream. Ugh, NEI. I can't believe we abandoned her. Don't get depressed. What she did was a noble sacrifice. We have a bigger problem. We were unable to comply with the king's request. Wait. Is this really a problem? No. This is the responsibility of the country that did not tell us there were level 150 enemies. Rather, I am a victim. I was about to die. In addition, I lost one of my friends. It is the country and the king that are to blame, not me. Let's go back to the country and ask for another job that is easier to get. Let's go back to the country. All right. My legend is only just beginning. My life is in danger right now. Please stay in the village a little longer. Toru-sama. Toru-sama. Stay here forever. We won't give you any trouble. Stay here for about 30 years, please. The fairies are clinging to my legs and arms. I'm sure this looks really bad. Even if I try to move forward, the rest of the fairies prostrate themselves in front of me to prevent me from doing so. Men and women, young and old, were shedding tears for me. Shut up. Have you forgotten that you are the servants of the great dragon race? Frau shouted at the top of her lungs. She was sitting on top of Panda nearby, looking intently at all the fairies. The townspeople had a surprised expression on their faces. If you are a proud servant, say goodbye to your master with devotion. That way you can be certain that your master will return and you will be waiting for him. Oh Frau, you have become so mature and strong in such a short time. My granddaughter is right. We must see our master off as he deserves. After the village chief's words, all the fairies let go of me. Thank you, Frau. Had the situation worsened, I would have had to use my strength. I have to admit, I underestimated the fairies' sense of loyalty. The fairies were willing to make me live here forever if I didn't tell them I was leaving. Just thinking about it, I can't help but break out in a cold sweat. I'll be back soon. I gave a final nod to the villagers and we left. The fairies did not stop and kept waving their hands and shouting my name. We returned to the magic circle we had found. I made a final reflection. I don't know what will be waiting for us on the other side. It could be underwater. Or underground in some cave, which is even worse. To be on the safe side, I put Panda and Frau in the backpack. I made Kaed hug me and not let go no matter what. Once we took the necessary precautions, all that remained was to jump into the magic circle. Let's go. Yes. I'm ready. Q. We jump into the magic circle. Aik. With the momentum of the dive, we landed outside the magic circle. The transfer was momentary. I don't feel like I've jumped at all. In fact, I feel like I haven't moved. Even though I felt like nothing happened, the setting we were in was totally different. We are in a place sealed by rubble, keeping only the space with the magic circle exposed. We are probably inside a building that has collapsed. Master, the wind is blowing in from that gap. When I put my hand over what looked like a hole, the wind was certainly blowing. There is definitely something on the other side. I make a hole bigger by forcefully extending my finger around it. Frau, can you see what's on the other side? Sure. I think I can get through here. Please do. I could punch through the wall with my strength, but that could make the whole place collapse. It is safer for Frau to destroy the wall with her hammer after checking the outside of the debris. Oh, this is very tight. Frau's panties were exposed to view and Kaed hurried to cover my eyes. Kaed's act of covering my eyes was slow. I have perfectly seen the striped underwear Frau has. On the other side, Frau shouts, "There's a hallway." Boom. Without warning, she smashed through a portion of the wall with her hammer. Cough cough, there's a lot of dust here. Yes, thanks to you breaking the wall. It was so that my lord could leave. Frau smiles and places her hand on her waist. I don't think she's noticed that she's covered from head to toe in dust. Having her join us was definitely the best decision I could have made. We have to be cautious from now on. The corridor is still quite narrow due to the piles of debris. We continue to move forward, going through the gaps. I found a way out. Frau had gone ahead to scout the site, and returned with good news. Perfect. So this place is in the outside world and is not a subterranean construction. This will save us a lot of headaches. Look, there it is. The end of the corridor was blocked by a huge boulder. As she mentioned, there was a small light shining through a tiny space. After all, I won't be able to get out of here without breaking something. If I do it too hard, everything can collapse. I have to destroy this rock with the least amount of force. I unsheathed my great sword. Both of you, move away. I focused my gaze on the rock and controlled my breathing, then I invoked the power of the Dragon Knight. This ability allows me to identify the weaknesses of objects, animals, or people very accurately. I can see the fragile points of the rock thanks to my dragon eyes. Like a knife slicing through butter, my sword slid through the rock silently causing it to split in two. Pishy 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 pishy. The rock collapsed and a path appeared before us. Master, that was amazing. How did you do that? Even Frau's eyes couldn't catch up. Frau speaks in third person. QI. I put the sword back in its sheath. It's a technique that doesn't have a name yet. Let's move forward. We left the dark corridor. The corridor led us into a forest. The temperature and humidity are higher than in the fairy village. What's that? It's black smoke. It may be a fire. Frau, who records the surroundings from the sky, points in a certain direction. Kaed also sniffed a little. It definitely smells like burning. There's also a smell of blood and burnt flesh. Was that a scream? We must move fast. Frau, show us the way. Got it. Follow me. I started running after Frau. Kaed and Panda were behind me. If there is a battle, Panda won't do much good. I will send Rosuk. Panda, come back. Rosuk, go out and fly. Shia. Rosuk comes out of my arm and immediately goes into combat mode. His speed of movement was much faster than Panda's, and he stepped in front of me. Master, look at that. The corpse of a man lay on the ground. There were many of them lying dead. The corpse of a demon was also lying near the site. Kaed, is anyone alive? No. Let's hurry. No doubt demons are attacking this place. The black smoke must be coming from a town or city. I began to hear screams in the distance. Rosuk, kill all the demons you can see. Shia. We have arrived too late. There was blood and human corpses all over the place. The scene was tragic. The buildings were destroyed and the demons laughed with the gold they collected in their hands. Some of them even enjoyed licking the corpses. The anger inside me made my blood boil. Blossom Blizzard. Wrecking Hammer. A large hammer smashed the frozen demons. I was able to calm my anger a bit after that. I was behind my two companions watching the situation. Master, let's hurry to save the survivors. Just give me an order. Frau will blow everyone to pieces. That's right. There is still time. We can help the survivors. We'll split up so we can cover more of the place. Kaed, you go that way, and Frau, you go the other way. I'll go to the center and get rid of all the demons I can find. Okay. Each of the two took the corresponding direction. And I went straight to the center. There has to be a leader somewhere who is commanding this attack. If I succeed in defeating him, all the subordinates will begin to withdraw. Get out of the way. I was killing every demon in my line of sight. The place was turning into a river of blood. In the center of the city, there was a large demon holding a bloody woman in one hand. Is that all? I had high hopes for you, since you are a valuable member of the heroes' party. But I must say I am very disappointed. Ugh. You are also very unlucky. Your hero was just using you as a mere pawn. The demon was very large. He must have been about 10 feet tall. His huge, toned body could be seen with his striated muscles and veins marking his entire arm. Two long, thick horns grow from the head, and the appearance is intimidating in combination with a cruel expression. This guy. He must be pretty strong. He has a higher level than the other demon leaders I've fought before. As I got closer, I could see exactly who the bloody woman was that the demon was holding with one hand. When I saw her, I felt as if my heart had been ripped out of my chest. That woman was Nei. Nei is a fighter of the party White Fang that is led by Sane. Besides that, she is my former childhood friend. From a young age she has been a free-spirited girl, and I have always treated her the same way I treat everyone regardless of gender. We were very good friends, but at one point, she distanced herself from me for some reason. I remember well that when I was depressed, she would laugh and cheer me up in her own way. She was concerned that I was a burden, so he constantly took the time to train me and teach me how to fight. Even when I wondered if I should confess my feelings to Lisa, she told me, be a man and go for it. Even after the way we parted and all the things we've been through, I can't erase those good memories. Nei was the soul of the party. She will always have a special place for me in my memories. Dharm-sama, here comes another potential opponent. Apparently the fun doesn't end here. I hope these people do better than that pathetic hero. Take care of him. Hey. Approximately 10 demon soldiers drew their swords. Behind them, the man named Dharm threw Nei away like garbage. Probably because his interest in me was greater than killing Nei. I am boiling with anger. Where did Sane go? Why was Nei fighting alone? Why didn't he help her? I thought Nei was your girlfriend, Sane. Hey. Human. All the demons surrounded me and thrust their swords at me almost simultaneously. I made no move, Shit, why can't I get through it? This guy is incredibly tough. The blade of my sword bounced. Dharm-sama, this guy is not like the others. In the blink of an eye, I swung the blade of my sword and killed half of the demons that were attacking me. I am not interested in you. I want the big boy's head back there. Well, I see you've passed level 100. And judging by your bracelet, you seem to be the person who's been given the title of hero. Do you obey the Demon King's orders? Exactly. I am Dharm, one of the 6 generals of the demon army. In other words, he has the same level as the other demon general I killed. But why is the general of the demon race in this place? I have a lot of questions, and they have the answers. Do you wonder why someone like me is in this place? It's a simple answer. I want to see blood. I want to tear the flesh of humans, to shake my eardrums with their screams of pain. Don't you think it's unfair that only my men can enjoy such pleasures? Don't expect me to agree with you. Oh, yeah, right. I hadn't thought of that. Dharm pulled out a huge axe he had at his waist. It was reddish purple all over, and in the center of the sword's blade, something resembling a heart was beating repeatedly with a loud sound. Perhaps it is a demonic weapon that counteracts the powers of the holy sword. The battle between me and him begins in the blink of an eye. Fun new. Psu. The demon general flies at breakneck speed while swinging his axe back and forth. I block his attacks with the holy sword. Each strike causes shock waves generated by our force which cause the nearby buildings to vibrate. This type of attack definitely exceeds level 100. Our weapons collide with each other and the sparks scatter with a high-pitched metallic sound. We continue to strike each other at point-blank range. You're very impressive, kid. Are you sure you're not the hero? Sorry, but I'm just a warrior. You're too strong to be a mere warrior. I'm level 150. I don't care about the numbers. My head is clear, but on the other hand, I feel a great anger simmering inside me. I will never forgive you for what you did to NEI. I stepped forward and with one swift movement cut off his left arm. Blood splattered as his arm spun in the air. My arm. At what point did you? I don't know if you're a general, but you're too weak. Dharm, with a look of hatred on his face, raised his axe. Deep freeze. With a snap, his right arm froze. Wrecking hammer. Frau's hammer slammed straight into Dharm and hurled him into the rubble of a building. Kahed landed on the roof of one of the buildings with her iron fans. Frau called for her hammer and rested on my shoulders while combing her hair. Sorry I'm late, master. The evacuation of the civilians is over. Thank you both for your work. Dharm emerged from the rubble and spat blood. He also tried to break the ice that had trapped his right arm. So you have partners. I'm not going to let you get away with this. I don't plan to run away from this. I will summon my magic armor. Something like a root stuck out from his right arm, seemingly originating from his axe. Slowly, thorns and scabs began to appear over his shoulder and arm. If that's the power of his axe, it's terrifying. I felt that his presence had become much stronger. I'll tell you something good. The magic axe temporarily increases the user's level by 30%. Isn't that great? Kukiku. Given that your level was 150, a 30% increase is 195? This makes him a real threat. Fwesh. I instantly closed the gap in our distance and cut his right arm from the shoulder. I appeared in front of him as if I had teleported. Dharm's eyes widened before he experienced pain from having his arm severed. I used a silent sword strike that can be done with the simultaneous use of Grand Thief and Dragon Knight. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. I am level 300. You can't. Before he finished his sentence, I cut him in half. Deep down I wanted him to experience the same pain I had suffered and then kill him. But I was starting to get impatient, so I decided to get it over with quickly. As high as my level is, I couldn't take my chances with a guy like that. Unfortunately, Darm's fighting style was far superior to mine. Those who are good at fighting are also good at running away. I thought it would be better to get it over with at once, rather than let him have a chance to run away. I placed my sword in the sheath and ran to Nei. 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 S. Psi. N. This is no time to talk. Hold on. She is stunned by all the damage she received. Her condition is very delicate. If we do not treat her immediately, she might die. Panda. QI. I called Panda and pulled Nei up on top of him. Panda's soft and squishy body will help Nei not to suffer from sudden movements. I have to take her somewhere I can cure her. My recollection since I started carrying Nei is vague. I found an uninhabited inn, put her to bed and then got her to drink a high-grade potion while I had Kaed use her skills to stop the bleeding. The high-grade potion for physical recovery is very good. Unfortunately, it cannot heal torn limbs, but it can heal broken bones or damaged organs in seconds. However, it is only to force things back to their original shape. If the damaged parts do not receive immediate attention, the wounds could easily reopen. Asterisk Creek. The doctor opened the door and left the room. After bowing slightly, he left the inn. It seems that the examination of Nei's body has been completed. How is she? It looks like the high-grade potion worked and she has no irreparable damage. But she needs to be on bed rest for a while. I see. I looked at Nei's face, still sleeping. The pain seems to have subsided, and her sleeping face looks calmer. I couldn't be more thankful that the potion brought Nei back from that terrible state. Hey you two, don't fight. QI. Shia. Panda and Rosok had a conflict inside the room. But Panda loses the encounter and hides behind Frau's back. If you are afraid, you should not have been looking for a fight. Master, come here for a moment. What's wrong? Kaed leads me to a corner of the room. I guess she must have something important to tell me. I wonder if it's something Frau can't hear. I was evaluating Nei-san's stats, and I realized something. Exactly what's going on. Please remain calm and listen carefully to what I will tell you. Why so much mystery? Is it so difficult to explain her discovery? Kaed inhaled and exhaled slowly. Nei-san is in a brainwashed state. What? There is something wrong with her condition. It is possible that her feelings and thoughts are being forcibly manipulated through magic or some kind of drug. I looked at Nei as she continued to sleep, but I couldn't gather my thoughts. Has Nei been brainwashed? Who? Who brainwashed him? Only one name crosses my mind. No way, it's impossible. No matter how rotten he is, I don't think he would dare do something like that. I find it hard to believe that he would do that to one of our childhood friends that we grew up together with. But if this turns out to be true, I will kill Sane. I kept waiting for Nei to wake up. Kaed and Frau are sitting next to each other in the room. Panda had his eye closed and was floating in the air. Nei woke up. I immediately rushed to speak to her. Are you in any pain? Are you fully conscious? Toru. Yes. It's me, Toru. She looked around with lazy eyes. She stood up a little and sat on the bed. I was abandoned. Sane. Yes, he was about to die fighting against the demon general, so I rushed to his defense. Then he left and told me to die here. My fists were shaking. From one moment to the next my anger turned into a killer instinct. Nei was looking at me confusedly. Why are you dressed like that? Hey, maybe Sane can let you join the party again. Friends fight and break up, but there's always the option to come back. Nei, Sane brainwashed you. I see. Her reaction was totally unexpected. I thought she would try to deny the facts. She laughed a little and then became sad. This attitude is not normal. Being in a brainwashed state does not erase your past memories. There is an emotional conflict within her. I pulled my chair closer to the bed and sat down. I like sane. But there's something wrong with my feelings, something wrong with my thoughts, and something much worse inside me. Before, I liked someone else. Tears slid down her face. A drop had fallen on the ring on her right hand. I felt like my heart was going to break into 1,000 pieces seeing her again. Nei, a girl who was cheerful and full of energy, was crying in front of me. I have no doubt now that Sane brainwashed him. I never imagined that my once best friend would become human scum. And I'm also a nauseatingly obtuse idiot. I never realized all that was unfolding behind my back, even though I had the answer right in front of me. There is a way to break the brainwashing. I took a small bottle out of my pocket. This is a high-grade spell potion I found in the ruins. According to doctors, brainwashing is a kind of curse. Fortunately, I have a way to free her from it. However, the doctor also said, whenever you regain control of your thoughts and emotions, there will be repercussions. If your actions during brainwashing deviate too much from your original intentions, it can lead to collapse. Doing this comes with a great risk. But no matter what this situation looks like, I can't leave her in that state. So I will let her decide. Drink this and the brainwashing will stop. In return, you will suffer mental anguish, so I'll let you decide. If you don't want to do it, give it back to me. I want to give it some thought. After grabbing the bottle, Nei lay down and turned her back to me. She wrapped herself from head to toe in the futon. I'll be in the next room. If you need me, call me. I left the room. I woke up to a sudden scream. That scream was Nay's. I left my room and hurried quickly to Nay's room. Are you okay? He. Ack. Nei was in agony in bed. I held her face with both hands, her back bent like a bow. Then she fell off the bed and squatted down. Fuji, doji. It was a very hard situation to watch. She was scratching the floor with her fingernails. Her body kept shaking. At first I thought she was in agony of pain from the blows she received. But when I looked at the floor, there was an empty bottle rolling around nearby. Nei-san, don't give up. We are here with you. You are not alone. Kaed casts healing magic on Nei to relieve her mental pain. The screams of agony were diminishing. Toru, don't look at me. I'm dirty. You're not dirty, Nei. You're still the same old girl to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said horrible things to you. I've done horrible things. I betrayed my heart, my feelings. I did a lot to Toru. I'm an idiot. Sane brainwashed you. It wasn't something you did at your will. Don't think about that. Concentrate on getting out of that state, Kaed, Frau, and I will be here to support you. As I turned to leave the room, I heard the sound of metal clanging against the wall. Nei had taken off Sane's ring and thrown it away. After that I heard a loud scream. It's not a good idea for me to be around her right now, so I'll let her handle this situation on her own. When I left the inn, I sat down on a bench. I am amazed at the mental fortitude some people have despite everything that happened. Little by little the people who fled were returning to the site. Many people worked together to fix the buildings that were destroyed by the demons. Some looked depressed, but managed to try to smile. I would like to think that Nei is just as strong as those people. If she doesn't make it, I am willing to take care of her for the rest of my life. Nei is my childhood friend. She is a very nice girl. She has taken care of me more times than I can count, and it is because of her that I was able to stay at the party when I was a burden. She has been my savior. Hey, warrior. Oh, hi guys. How are you? Some children I had met in the last few days approached me. In the city they treat me as if I were a hero for having defeated the demons. No, actually, I am the real hero. I'm still not used to this. Thanks to this, I am able to rent a place for free, and the things I need for my daily life are given to me immediately when I ask for them. I was told that when the city is completely restored, they will create a stone statue resembling my image. Of course I refused, but the residents were so enthusiastic that I had no choice but to accept. Show me that again. Ugh, well I'll do it. I pulled out my knife and the boy handed me a piece of firewood he had. The image of the red dragon I defeated earlier popped into my head. I carved the wood quickly and accurately, and it became a sculpture in a few seconds. The children were thrilled. After that, they started bringing me a lot of firewood. There was a great demand from the children who wanted me to make them a lot of things. The most popular statues I get requests for are Rosuk and Kaed. Then there are the ones of Panda and Frau. Apparently I'm not very popular with the kids. What a pity. I got up and said goodbye to the children. I headed towards a group of men who were working. Hi, can I help you with the job? You are the hero who saved the city. It grieves me that such a person is working with us. Don't worry about it. I'd like to keep my mind busy. So, can you bring the logs from the forest? Of course. The rest of the day was spent helping with construction work in the city. 3 days had passed and NEI was able to get to the point where she could hold a decent conversation with me. However, if I mentioned anything that dredged up her memory, she would immediately apologize and become very depressed. Though thanks to Kaed's skills, she seemed to be recovering, albeit slowly. Toru is kind. What's up with that? NEI looked tired as she said that. I feel that she has lost a lot of weight in the last few days. I know you're trying to help me. But that kindness really hurts. I went through the same thing when I was with you, too. Hey. I was a burden to the whole party. But you never gave up. Thanks to you I was able to stay. Your high expectations of me and your kindness weighed heavily on me. NEI made a puzzled face. Why that look? It makes me feel like I'm saying something weird. I'm sure you're right. Toru was trying his best, and in a way, he's like me. Exactly. You have to try and get over it. NEI let go of the fork. I'm thinking of returning to the village. Are you going to retire as an adventurer? Yes. My heart is broken. I'm tired of adventures, of falling in love and of life. I want a quiet life in the country with my mother and father. I was tired of life. I had a bad feeling when I heard those words. I hope you're not talking about committing suicide, are you? She is finally free from Sane's spell and I don't want it to end like this. Can I at least have the best memories at the end? She placed her hand on mine. At that moment I realized what she was thinking. He says he wants to return to the village, but the truth is that she is going to commit suicide on the way. Let's go. Hey? Wow. I grabbed her hand tightly and we left the inn. I went straight to the store of a slaver who was in town. I want to record a master-slave contract with this woman. What? You will return to the village. But as my slave, I will not let you take your life. You will live the rest of your life obeying me. That will be your punishment. A master-slave contract may be recorded with the consent of both parties, even if not a slave. High-priority orders cannot be changed by themselves unless the master withdraws them. That's what that slave trader told me. I'm just going to go over the rules and make sure the brainwashing isn't still present. Okay. A middle-aged man sprayed a liquid on top of Nay's head. From what I have heard, there are drugs that confirm the brainwashed state. Once you put it in your body, if it reacts and glows pale pink, it is because the brainwashing is still at work. Nay's body did not glow. There are cases of brainwashing people to make master-slave contracts. Our business is shady, but we follow the rules to the letter. If we make a contract that is unethical, we reject it instantly. Is it really easy to brainwash someone? There are only a limited number of forms of brainwashing in such a short period of time that an abnormal condition occurs. The first is hypnotic magic, which is contraindicated. The second is a brainwashing drug, which is also contraindicated. Lastly, there's a skill known as the demonic eye of seduction. NEI sneezed. It looks like she's already coming down with a cold. I decided to cover her with my cape. I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to stay a little longer. It is very necessary for me to listen to the words of this old man. Magic and medicine are strictly guarded in all countries, so basically you can't use them. The only thing left is the demonic eye of seduction, but that is extremely rare to manifest, and there are multiple conditions, but if you eliminate them, you can easily dominate the opposite sex. What would happen to me if I obtained such power? That would definitely result in imprisonment or execution. There was a time when whoever had that ability did whatever they wanted, and since then, whoever possesses it is treated as a criminal. After hearing these words, I have no doubt that Sane has this ability. If it were magic or medicine, I would have been brainwashed as well. First of all, I have never seen him use or see any indication that he had such a power. But there was another moment when that guy was unusually happy. This was before he was given the news that he could be the hero. That must have been when the notice of the demonic eye of seduction's manifestation appeared before him. Although, this is just speculation on my part. I have seen his stats, and I did not see this skill reflected. I'll need you to sell me some of those medicines you gave NEI. Sure, but they're not cheap. I bought about 5 medicines and put them in my pocket. With this I will be able to confirm if Lisa and Sora have also been brainwashed by him. Kaed has her appraisal ability, but it is impossible to identify brainwashing with it. Are you sure you want to make a master-slave contract? I don't want to do it. If you refuse to accept it, I won't force you. But only if you promise me you won't kill yourself. And I'll pretend we never talked about this. I can't make that promise. Maybe I'm going to end up doing it. Then let's sign the contract. I don't know. I just don't think it's right for me to be this happy after betraying you. Hey? What the hell is she talking about? Does she have brain damage? NEI covers her face with the hood of my cloak. Doing that would be a reward. So, she likes the idea of being a slave. Maybe I should have your head examined by a doctor. You are so insensitive. NEI smacks her fist against my abdomen. I'm not sure what's going on, but I don't think she turned down the contract proposal. Then I remembered something I had wanted to ask a slaver for a long time. I'd like to know something. Do master-slave contracts have any psychological impact? No. So, once you sign the contract, it's automatically a slave? No. Basically, there is a rule that people who don't have a collar are not treated as slaves. On the contrary, if you have the collar, it's a slave even if you don't have a contract. My theory is confirmed. I found out that Kaed's feelings were not affected at all. It seems that her feelings for me are true. I feel like it will be hard to look her in the face now. Okay, let's get started. The master-slave contract with NEI was a success. Several days have passed. Most of the city has been rebuilt and the stores are full of people. From time to time, I saw a sign that said this place supports the menu brigade. I was very embarrassed. My stone statue has not yet been built. But work is already underway. Arrangements are being made to start very soon. According to the plans, Kaed and Frau will be on either side of me. I was asked to come on the day when the stone statue of the menu brigade becomes a symbol of the city. I wouldn't want to come. I don't like the idea of standing out at all. But I have no choice. I'm ready now. NEI, who was carrying a backpack on her back, turns around and looks back. There is still sadness in her expression, but it is somewhat brighter than when she was released from brainwashing. I dare not ask what Sane did to her. because that would be the cruelest torture for her. Maybe I should let her commit suicide. But I don't have the courage to let the people I grew up with die in vain. No matter what happens, I want her to live. Well, let's walk you into town. It's all right, it will be better if I go alone. I'll ask you one more time, would you like to join us? I don't know what you're going through, but I think you will find that being with us will help you more. Thank you, but it's better if I go back to town. I don't deserve to be by your side. Nei stares at Kaed. They stared at each other for a few seconds and then bowed at the same time. Take good care of him. He's mean and insensitive, but he's someone very kind. I know. And he loves your breasts. Hey. Don't say anything weird. It will have a negative effect on my tender and sweet Kaed. Although I can't deny it. I do like her breasts. At least let me take you to the royal capital of Armand. I know a transport company that can get you to town safely. That sounds good. I don't feel safe saying goodbye to her like this. Even though the medicine has already taken effect and healed her wounds, I am not completely at ease. It's Frau's turn to shine. A question mark appears in my head. Is there anything Frau can be helpful with in this situation? Frau can use her fairy dust, so Nei can reach Armand in one day by flying. Oh. That's right. Hey, I can't believe the Lord forgot about it. I was thinking of using the magic transfer circle, but that's in the same place as the fairy village, a place I don't want to go. But if we use Frau's fairy dust, it will be faster for Nei to get to Armand. To be able to fly. It's something I'm very excited about. Frau spins above us. Wow. My legs are floating. Ooh. I'm flying. Is my lord proud to have a slave like Frau? You're the best. I'm so happy to have made you my friend. How, Lord? My face is so hot. For some reason, Kaed comes up to me and hugs me. I cannot make my master fly, but I can do anything else the master commands me to do. I will heal your wounds and indulge your every desire. Oh. What's wrong with her all of a sudden? She's fighting for my attention. Is this some kind of competition? Suddenly, Nei punches me in the stomach. Don't just start flirting all of a sudden. I thought you were going to take me to Armand. That's right, let's go. Kaed and Nei follow me from behind, while Frau rides Panda. Apparently Panda can fly higher as long as she has fairy dust. Well, this is goodbye. Yes. Behind Nei, Jonathan's wagon waited at the exit. In a few days she will arrive in the town where she was born and raised. She hasn't decided what she's going to do when she returns, but for now she's going to help her parents with their work. Nei's family is made up of 2 happily married parents and many siblings, and they all love her, so I am sure she will be well received. She reached over and grabbed my clothes. Tears well up in her eyes as she looks at me. Please help Sora. I've been able to put up with it because Zane wasn't very interested in me, but Sora is in a pretty terrible state. What about Lisa? Nei averted her gaze and fell silent. So Sora is in a position to be saved, while Lisa is in a position to. Does Toru still like Lisa? I don't know. I used to be able to say it clearly, but nowadays I can't see where my feelings are, probably because I've already given up on her. It's better this way, I'm sure Toru. He's very hurt by what happened. She went on to say, A&D. Kill Sane. Only Toru can do it. I'm going to do it even if you don't tell me. As your former best friend, I'm going to do the right thing. Well, there's nothing more to say. Nei hugged me and buried her face in my chest. I heard a snort and then she ran off abruptly and climbed into the carriage. See you soon. Yes, we will meet again. The carriage departed and I kept waving my hand until I could no longer see it. After saying goodbye to Nei, we returned to Gridget. I didn't want to go back to North Star right away. Because of this, I am forced to make changes to my plans. The original plan was to go to a certain village in Gridget. We wanted to go to the capital from there, but thanks to our stop at the hidden fairy village, it ended up leading us to a detour that ended up being important. But it was good. I was able to save both NEI and the city of Northstar. Our plans didn't necessitate that we travel in a hurry, so we were able to be flexible in terms of the places we visit. Although now I have to speed up the pace. The food at the inn yesterday was delicious. I didn't want to eat the internal organs, but when I tasted it, it was tasty. The owner recommended it to us. Frau is not a big fan of such food. I prefer something simpler. The three of us exchanged a few words in harmony. By the way, Frau, I've never seen you in that state before. Sure. The Lord doesn't care too much about the strength of his companions just because he's strong. You should have more confidence in us, so you'll be able to rely more on your useless slaves. I agree with you on that. Master has a tendency to try to do everything himself, so he has to rely more on us. This is not what I was referring to. While we were talking, I was fighting a tiger. Well, I can't necessarily say a fight, since I was playing with it, but the tiger thought so otherwise. When I grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up, he suddenly changed his behavior and started making a weird noise, like he was begging me to put him down. You know you are no match for me when you fail to bite first. Occasionally, even the monsters are wild and boring. I wonder how much a tiger's skin wool is worth. Hearing that, the tiger became nervous. Just kidding, but I hope I don't see you around here again. Gar. I threw the tiger, and as soon as it hit the ground, it ran away at full speed without looking back. Soon after, Panda peeked out of the backpack. I guess he was hiding because he thought it was too much trouble. Hey. Look at Frau's stats. Speaking of which, skills. The increase in skills caused them to grow at a frightening rate. What is this growth prayer? Growth prayer is a skill that works for plants. As the name implies, it accelerates growth and speeds up the harvest time of crops. Hey, are you a blacksmith? Yes, because I'm from a blacksmithing family. That explains why she uses a hammer as a weapon. So does that mean Papal makes armor? Maybe I should ask him if he could make me a good quality knife next time. Just so you know, my lord, there's also more to see. You mean the part about your age? No. I'm talking about my level. I've improved a lot since the last battle. Well, that's true, Frau-san. Please stop, thank you. It angers her to be called San, since they realized she is older than they are. Frau rose from level 130 to 190 in the last battle. Well, it is normal to happen if you have defeated a large number of demons. Kaed has reached level 260. Soon she will be on a PAR with me. And meanwhile I'm still stuck at level 300. The experience saving skill absorbs everything. No matter how much experience is doubled, it is difficult to move up when most of it is being absorbed. This ability is like a parasite. Notice, magic saving and skill experience saving have been restored. Messages appeared in my field of vision. I think I spoke too fast. I guess these will suck up a lot of my experience as well. Heya. The village was hidden deep within the mountains. Far from the city, people continue to live their lives as in the past. Of course, there is no shower, there are no convenient items, there are few wizards, and it is an old town that goes to the trouble of boiling water using wood fire every day. However, this village is actually one of the best tourist spots that Gridget has to offer. As proof of this, the town is filled with several inns and is crowded with travelers. There are carved wooden bears and wild boars sold as souvenirs in the stores. In one restaurant, there is a sign that says the famous Pathang village tit bread. Boob bread, what every man needs. By the way, master, after leaving the village as planned, we'll be heading to the capital, right? Yes, we will wait for Sane and the others there. NEI said that if we go back to Balsile now, we'll just be going around in circles. It'd be better to ambush them at that place to end this. I will free Lisa and Sora, then I will kill Sane. However, I would like to talk to him before that. Of course that includes Lisa and Sora. This time, I am determined to find out what is true. Don't think too much about it. I'm sorry. It was showing on my face, wasn't it? Kaed gently puts her hand on my arm and looks at me with concern. I have acted as if I am trying not to worry my friends as much as possible, but it is not easy. You should eat this to cheer yourself up. Nom. Suddenly, Frau puts something white in my mouth. I chewed it and the sweetness spread in my mouth. She, too, is having what appears to be white bread. AMU, what is this? They were selling it at that place. Boob bread. This town praises boobs a lot. The surface dough is spongy and delicious. I broke it in half and handed one to Kaed. Nom, I missed this taste. Kaed's tail swished back and forth vigorously. Panda was mesmerized by the movements of her tail and kept looking from side to side. Did you eat this too, Kaed? Yes, my grandmother would secretly feed it to me without my mother's knowledge. Grandma. Well, she was actually my grandmother's grandmother. She clenched her fists as she told me. I made her stop when I realized it hurt to remember it. But does the beastkin race live for so long? Or was her great-grandmother someone very special? My doubts about how Kaed came to be a slave further invade my head. I forgot to ask her how she got to this point. I am failing as her master by not knowing my slave's past. Lord. Look at that. Frau grabs my head and forces me to turn forward. Hey, that was pretty rough. You are a slave. You should be more gentle with your master. When my eyes focused on the street, there was a crowd of people in front of the cows. The specialty of the people of Pat Hang, the best milk you'll ever find. 500 for a glass, get in line. People line up. The owner pours the milk from the pot into a glass and gives it to the customer. The customers have milk mustaches and look happy. I didn't know the tits this town kept praising belonged to cows. I thought it was a different kind of boob. What a disappointment. Master, let's go have a drink. Frau wants a drink too. I'm sure Panda would also like some. QI. All right, but don't pull me. 2 slave girls and an animal pull me by my clothes to get me to line up. Right next to the stall was a boy who was milking the cow vigorously. We each received a glass and drank together. It's so sweet and delicious. Fuha, delicious. It's very good, it makes Frau happy. QI. It was so delicious that we had a second glass. Packy. Did I hold the glass too tightly that it started to break? I looked for cracks in the glass but didn't find any. Packy, 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 packy. That familiar sound kept echoing inside my head. It can't be. But if the last reports were from the savings system. Notice, since the skill savings level has reached the upper limit, it will be paid upon ranking up. Notice, the payout has been improved by the effect of up skill. Notice, skill savings has been damaged. It will take some time to repair. Chapter 40, A Warrior Exiled by the Hero and His Lover. Chapter 40. Skill savings was broken. Notice, since the skill savings level has reached the upper limit, it will be paid upon leveling up. Notice, the payout has been improved by the effect of skill up. Notice, skill savings has been damaged. It will take some time to repair. Report, you have acquired the skill experience multiplier. Report, you have acquired the Dragon's Eye. Report, you have acquired the Mega Boost Emissary. Report, you have acquired a new job imitator. Report, you have acquired the Super Versatile Key. These are skills I've never heard of. Some of which I don't know how to use at all. No, wait. The dragon's eye sounds interesting. Is it something the warriors of the ancient race had? It is said that the dragon's eye is capable of perceiving hidden beings, such as ghosts and spirits. If something turns out to be very powerful, I may be able to capture it visually. The Mega Boost is probably a result of Master Tamer. It can be used to increase the level of tamed monsters. This is strange, as I have heard of a casual level boost, not a Mega Boost. The imitator job may be one of the skills of a copycat, but as the name implies, can you really copy someone else's job? I haven't tested these skills for a long time, but I should try them and check out their uses. The super versatile key is another skill I've never heard of. I heard somewhere that the Great Thief has a special key, a lock-picking ability that could access anything that is kept under a lock or even padlock. I feel like I've lost a little more of my humanity after this. What's the matter, my lord? You seem a little dazed. My skill savings is broken again, and my levels are growing. That's great, master. Congratulations. Yes, thank you. I smiled as Kaed hugged me. My pretty slave is always happy to embrace me. It makes me happy, but I'm a little embarrassed and can't look directly at her. Are you getting stronger again? No extreme changes. Frau spun around and watched me. Every time she did, I could smell her sweet, flowery scent. As I pet her on the head, Frau's face turns red and she freezes. Sudden heat pads are cheating. Should I stop? No. Caress me more. Even more. I patted her head some more and she continues to turn red and freeze up. Frau is a beautiful girl who has a small body but captivates everyone. Being restless is a flaw of hers, but I think it's also her charm. Even after all this time, I'm glad to have her as a friend. Toe. Someone taps me on the shoulder. Hey buddy, can you pay for that soon? Panda seems to have drunk all the milk in the pot while we were distracted. He was floating in the air looking satisfied. I apologized to the owner and to the customers in line. There will always be situations that make you uneasy. And my concern at the moment was about Sane, Lisa, and Sora. No matter how much I torture myself with these thoughts, I won't solve anything if I don't do something soon. Everything that has happened has helped me change and grow as a person. This change has made it possible for me to see things in a way that was impossible before. That's why I'm going to enjoy this trip as best I can. Master, look. That's the rumored Tower of Croes. Wow, it looks really big from over here. QI. We were able to observe a panoramic view of the landscape from the village observatory. The forest was surrounded by multiple mountains, and in the middle of it stood a giant, majestic tower. The Tower of Croes. One of the many ruins of the ancient race. The purpose of the tower, the method, and reason for its construction, as well as the structure of its interior are unknown. The reason is simple. The area where the tower is located is the domain of the elves. Humans cannot approach the tower and, therefore, it can only be seen from a distance. Although it's also worth seeing from here, as the tower is more impressive from a distance. The appearance of the tower is very beautiful. It was pure white with golden decoration. At the top, a jewel-like red stone reflected a dazzling light. It is a solemn, but fantastic building. For us who were in a very high place, we could see it well without using a telescope. I can see why this town is a tourist attraction. Exactly. It looks like a mountain when you look at it up close, but it's very beautiful from a distance. A mountain. At Frau's comment, I turned my head to look at her. I was very curious about her words. From the way she said it, it sounds like she's seen it up close before. Why do you have that face? Have you seen that tower up close? I already told you. Fairies are good friends with elves. Oh. I think I heard it when I visited her village. I forgot all about it. Does it mean that if Frau talks to the elves, we will get a closer look at that tower? We might even get to see the inside of the place. I was really looking forward to seeing the inside of the tower. Can you ask the elves to let us see it? Well, they're pretty stubborn. I think if I convince them, they might let us in. Do you really want to see that tower up close? Of course. Frau smiles. I have a bad feeling about this. She will probably ask for something selfish. Frau wants to reach level 220. Please help me, my lord. Is that what you want? It would be my pride as a servant of the great race. Frau wants to level up fast because she wants to catch up with Kaed-san and help the lord, even a little. I don't want to be a burden anymore and stay flat-chested. I'm sure I'll make it. My eyes expanded at her words. I feel pressured by the demonic aura emanating from her. And I'm curious about the flat-chested part of her speech. Although I can understand why you might be concerned about the size of your breasts. Okay, I'll give priority to improving Frau's level on the way to town. Yay. We'll aim for level 220. Every time she jumped in the air, the pigtails of her yellow-green hair swayed. A village of elves sounds interesting. Being able to interact with a race that usually doesn't open up to humans is intriguing for an adventure lover. And I've heard that elves are very beautiful. It's natural for a man to be curious. Yes, it's natural and normal. Jayu, Kaed hugs my arm. I'm here for you, master. I'm not thinking anything of what you are thinking. Oh, yes, that I know. She turns red and looks at me. She rubs her tail all over my body, as if trying to imprint her scent on me. I caress her head and she closes her eyes, looking very happy. She really is a pretty slave. My lord. Come on. I'm coming. Frau shouted and we started walking through the forest together. Frau swings her hammer and a red bear is tossed in the air with tremendous force. She flew at high speed, zigzagging between the trees, smashing the hordes of goblins and orcs in the blink of an eye, and sending the last remaining griffin crashing to the ground. Level 220 reached. Frau raises her hammer and shouts in triumph. I've been watching her all the while, and she's like a little storm. The pace she was killing the monsters at bothered me so much that I felt it was too much. Are you satisfied? Of course, I will no longer be an obstacle. I know that feeling, Frau. A while ago I was striving every day not to be like that. Come to think of it, me, Kaed and Frau were lucky. The three of us are here by luck and connection. Fweb. An arrow flew out of nowhere and pierced a nearby tree. This is a forbidden place for you. Go home now, human. An elven woman landed from an elevated position. She has white skin and long golden hair that she wears in a braid. Her slender body was clad in a small garment. The area the fabric covered would make you think it was underwear. Her face was so perfect that one would think it was fake. And her long, pointed ears made it clear that he was an elf. Greek. She prepped her bow again and fixed her gaze on me.